which the club originally didn't own, and it's almost like a rectangle shape, left of 1 and obviously left of 18 as well. About 150 yards long, about not much more than 30 yards wide at its widest, and the club didn't own it, so the tradition is it's a oh, and that's buried. Wow. So the nightmare first two shots for Rory McIlroy.
That has got to be a jolt.
I wonder if that's the first time he's ever hit it OB off this tee. You know, I can't believe he did that with an iron.
Well, in conditions like this especially. I mean, there's a breeze, but
no, it's actually perfect breeze for these guys. You just open the face up and you swing as hard as you like because you're a little nervous. You've got to swing, and if anything, you're gonna block it. I mean, and you know, body's a little tighter and the arms wing go a little quicker, and a hook on the wind is gone.
Gallery and the grandstand shocked at this moment. Up to the green, Molinari to start with a birdie.
Everyone from that position has missed the putt on the left side, it seems like this morning, reading for a little bit of left to right, but it doesn't seem to be there.
Lowry at 9 from just under 200 yards.
I'm going to hit a provisional, Brandon. I don't think anybody saw it over there.
Well, that's Phil Mickelson's.
Know that voice.
Beautiful shot from Shane there. Did you see that follow through? How he held it off, kept it down. That's the key this week, it's the half shots.
Man, it was so impressive on that back 9 last year to seal the deal. Underway here, but they're still shocked at the opening hole.
I think it's Rory's second ball wasn't really that much better. I don't know what sort of lie he's got, but we saw Fitzpatrick in that left rough earlier in the day, and he couldn't get to the green.
No, well, I'm going with horrendous, that lie. It's deep. If we can't see it from up above, then, and the fear is the club grabs it, goes left, and there's ferns and everything left, so he's going to have to compensate and really hold it off, fan it out to the right as much as possible. And as you saw from that graphic earlier on, big climb, 26 feet up the raised up the first green, and look, that is Kurt, you're down there. What are you thinking?
Well, very disappointing. That was about a 30-yard hook with that iron off the tee. It's out by 5 feet. And the second ball is in the heavy stuff, and the grain is laying towards the green, but he'll have to be a mighty hack to get it up the hill onto the green.
How far has he got, Prox?
Sorry?
How far has he got for his second shot, or fourth shot now?
He has, I'm going to eyeball it, I'm going to say he's 155 to the hole.
Oh, okay. Might be a nice chunk with a, well, you never know, might be able to get a 9-iron played out to the our screen left. There's a nice little gully there, or you pound it into that hill and use the whole of the right side as your backstop. Yeah, that's where he's looking.
The problem, I mean, Nick, the problem is, I know you know this, but if he comes up short at all on that right side, it'll take a U-turn and come 40 yards back off that green. It could end up in that bunker way short.
Yeah, it's drastic right in front of the green.
Very.
Yeah, he has to, for safety, go right to that little TV tower you can see, or those two cameramen, or the one sign. Aim for that, I think, would make sense. Yeah.
This is left.
Oh, that's what I feel.
No good.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
No good.
Into
Look
the
out.
ferns. Ferns all the way down the left-hand side. It's guaranteed to go left. I mean, boy. So what's? Might be happy with a 7 right now. Would you believe it? At the first look, he's given it a full rip. But this stuff is thick. Obviously, it rained seriously hard yesterday. It's been raining almost every day, but yesterday had a real good chuck down, and there's no, it doesn't matter who you are, best in the world, you cannot stop the ball from going left.
Casey now his second.
Obviously a better opportunity here. This is headed at the middle and turn it over. Actually on a pretty good line. Should use some slope.
You like him this week, Don?
Yeah, although he's never played here before. It's his first time ever at Royal Portrush. But he is playing beautifully.
That's the case for a lot of players in the field. There were 25 that played in that Irish Open back in 2012. Some changes to the golf course. Woodland.
He just drilled an iron off that tee. It didn't get head high. This should be no more than a pitching wedge. Also playing a little safe to the right, trying to use that slope.
This will be interesting to see if it goes up and comes. 2 days ago before the rain, that would have been down to maybe 12 feet from the hole. That was the perfect safety shot.
So we'll get back to those problems for McIlroy in a moment. Up to the second tee, the par 5 and Francesco.
Yeah, I was just saying, a little low draw, maybe not. Let's see where it lands. Just over did it and lost 40 yards a run.
Up to the 15th, the second for Darren.
Now we have the other problem. We're down left to right. And watch the bounce.
Should be good.
Oh, it's good call, Darren.
Very good.
We'll take the afternoon off if they're going to call it as well as a hitter.
He's been doing that all day. Yeah, he felt it and he was right.
Yeah.
Now, this man, a lot of people's picking him. A runner-up last year in Carnoustie. Seems to really play well in the big moments. Already 2 under par. And he will take a 4 on 4.
Alex Noren, second at the 8th, one of the 2 new holes.
Yeah, not a long hole, just 434. So yeah, this will be a little down off the right, so they can get little right to left, par 4 around the. And if you're feeling bold and you've got a short enough club, yes, you can go for it. But if anything longer than a 7-iron, I think you'll be thinking twice about being mega aggressive if the ball's on the oh, as Rory.
They have found it. They've identified it, but it's in his hand.
Wow.
Terrible. I mean, this is a nightmare start. They had to search until he got here. He walked up. That they just found it when he finally got up here near the green. Actually, Andrew Coulthard found it for him. Now unplayable, and
will be hitting 6.
This is your 6th shot at the Open, and obviously 6 will be on the green. I think we can give him that. But this is one of the classic cases where when your brain is going a little bit scrambled, got to play safe. You've got to go long.
I mean, you cannot come up short. It could roll right back into this stuff again and be unplayable for his 7th.
I love it when the analysts always say, into the wind, a little bit easier. Oh, I'm one of them. So, but circumstance like this, it's.
Surely this is the 6th shot. Yeah, that graphic is wrong.
That's really good.
Really well, yeah. He trusted, as I said, trusted. There was a little bit of wind, and he said, okay, I've got to forget everything and go back into Rory mode, play a good shot, maybe get out of here with just the 3 penalty shots.
What a nightmare. Lowry had 9 for birdie.
Beautiful putt for Lowry, out in 33 and in a tie for the lead with Noren and McIntyre. It'll be great to see an Irishman near the lead on Sunday.
Sugaru for birdie, the amateur here at 15. Six amateurs in the field. All right, back to 1, and Woodland from just beyond for birdie.
Now, what we saw earlier today with this wind direction, you really have to take advantage of these first 4 or 5 holes, and after that it gets a lot tougher. And Gary from off the green here just trying to 2-putt this.
Wow. How about that for a bit of a shock to the read on the start of your day?
It's a big putt that Rory's got coming up, isn't it? First hole of the week, and it's a big putt now. Charlie Hoffman for birdie to get in a share of the lead.
Yeah, Charlie's a great wind player. He's got forearms that weigh about 10 pounds each, which comes in very useful when I say heavy arms. He really has got heavy arms.
You talk about how big this putt is for Rory. I mean, think about what must be going through his head right now. That he knows everybody in this country watching every second of this, cheering and around the globe somewhere.
Where everyone in the world, you've had your whole build up, you come here, done all your preparation, and then bang, in quick 2 minutes, all of it, or 5 minutes, all of this has happened. I know you're doing your maths, it's 2 penalty shots, but for me, hitting that extra ball that you didn't think about, you ever thought you were going to be doing, that's why I call it a 2-shot penalty. The fact you're down the middle, hopefully down the fade for 3, but this is a classic. The most important thing is just got to get one back quickly. You've got the par 5 seconds, so you never know. It might eagle it, and then we're back on schedule.
Yeah, most importantly, make this one first.
Green speed's about 10, as is customary on links. Much slower than the guys face week to week. Can't have them much quicker than this because of the wind and what might pop up along the sea.
Hardest thing, he just saw a bit of a mystery from Gary Woodland's putt come down that hill, so he has to really grind on trusting what he sees.
This is a good, at least 5 feet.
Wowee.
Any way we could go back to the first tee and start over?
Yeah, that's what everybody on the ground here is thinking.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic victory if you start with 4 over at the first.
Make for a great story, wouldn't it?
It sure will. I mean, it's all about the stories this week, so how about that? Talk about chip away.
Well, he had a terrible start at Birkdale, I remember. It wasn't a quad on the first, but I think he was 4 over in this front side, and came back and finished tied for 4th and par for Woodland.
Well, I'm glad you reminded. In '83, I started double bogey at Birkdale, and with 9 holes to play on Sunday, I was tied for the lead. So it is doable. just saying.
But like you said, Terry, it must be such a shock to the system. I mean, in his worst nightmare, he wouldn't have dreamt that. Molinari with an iron. And that's headed a little left by the looks of it.
Might get a kick and a scuttle, but there's look at these magnificent mounds. It goes up and down and then back up again. But that's fine. He can just lob that across, use a bit of slope, bit of wind. So actually, that's fine.
The best runoff areas you've seen on any course?
I have to say, all the hazards here are pretty obvious. We've got the rough, we've got the wind, we've got the bunkers, and I think the magnificent manicuring around the greens has accentuated every hump and bump. And they're now hazards. I mean, if it would just dry out a touch, you can hit a shot 25 feet from the hole and have a mound that you're going to have to put up sideways and up down the other side. So they've done a fantastic job at the R&A of setting up the golf course this week. It really is it's a different style with all these runoffs, but boy, this golf course perfect because we've got so many elevated greens.
Eddie Pepperell, this for birdie at the 10th. Remember that final round last year at the Open, shocked everyone, including himself.
Yes. He had a good Saturday night, didn't
he did. Looking up at the leaderboard saying, I might have to stick around and see what these boys are doing the rest of the way.
He's a fun guy, Eddie Pepperell. Enjoys life. Sergio.
Woodland on the tee at 2.
Long iron again here.
Yeah, same again. You watch the low stinger.
Yeah, he's just trying to get this in play. It's just about 300 to the left bunker, but this is perfect, right down the heart.
It's perfect when you know you're a natural fader. You just go with it. And if you block it 10 or 15 feet, you get that. How fabulous is that for a long iron?
Russell Knox for birdie. Here at 4, you get an idea of that slope. Top right there of the screen. Quite a bit of undulation in these greens in the different areas. Certainly matters where you land it, not just being on the green in regulation.
It's the whole key to the golf course. You know, when obviously you hit your tee shot, but then you're plotting of how you're going to play your second or third shot, downwind, crosswind, where you land it, how you release it. That is links golf.
Molinari's third. Yeah, well done. Really well done. Rory.
See if he can not hit it.
How about that for compensation?
Just as you expect. 2 big hooks off the first tee and a huge block to the right. He may get away with it, but no doubt those 2 big hooks off the first tee affected him there.
Well, to call it a shaky start would be the understatement of the day. Just makes your head spin. An 8 at the opener for Rory McIlroy, tying the worst hole at a major ever. Had an 8 back in 2013 at the U.S. Open. This is an entirely different level. 3 under the lead. Scroll through the leaderboards here. David Duval, Open champ at 2 under. Good start for him. Some broadcasting these days as well. Brandon Rue, you see, star from Stanford, and Graham McDowell 1 under through 4. You know, you almost think there was some help from somewhere else outside of this world on that 30-footer at the Canadian Open for Graham McDowell to get in. So many people rooting for him to be able to play here at Portrush.
Yeah, did you see that moment on the first tee when he was announced and the big roar went up? He actually had a tear in his eye. He had to wipe it off. Graham McDowell, it really was an emotional moment for him. And good to see they're playing well, but scoring better than I expected. Well, I was out there yesterday in the practice round in the afternoon, and it was brutal.
Oh yes, if it's going to be brutal here, well then, you know, par is a fantastic score. But if it's just tough enough where it really does reward great tee shots and obviously great planning and plotting and execution on second and third, yes, it's with just enough softness in the greens now, it is playable.
And the wind is not as strong as it was first thing in the morning at 6:30, 7 o'clock. It was blowing probably 5-10 miles an hour stronger. Bogey putt for Adam Scott, and a double bogey on the par 5 that he can reach in 2. Was really in contention at the turn on the last round of the US Open, and then inexplicably hit that tee shot OB on 13.
That was a shocker.
Duval for a birdie at 3 in a row. David will settle for a par here. I did check the tide, by the way. You want it? Oh, go ahead.
We're on it. That's what I was actually going to go with. I'm not going to upset you this morning. We have a little tradition in America that the players, when I rattle on about the tides, and it's become a bit of a fun thing. But we've got a low tide now, and it will change at 2:15 p.m. this afternoon. But incidentally, in Ponte Vedra Beach, they will have a high tide at 2:51. So all that water, I guess, is coming across.
Yeah, what they lose, we pick up, and vice versa. Grace. Oh, what a brilliant approach there. And why do we ask about the tides? Because
the wind will change, and everybody laughs at me, and then suddenly 15 minutes after at Portrush, they're all going, oh my goodness, it's either blowing 20 miles an hour or it's stopped, one or the other.
Kevin Kisner.
Got to be another danger man this week, that low. Now, Kurt, I thought there was a lump in front of this ball.
McIlroy now.
Decent lie. He's over 300 yards to the hole, 275 to the front, trying to get it up there. Yeah, it's on a good line if it runs all the way.
Didn't miss those bunkers by very much from the looks of it, but he's okay now.
Okay is relative.
Yeah, lovely shot there from player's view. You see plenty of room to see. You want to land this front just to golfer's right of Rory's ball, a little hollow there to slow things down.
The Woodland's got 264 to the hole. That iron off the tee went about 308 downwind.
Nice, good to see that. The wind, see that wind has picked up.
Just want to land this front edge, let it take a bounce. This is headed a little bit to the left.
Yeah, tried to save it with the chicken wing. Oh, there we go. There's your humps and bumps and kicks. And if that, see now, if that jams up against the long stuff, it suddenly becomes a serious problem.
Birdie putt at the 10th for Shane Lowry.
Yeah, a little bit shorter than the one he held on the previous hole. Same result. What a green this 10th is. It's so narrow. It's like 10 yards wide at its narrowest point, although it does funnel in from the sides, but it just looks fantastic.
All right, Francesco Molinari here on the tee at 3, the par 3. Billy Ray Brown has joined these three.
All right, Terry, 175 yards helping breeze here at the par 3. Molinari coming off that birdie at the par 5 second. Wonderful day right now. Just overcast skies. Wind's starting to pick up just a bit.
All right, Bryson now.
This is going to be fascinating with me with Bryce, because really how all his science that he applies prior to hitting the golf ball, I'm not too sure how that works on a links.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Nick. You've got that. Almost every shot factors in the wind, the bounce.
There you go. And look, see, that's going to go against the long stuff. You got to jam it out up over a hill back. So
he was out practicing yesterday, had his launch monitor, got the numbers on every swing all across this golf course, which was odd to see here. Clark on the way up over.
Darren. Well, I thought Darren would know that putt, because that's the bailout at 16. You're going to go left for safety.
Now Rob McIntyre from Oban on the west coast of Scotland. Oh, lovely putt. Read that beautifully. Perfect taste too.
Every year, it seems, at the Open, there's a name that emerges that you did not expect in any way, and this might be the one today.
Well, he's been playing nicely over the last couple of months and gaining rapidly with his experience and confidence. There's Charlie again. Going really well. I mean, you'll take a solid 3 up 16.
Yeah, yesterday, standing on this tee, guys were hitting driver. This par 3, hitting driver. 3 with Sergio, hit a 3 wood way short. Just to give you an idea how strong the wind can get. Now, Beef made a terrific eagle on the second. Massive putt there. He's 3 under for the par 5s. He's only played 2 of them.
lot of happy golf fans last week when he had that 62. He ended up earning a spot here at the Open. Happy to see him back. All right, McIlroy from in front of the green now.
Boy, this is a big up and down to get it turned around right away here. It's downwind. That whole location up on that shelf in the back. It's not an easy shot. It'll run away if it carries too much speed when it gets to the hole. Pretty good.
The amateur champion. The par putt. Well, he'd love to be in red figures at the end of the round. He's 1 under. A couple of tough holes coming up. Playing into the wind, 17 and 18.
Casey back here at 2 from off the green.
He caught a good lie, and he doesn't have to deal with the ridge here, really.
Little work left for his birdie. You get back there. Jump up to 3. Molinari's second now, BR.
He's got a pretty good lie over here on this right-hand side, pitching back up the hill into the breeze. Plenty of green to work with here.
But he's looks like he's where he's aiming, Billy, that it's going to try and kick it off that hill.
I'll try to use that slope a little bit.
Might even better use the slope behind it as well. Doesn't carry it far enough at all.
A lot of work left there for Molinari now.
We couldn't see where his ball finished up. It's not good.
There you go. That's exactly, you know, you had, if you just faded that second shot, this would be a different story. So now you're hacking and you can't play. How about that? Completely underneath it. So this is really going to be the whole story of the week. You get a kick off the side of the green, whether it's a good shot or a poor shot, into this stuff. It's a troublesome, even off a good lie, this is a troublesome shot. But off a poor line, you're thinking, how am I going to strike it perfectly? Then you over or undercompensate for whatever we might get out of it. But he does, fortunately, but it's still a shot gone.
Darren Clark all by himself. Serene picture here. This for par.
This second shot there, just a little bit heavy-handed, so it results in a bogey. Now Schauffele. You can see it's pretty windy there. The cameraman.
Yeah, if you're feeling a bit seasick, don't watch right now. I get seasick on a damp lawn, Terry. So
roll with it physically. Go ahead. That helps. All right, Casey, getting set here. This for birdie at 2. Kurt.
Well, that pitch ran by, so now he's dealing with where that ridge comes off, that shoulder on the back right side of the green. So this is going to have, plus the wind is going left to right. So there's a lot of left to right break in this, even though he's only about 10 feet.
yeah, Molinari's chip shot when he played, he kept curling round, didn't it? So this fella's going to really, well, look at that. It started at 3 feet left, and it's
not enough.
Sidewinder, side slicer.
And Rory will be next. Kurt, you've been out there with the gallery after what took place on that first hole. What have the comments been like, or the mood? What's it been like?
Yeah, they're 100% behind their guy. They're they're taking photos of him all the way from green to the next tee. Everybody's excited to see him out here. I know that took a little wind out of everybody's sails, but I think they're hopeful because it happened early in the round that he has a chance to rally, but he needs to get started right here.
And that did not look great.
Now, Adam Scott missed the green here, also on the third.
This is what I want to see. How are they going to have to send it up the side of the hill? It wasn't too much to hell. Here we go. So that's doable. The chipping bit is way tougher.
And with the short putter too. It's a lovely spot. Royal Portrush. Oh, the Irish flag at the very top of the leaderboard. Shane Lowry, 4 under par after 10. Robert McIntyre, also 4 under, only after 7.
Just steps from the sea and that beach. Molinari now 4 par. Yeah, well done.
Well, that's what's transformed his game from a really good player to a great player. Those putts, those sort of 6 to 10 footers, holding them with regularity.
Romain Langasque, this, you get it to 3 under. There you go. (1933) is when Royal Portrush opened for play. The club back in the late 1880s. Kisner on the way here at 2.
Yeah, that started on the right line, didn't it? Down the right-hand side, you see, and it will kick better. That's what Gary Woodland should have done, but obviously pulled it a touch. And there you get your reward. Should be a chance at a 3. Should be a guaranteed 4 from there.
Playing back into the wind for the first time. 185 yards, can't be short here. Short left and right. There's a big fall off, but the pin is, oh, that wasn't that far away from being a little bit short, and back down 25 yards.
Up on this elevated tee, Gary Woodland.
Plus a lot of wind helping here. Earlier today, the players were hitting 9-iron. Woodland, as long as he is, that may be a wedge, but out to the right.
That doesn't help if you've got a wedge in your hand. You do that. Mind you, Adam Scott hold it, but it's unlikely we're going to see 2 of them in a row.
Really tough hole location right now with this breeze straight down, Nick. It's hard to make the ball curve at all because it's just pushing so hard from behind. So that hole location up on that little shelf, pretty tough to get close to.
Yeah, they can land it as far back as just try and land it maybe 10 yards on the green max, right to center, and watch it bounce. Paul likes to draw the ball.
And this is out to the right as well.
Not turning. And off she goes again. They're landing it. It's carrying a little further, and there we go.
Watched 8 or 9 players play this hole, and 6 or 7 of them have been right in that area.
Yeah, the hard part for Rory, I mean, there's going to be an occasional hole location like this that, you know, is really tough to get to. And do you try to take it on, even though this is a wedge for him, or do you play center of the green like most players have?
I think you try to come up, you know, like 20 feet short, and I think you have to set that as your real goal.
Yeah, he stayed out to the right, conservative.
Wow, it's gone flying through as well.
That wind is really pushing from behind.
You know, when he won in Canada, he said he played with so much freedom in that last round, but it looks like he's got the handbrake on a little bit here today. Oh, McDowell on the 6th tee.
Go! Go hard.
Graham Ashara 16th at the U.S. Open. Played well there, but a couple of missed cuts since. Molinari on the tee at 480 today.
Yeah, great looking hole this, Terry. This is Fred Daly's. Got out of bounds right. Bunkers are all in the right place. And that's perfect.
Third coming up for Shane Lowry here at 11 with that wind blowing a little more here.
I think the 11th's going to be one of the brutes of the week. It's normally a par 5 for the members. They've obviously shortened it a touch, but there's ferns left and right, hard left to right wind, kind of medium-sized fairway, not the widest, not the narrowest, but left to right, fabulous hole. Big rise up to the green. I mean, really big rise, a good 15 feet up, and they put it on the front corner. So even this, well, this is left to right in turn. So this is another little knockdown shot. Started, a good 3-4 yards left of the flag. Maybe it will push a yard to the right there. So that's what you have to do for safety. That was a smart shot. I think you're gonna have to play on a rough day for 20 feet and chance your luck with the putter.
Yeah, anything short there, like you say, you can see it there. It'll go back to 30 yards down the fairway. Shorefully.
This one's just going to go a little gently to the left, slightly uphill. Schauffele's tee shot was just hanging in the wind. He was fortunate to catch the green. It almost came back down that big false front at the front of the green.
Corey Connors for birdie, a winner earlier this season on the PGA Tour. Did he?
Oh, yeah. He won that as a Monday qualifier too, didn't he, Terry?
Valero Texas Open,
Yeah.
he did.
And here he is at the Open.
So Gary Woodland here electing to chip it off. We just saw Adam Scott hole it.
He played a really good one. When I first walked by and looked at it, I thought for sure he would putt it, but obviously he was very comfortable with that shot.
Have you seen the lies coming up here for the next two guys?
Casey caught it's not in the really deep stuff, but the problem is the grain of the grass is laying away from the hole. So this makes this shot so unpredictable. You got to just chop in there, and you got to stay aggressive. If you decelerate on this, you'll go halfway.
Yeah, well described. That was a chop, and it lifted his head, and gotta see the divot. That was one of the things I used to say to myself on the links. Make sure you see the divot. Keep your head down.
Rory's lies better. He's got an opportunity going back into the wind to be a little more aggressive here. No.
Shake of the head is all you can do at this point, I guess.
There's enough wind and there's enough slope that you suddenly start feeling you're not in control of your destinies or your opportunities. Yeah, the golf course has got a one-up on you already.
Got a good look from behind Molinari here at what the player sees up over those mounds.
Just see the very top of the flagstick here, positioned on that left-hand side. 165 yards of wind starting to increase, helping here at the par 4.
This is one of the smallest greens. The actually average size of these greens is pretty big for a links, like 5,900 square feet. For example, Pebble Beach was 3,500, so that gives you they're pretty generous, but there's an awful lot going on.
Man of the hour. And they look good right now, even when they don't go. Here at 3, Casey for par, much more than he wanted.
Yeah, that is just such a tough shot to play around the greens. Even some of these downwind holes with this much wind are tough.
How do you judge that big first bounce now on the 17th? Darren Clark from well off the green. He's a good 25-30 feet from the fringe, but using the putter. He hasn't hit it.
Back at 3. McIlroy for par.
Slightly downhill, but back into the breeze. So you still have to stay a little more aggressive here. Boy, what a start. Brutal.
Your highest apprehensions, your worst nightmares of this day don't match this.
No, you'd never have thought that. You'd be thinking, oh, you know, I should really be 1 under after the first 3.
Now, yeah, 66 players out on the golf course. Where's Rory McIlroy? He's 65th. It's just mind-boggling.
Kisner, this for eagle at the 2nd. More than a few touting him this week.
Yeah, definitely a danger man. He's got the great ball flight. He's a natural drawer, keeps the ball low. And as we watched Terry with the match play, boy, was he fantastic inside 10 feet. And that's all part of it this week. You just got to scramble great and be really great inside 10 feet.
So along the north coast of Northern Ireland here by the Giants Causeway, Dunluce Castle, and Royal Portrush, day 1 here, the 148th Open. And McIlroy scrambling at home. Sunshine for the moment. Some showers earlier, and do expect some this afternoon, but fingers crossed, not a whole lot expected. As we take you across this land over to the 4th. Got homes all along the side here in the town to the right. All right, lengthy one for Molinari, Billy Ray.
Yeah, coming from the front of the green up and over the ridge. Originally it'll come up that ridge, start to turn right, then straighten up at the hole, as you would expect. Molinari going quietly about his business. 1 birdie, all pars up to this point.
Take you up to Shane Lowry, this for par, lengthy one.
Yeah, putting back downwind, so I've got to be a little bit careful. It looks good. Oh, it just turned at the end. Just a tiny amount. But it was a great putt. So a bogey for Lowry, first of the day.
Par putt 17, Darren Clark. Man, it was instrumental in getting this open here. Time and again, he would go back to the RNA, remind them of what they're trying to get done, and bringing this biggest championship back to Northern Ireland for the first time since 1951. Kisner on the tee of 3.
Let's see if that little low draw works here. Get the right landing spot, and only just did everything right. That's about as good as you can do. Wow.
So they're all ending up. McIlroy with an iron in hand here on the tee.
Yeah, downwind. The ball's rolling forever in this fairway.
Shoulders well open for.
He actually set up to try to hold a cut up into this right to left and help. That was a good swing there. Finally one where he was looking.
Yeah. Cut it off those 2 bunkers. Use the wind as your safety net.
Well, Phil Mickelson. It's a Bogey putt, we understand. Trouble off the tee. He's already 2 over. All right, well, 49 years old, as motivated as ever. Was out here in the rain yesterday, working hard on his game.
Have you done your cleanse lately?
Yeah, the cleanse. He went on his was more than a dud, wasn't it? It was the fasting for 6 days. Lost 15 pounds, he said, in a week. We've all been on that. I'm on the sugar-free blimmin' thing. I'm coming up 6 weeks on Saturday of no sugar. How about that? And I've got rid of 10. It's working, so I'm happy.
It's your birthday. Have a little sugar.
Yeah, I cheated last night. Yeah, but I actually had a slither of birthday cake.
Two-time Open champ. Harrington with a good one there. Back to Molinari now with this left coming up. Billy Ray.
Yeah, this is a very tough read for Molinari. Tendency here at times, play a little break, but it will move a little bit left at the end.
So that was Steve Elkington's that record at Riviera. So that's another pretty good place to go, bogey free.
Another good save there, Nick. Back-to-back saves there for Molinari.
Yeah, he's in his Molinari mode.
Francesco went 37 straight holes bogey free to win it last year. Clark for bogey.
Yeah, this will bring him back to even par. He was 3 under after 5. But those are the holes that play downwind. It gets a little bit tougher from there on. But still, it's a pretty solid round from Big Darren.
McIntyre now, the 22-year-old, his second here at the 9th. Ouch. First real bit of trouble we've seen him in. Man who's had a couple of runner-up finishes on the European Tour this year. Take you over near the car park, and 3 from the edge. This is Kisner. Pretty well judged. Matthew Fitzpatrick. They were bundled up in the gallery. He's got the stocking cap on too.
He's got his Gary Player stance as well. Oh, he zipped under that really well. If you do it right out of a pot side bunker, a links pot bunker, I mean, it's a different sound, it's a different feel with the sand. You get that lovely kind of speedy skid through the sand.
And they do have the revetted faces here too, but they're covered up with sand, so it's not the same visual, the same image that we often see. McIlroy standing up, ready for his next.
183 to the hole, basically a blind shot. That flag behind that mound that guards the front left of the green. Straight downwind, trying to send it way up in the air, but this is out to the right. It might be long.
Well, you've got to keep it on the high side for starters, but that's into more, you know, only half a chance, more 2-putt territory.
Woodland has 180. He and Brendan Little talking over the line here. Yeah, Casey's actually going to go. He's 177 to the hole. He has the best angle of the 3. He can see the flagstick from here. He's playing pretty conservatively out to the right.
Oh, that's buried on the hill.
No.
Didn't carry. Miles out. Wow. That needed to carry at least 10 more yards. Maybe the 15, more likely 15 yards short of what he was thinking.
I think with this club, Woodland wants to carry it just short of the hole. Obviously, there is some slope behind it on the left if he goes a little long on that line.
See, he got a nice divot on that, nice compression. These fairways are tight, and that's all Part of it, yeah. You hit it a little skinny, Terry, on these fairways, you get no compression, you get no distance out of it.
It's a different turf, and
yeah.
I love coming over here and then feeling that. It just feels and sounds differently.
Here we go. Watch this, how you get it. Just get that nice dip, not too deep. Just enough to compress the ball. Feel the bend in the shaft.
They walk up. We drop back. This for par. Kevin Kisner at 3. Take you up to the tee at 18. Final hole of the day for Darren Clarke, and we welcome in Sam Torrance, 8-time Ryder Cupper, long-time voice. How are you, Sam?
Excellent, Terry. Excellent. Still in shock from McIlroy's start, but it's great to see Darren doing so well. Accepted to do the opening tee shot, birdies the hole. It's not a bad way to start. 3 under after 5. He had the crowds going mad.
Great visual up there on that tee at 18, too. All right, back to 10. Webb Simpson has this to get it to 3 under par. What do you make of what you've seen overall here at Royal Portrush today?
Well, the course is amazing. It's quite gentle out there. It's not the weather that will make it really difficult, but it's always going to be difficult. Some of the best greens I've ever seen on seaside courses.
Look at that shot. So it's Robert McIntyre, 4 under, the youngster from Scotland who went to school in the States, McNeese State University, and a 1-shot lead on day 1 of the 148th Open. Just in front of the green here at 14, Romain Langasque. See, putter obviously used a lot around and off these greens.
It really makes sense because you want the golf ball. You just want to do something it's consistent. You don't have to try all 14 different clubs. You get the one that you really fancy, and fairways run almost as smoothly as the greens.
11th hole in the fairway, the second for Noren.
Yeah, I love this 11th hole. So Alex in great shape. Front right flag is going to really suit him. Oh, yes. Made to measure for that fade.
Just a tap in when he gets up there. Terrific conditions right now. See those flags up in the grandstands? They are moving, but not like we will see them move later throughout the week. And this just kind of winds down and far enough down there to have a view of that flagstick, I would think here.
Yes, you've got to be. I paced it the other day. About 22 yards from that left side before you then that hump completely blocks the vision of the green. So actually, Darren's perfect. And actually, into the wind is helpful with a front right hole location. If they were playing down off the right, that would be impossible to get to that one. You can see, but he's well back. Just pick a flag to aim at.
Hopefully the right one.
Hope you're not colorblind. Oh, that's going to help. Just. Nah, maybe not. Maybe just kicked it a little more than he wanted.
His win at Royal St. George's, Sam, was awfully popular everywhere, but especially in this part of the world. To play well here would be off the charts.
Yeah, absolutely, like McIlroy, the same thing. But here, speak of the devil, here he is. As Nick said, it's more a 2-putt par than a birdie. It's not far away though. No, just going to go left. I think he's got the game and the mind to get over the start, Rory.
McDowell. It's his third at the par 5 7th. 7th is a beautiful new hole.
Yeah, call it a new hole. It's kind of been there in the dunes, hasn't it? Oh, there we go. Very smaller green and a really harsh ridge in that back middle, turning to the right. So they've sandwiched the flag just short of that, the turning point. So that was a great third for Graham.
Sugrue, the amateur here. This is second at 18.
It's amazing at 1 point, the first group out with 1, 2, and 3 on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
6:30 this morning they started off. Good looking swing. Will it come back? It'll probably go back right. Lovely shot though, not too difficult from there. Another great day for the young amateur.
James, who won the amateur championship at nearby Portmarnock, and getting that walk along with a legend from this part of the world, Darren Clark, making that walk up to the green at 18 here after his opening round. And he's been talking and commentating his way around this golf course today.
How nice is that they get a reception like that at what, 11:07 on a Thursday morning? That's what the spectators are like here.
All right, to Molinari on the tee here at 5. Billy Ray.
Well, giving this a nice shot here, helping breeze from left to right.
Well, that looked fabulous line. Where's the front of the green? Just there. Oh no, but even so, you think just short of the green there's a huge mound that blocks him. You can see it about 5 paces short of the flag, especially being a downwind. Not sure his options from there.
You are at the mercy of the bounces on links, aren't you, Sam?
Well, absolutely. That's what it's all about, really. Nice Schauffele, third into the 7th. Not too bad.
Ouch.
Ouch. I concur.
Shane's third coming up.
No. Oh, that's well done. Because if that had squirted right, that could have been all sorts of drama.
It's guesswork at some level, isn't it? I mean,
well, it's the strike. It's all about. That's all I would have practiced this week. I think that's the key. Spend an hour a day at least in really nasty lies just to get some trust that you know how to just. It's that millisecond reaction and impact to save it that you kind of have to practice.
Right, Charlie Hoffman trying to get it to 2 under.
I think Terry might be trying to stay at 1 under.
I thought he was at the ball too. I thought he was there too.
Yeah, we thought he was. It looks like maybe he's taken relief from the grandstands and managed to just drop it right in the front of the drop zone. That's a bit of old school trickery there, knowing where to drop the ball. Fine.
kinds of good starts through the years in major championships. All right, meanwhile, McIntyre to stay where he is here. Putt at the 9th.
As the sun pops out, I thought that was going to be the moment for him.
New Scottish start, Bobby McIntyre, a couple of runners up recently. Got a great game for links golf too.
Sugru, who is the man putting here, this for birdie. Just getting started his career, the 22-year-old. If he remains an amateur, he'll be in the Masters and the U.S. Open as well after that win at the Amateur Championship. Here's Lowry for birdie.
Now there's an up and down. That's definitely going to be the difference that makes the difference this week. If you can, it's skill to be able to hack it out of that stuff in the right place and hold the putt.
So it's Lowry atop the leaderboard at 4 under as Darren Clark finishes up here at 18. Instrumental in getting the Open back here and not only lobbying the R&A and convincing them, but also just his success and the success of Graham McDowell and Harrington before, the man from the Republic of Ireland, and McIlroy, of course, all of that coming into play in return, turning this to Northern Ireland.
Absolutely. Let's not forget Fred Daly, Open champion 1947. He was from Portrush. Schauffele for his birdie on 7, so his 3rd in here, has to get to 3 under. Sometimes takes the Americans a little bit of time to get used to the speed of the greens here at the British Open, so they're so much slower than what they're used to. A good par for Schauffele at 7, stays at 2 under.
Kisner at 4, his 2nd, just in front of the bunkers here.
Well, he must have gone with driver because the other guys all went with iron. They were heading, and so he's way shorter, but you've got to use the backstops. But you can see how that mound on the right bleeds in, so that'll be an up and over and around the corner to the left.
Yeah, just cannot afford to go left there, back left. So everybody coming up on the right, trying to use it to 18 again. And Darren with what he hopes is his final putt of the day. All in all, some opening day for Darren Clark here. You know, it's those times when I would pick your brain and say, what is this like? No one really knows what this is like.
We definitely don't know what Portrush is like for hosting an Open, but we sure do know what links golf is like, which it's the best, isn't it? It's quite amazing.
No, but what a Darren Clark would be going through right here, the emotions.
No,
right?
I agree. The whole emotion. Yeah, it's they've been on it. This has been in the books for probably a 10-year project. And they've all been involved as local boys, and they must be so proud that they're here to represent Northern Ireland and bringing the Open to Northern Ireland. That is fantastic.
There'll be a scramble for that one. Special. And he led for a while today. Brilliant look down at the 5th green, right along the sand and the sea. So Molinari here at VR.
Man, this is going to be difficult, Nick. You already spoke about that huge ridge that guards this hole location, coming off the upslope, trying to chase it up that mounding there.
And he went intentionally left for safety. There was no room to land it up the right. If it come up short, it almost a curled round back to his feet. So that's why he went little left there.
Dry at the moment along the coast. Back to the 2nd, just getting things underway. An eagle try. Long hitter here, long on every course, but it'll run here. Luke List. Yeah.
Still waiting for this man to win. Fantastic goal swing, power hitter, hit it 320 through the air comfortably, but hasn't got across the line yet, which we're all really surprised at.
Do you think you'd hear the day when it was 320 through the air comfortably? We are. We're at that. This man as well.
Gary Woodland tweaking it into the one of the beautiful mounds. Apart from when it stops your golf ball like that.
Great course, Nick, isn't it?
It's fantastic. It really is. How come this has been sitting here hidden? I played this about 7 or 8 years ago, and you play, of course, you go down 16, and you're like just in spellbound. And unfortunately, then when you used to play at 17, 18, and go, what happened? You know. And now with the addition of the 7 and 8, and putting the whole golf course together, so all we see is golf, and then the compound, and hospitality and merchandise is all down the other end. So all we see is pure golf. Is just magnificent. No.
Casey. Ball's headed right here. Way right by that scoreboard right of the green.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's gone.
Right of it.
That's gone. That's in the ferns. Never, ever going to find that one. Reload.
Well spotted, Terry.
Got an eye on it.
We're really good from the blimp. we're great from 1,200 feet, the pair of us. So Rory does need a belter. He's got to hit the perfect shape, and he could get front edge.
He's going with 3-wood. 325 to that front edge. This is going to be way right again, too. This is over where Casey just hit it.
It's going to be right at the scoreboard. It's sure. Well, he might. If they heard it, it's a little short of the ferns. But
here's the thing: the marshals were there looking for Casey's ball, weren't really paying attention to McIlroy.
Well, I think it's hanger left towards us, marshals.
Is it out of bounds? I don't know.
No, it's over. It's in that bush, in the right in the middle of the screen. But
hey, run out there.
Yeah,
you can find it in time. Got some speed. McDowell here at 7 for birdie.
Great start for a local man, former US Open champion at Pebble Beach.
Yes, he looks comfortable, doesn't he, on his face? Now here's this wonderful 13th down the hill. Fortunately, flag is back left because it's down off the right. Just get it on the green. One big hop, and let's see what happens. Yeah, didn't quite clamber over that. Let's try.
Beards all around. Kisner.
Let's see how this giant mound to the right, our right, affects it. Oh, with a bit of a read. Bit of a read, bit of a putt. There definitely is a danger man. There's always somebody who can come in under the radar. I mean, I guarantee he did 5 minutes max interviews this week. And he's seriously fine player.
You've got a threesome there, and Kisner, Matsuyama, and Fowler, who all could be top 5 players this week. Simpson at 11 for birdie.
Beautiful looking putt for Simpson. He's 4 under. Top of the board.
Once he got back to putting well, made that adjustment, boy, he has turned it on.
Yeah, I chatted to him a couple of years back, and he said it was a mental thing. He couldn't get around being almost forced to go get rid of the, the broom handle, and it upset him for a whole year. And once he got over that, made the decision, right, get on with it, then it's obviously going to the arm lock, the Kuchar style, it's seriously worked.
Through and over the dunes here at 8, Graham.
Well, this is
Stand up flat and get up on top.
easier hole because it's down off the right and turning to the left.
It's pitching right in the opposite down.
Yeah, just killed it.
Brother here, a greenskeeper and active for many years at Portrush. BR, Francesco now.
Yeah, good look here. I like the second shot that he played there. Took most of the mounding out on that right-hand side. Now, this is a putt coming across the green that's going to move from right to left at the end. Bar just too much.
Billy Ray, did they reload on the tee, or have they just walked down there hoping to find it unplayable and crack on? Billy Ray?
Yeah, the group behind him had to reload a couple of times, but
we're hearing they've actually found Rory's ball, but Paul Casey was definitely in the ferns.
Now Lowry, this to take the lead on his own. Speed's good. Oh, just turned left. Maybe a foot not further past than he would have wanted it, but a good effort from Shane.
They gather around 5. You see how close it is to the tee at 6 and right along the beach. Certain areas galleries can get to, but a number of them they can't here at Portrush. And you know about the record crowds already, so more tickets. Will have more people over the course of 4 days than ever at the Open. Bryson now for birdie.
Putting straight back up the hill. He was just about a foot from coming all the way back down that slope.
I guess that's
Back
why you call
toward
a
the
straight
ocean.
line from your
Yep.
shoulder to the putter face.
Garcia down the green at 11, sorry. Excellent, excellent. Garcia gets the 2 under. Wonderful links player. Garcia got a fabulous game, one of the best strikers has ever been.
So close at Carnoustie, and one of those that Harrington won. This man has won it. Stenson.
Yes, speaking of striker. Threw up a hefty divot, but beautiful distance control.
And the game's coming around. Played well last week.
Yeah, I was commentating last week, and it was as good as I saw at Troon. His putting wasn't great.
So 4 under leading the way. Number wise, about what you expected with the conditions like we have them today?
Yeah, I think so. We've always got a long way to go. We've still got another 12 hours more golf to. We've got
Oh, yeah,
we've got
that's
over
right.
9 more hours. Actually, we do. We have 9.5 hours more golf to play. So we could be miles out by the end of the day.
Noren down the slope, back up. This for Eagle. Yeah, you do tend to get excited with the play early, and then you go, oh yeah, we've got a few more players. 156 in all today. McDowell second at 8.
I got a great indication there of trajectory, where to land it. GMAC usually hooks, draws to a hook, swoop it in there, and gets up the hill. Very good.
A little bit of extra pressure on McDowell, but he knows this course better than anyone.
So we check in here at 5. Kurt, do you have an update?
I do. They found both balls. Rory, they're both just right behind this sign. There's a chance they could get line of sight relief, but the problem is, even if they do, they're going to be dropping. They're going to be dropping in some real deep stuff. So, but anything's better than the lies that they have right now. I don't even know that they're advanceable. So Rory's looking at his line of sight right here. He's got a rules official with him.
Well, there's nothing good about the second shot to cross that giant hollow or to that hole location. So meanwhile, Gary Woodland's away and he might even attempt a good old Scottish bump and run, Sam.
Yes, that would be interesting to see. I don't think he'll have played many in his life.
Would you like to wager on that?
Yeah, you could see he had a 60-degree in his hands.
Now there's 2 rules guys down here at least. There might be a third. I'm not sure about this other guy, but they're trying to figure out what to do here. Now I think he's telling him his line of sight is going to be right of the scoreboard, which is just, it's even deeper.
So Woodland just beyond. Kind of that one hit and spin. Get back there, get an explanation in a moment. But right now, Lowry on the tee at 14.
Causeway, this one's called. Tough par 4. It was a perfect drive from Lowry. All the Irish boys will have played this course many times over their life and just love to come back for a major.
Molinari on the tee at 6. Harry Colts, that's the name of this one. The architect here, the original architect.
Skinny green. And actually the first hole they've turned to face the wind. Everything else has been down either off the left or the right. So this one's almost smack in their face.
Schauffele for birdie.
Little speedy. A tricky one back down the hill for Schauffele. Fabulous player, Schauffele. What a future he's got ahead of him.
To the 10th. This is the 4th for Eddie Pepperell. Excuse me, 14. So a little bit of work left here at 14 for Eddie, and the problems continue. Trying to figure it out for McIlroy. There's the drop.
Has he dropped it, Billy Ray?
That is
So he got TIO relief. So they picked the spot where he could see the flag. Then he took 2 club lengths. He had to drop outside the first club length, within the second club length. But even so, I mean, this is a huge gamble. I mean, this might not get out of here.
I've never seen a drop quite so severe as this. You know, most times you get some kind of little bit of help with TOI, and you're dropping it back in this. That ball is 6 inches off the ground. This is the problem. That hay will just collapse. Oh, he did well.
He hit a good shot, a really good shot towards the back right, or back left of the green.
That's after all that drama there for 2. Casey's going through the same ruling. Let's go to a little slow-mo of that's a great shot. The cameramen are going to have a great day following Rory for these first 5 holes, but Rory certainly isn't. He did well to get that. Was it? That's a kind of a little bit of a professional guess what kind of strike you're going to get on when the ball is on top of that hay.
McDowell for birdie here at 8. get in that area with the wind picks up and starts affecting putts. The trousers. Okay.
Did so well to get here. McDowell, I think he held an 85-foot putt in the final green.
Yeah.
To get here.
It's up to 85 feet now.
Yeah, legends. That's how legends grow.
So we never let the truth get in the way of a good story over here. You got to understand that, especially when we're talking about Irishmen.
It's not as hard. No, it's not as hard as that. Definitely. It's a normal one. It's perfect. All right.
Speaking of which, here's one with his second at 14.
Might be interesting to see the flag on the front coming downwind where they're going to land this, even though it's a gap wedge. Oh, stay. Wow. Take that one.
Nick, do you see similarities in his swing to the great man himself, Christie Senior?
Christie Senior, yeah, a little bit with his soft hands, isn't it? You know, Christie had those lovely soft hands and the almost let go at the top, the piccolo grip. God, I haven't used the word piccolo grip for a long time.
Grace, the man who can go low at a major championship, as we know. Will it? Just danced to tease for a moment.
Just doubles the severity of the shot too. And Stenson, we saw his shot in here to 8. This for birdie. This to get himself in the red. Missed a lot of these last weekend. And not today. 1 under for Stenson.
Noren to get it to 5 under par.
Good effort from Noren. Won 10 times in Europe and a great spell a few years ago. Not quite got back to that form of late. But golf can surprise you at any time.
So 4 under still atop the leaderboard. You've got 3 players there. Francesco for birdie, BR.
Very slow coming back up the hill. This par 3 playing back today. First time the players have had contend with the wind. Surprising there. Got a good read from DeChambeau and did not take advantage of it. A lot of work left.
With the iron, Stenson on the tee at 9.
This is normally the toughest hole on the course, called Tavern, which is a pub in Scotland. I don't know why it was named Tavern, but...
Oh, yes, we do.
I think it transfers all nationalities, tavern, pub, either way. McIlroy here from almost the edge.
Well, that was a great break. I mean, he might not even looked for that ball, that original tee shot, had it not been for that scoreboard there. Wow, that almost was a 3 for him. He's going to get out of here unscathed.
To McDowell on the tee at 9.
Wind howling into their faces here. And of course the bunker down the right side, that's the place you do not want to go. 256 to reach the right bunker, which is a new one they've added for the championship.
Molinari, this is for his par on 6. Very aggressive with his first putt. I'm sure he didn't mean to be. Oh, it's a bogey. Oh, bad 3-putt there for the defending champion.
Gary Woodland for birdie. Get the red figures here at 5. So he's watched the other two play around in the ferns and behind the scoreboards and just waited and birdied the hole.
I just think he's probably feeling a bit chilly. He's thinking, come on, guys. I'm standing around here. I'm going to need another sweater waiting for you.
The wind does blow down.
Oh, yeah, down
water,
that bottom end
yeah.
on the water. Temperature feels like it drops like 20 degrees if you come out of a little, little sun trap, and then you get caught in the wind in the grey clouds.
Saw that approach here, and now the birdie putt for Shane to break out of that pack at the top.
Looks like it may come a little from the right. Not that much though. Oh, maybe. Oh, goodness me. Just the par. He'll stay at 4 under.
Just your average birdie putt for Casey.
That is unbelievable.
Come on.
After he went.
Really?
Yeah, thank the golfing gods for that one. That went from a 6 to a 3 in a flash. Take it. Yes, 3. We got you.
We can confirm. Yes, it is a 3. Wow, what a 3. All right, so it's Shane Lowry on top of the leaderboard, along with Noren and Webb Simpson through 11 holes here. The opening round of the Open taking place at Royal Portrush for the first time in some 68 years. Giants Causeway right here in these parts. Dunluce Castle, so much history here and mythology too. Causeway created, depending on what you like to believe, either by volcanic eruptions or Finn McCool making his way over to Scotland back in the day. Giant taking on Giant. Reality is that 4 under leads it here. 3 sharing the lead, and this man just fighting his way to have something positive happen here in Northern Ireland. McIlroy.
Really tough shot here at 6 right now with the wind in their face. 185. Tough hole location to get to. It's actually a pretty good line just left of it if it's the right club.
That's okay. 16 years ago, as a 16-year-old, 14 years ago, he shot 61 here. He's been waiting 14 years for this day. It wasn't the start he was hoping for.
He probably feels he's already hit it 61 times over those first 5 holes.
Stenson second at 9.
So that wind is kind of that's what Henrik hates. He always loves to open the face as much as he can on the backswing, and then that was the one that he doesn't like when he comes down a bit steep over the top, professional over the top.
Major champion to major champion. Webb Simpson for birdie here at 12.
Webb Simpson's a good plotter. You know, he plays tough, awkward courses very well. Has a game plan, as they call it now.
McDowell at 9 with the wind blowing.
Yeah, he's got 196 here, Terry. And the wind is making this hole pretty tricky. They're only hitting at about 235 off the tee, laying back short of that bunker. Of course, that leaves a much more difficult second shot. And that huge swale away to the right of the flag. Stenson has already played and been conservative down the left.
So that, you saw that wind arrow, means it's coming pretty close to westerly wind, which just about means you saw the 5th into the wind. 6th, but apart from that, everything else is across the golf course. That's what, there we go. It gives you, that's a great clue. A lot to look at, but gives you a good clue. Where are we now? They're coming into the 9th. You see wind off the right into west. Yeah, west, southwest. Pretty close to what I was, yeah.
But actually less wind down by the sea. Look at 5 and 6. 4 miles per hour there. 16 miles per hour up at 3. Schauffele, second here at 9.
E2 on a slight upslope. So that a little bit trickier to keep it down. It's up the right. He's asking it to hook, will it? No, dear, 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 dear. And that is really short-siding yourself. Look at the 5 yards to the edge of the green. Tough.
Gask, or the top half of him at least. His second.
Played very well last week in Scotland. Good solid player. Quite a short swing, but very much in control.
Sergio. This to get it to 3 under here at 12. What do you think the state of Sergio's game is at this point and what he's got left?
Must be feeling so much better because he was on a rotten run where we missed all those cuts at all the majors, but he obviously played nicely at the last one, the US Open, and will enjoy this. He knows links golf really well.
So Kisner pressing the pace early just to get it to 4 under.
Oh wow.
Had a funny year, Kisner. Won the match play, but that's his only top 10 of the year. And with that swing, it's a beautiful swing.
Well, it's a really complete game. You know, just shapes that little draw nicely, fits it in. Pretty solid short game, gutsy fighter. So maybe he's cleared the cobwebs off and ready to go this week.
Now McIlroy needs something good to kickstart this round, turning it around.
Oh, there we go. That's the view. And where he's looking, he's going to maybe try the 2 bouncer. Landed about 3 yards short, then 1 yard short, and then it just falls onto the green.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way up this slope. He's got a few feet to climb up here, and just enough.
Wow.
He could have probably gone with the putter there, Nick.
Yeah.
Tom Abbott getting a chance to follow this group this afternoon as we get more clouds here along the coast. 15 and Lowry.
Just a thin wood for Lowry. That chip that Schauffele had there reminded me of Tiger Woods years ago at Troon. He'd missed the green left at 17 and he chipped into the bank up over the round in the hole. He comes into the press centre and said, yeah, I missed my mark on the hill by an inch. And I thought, who is this guy? And then I realised about a year later he was actually serious.
Woodland for par.
Well, we've seen a hole-in-one, and we've seen an eagle at the first. We've seen that's our first horseshoe of the Open Championship.
McDowell, his third. You bring up Tiger Woods. He goes out later today. He's had some time off. Do you think he's in a position to do something here?
With the way he won the Masters, you know, I think Tiger can do anything again. He looked a little bit jaded, if I had to be honest, seeing him in the practice rounds, but
yeah, I'm a strong believer he needs warmth. You know, he won in Atlanta when it's 100 degrees. He wins in, obviously, Augusta when it was 85 degrees, very humid. Played great for that Sunday at Muirfield Village when we were there, Terry, and the humidity went from 40 to 80 degrees. So I personally think when it's cold and grey like this is hard work for his back.
Yeah.
Plus a month again, not competitive on a crosswind golf course. I would deem it's going to be hard work for him.
that's a very good point about the heat, though, Nick.
What's that?
It's a very good point about the heat in his body.
Yeah,
and
definitely, because you know he won at Atlanta and then came to the Ryder Cup in Paris, was, as you know, it sounded 45, 50 degrees those mornings, and his swing was a foot shorter, and we know the difference that makes. It changes your lines through impact, and he couldn't do anything that week.
Beauty from Grace.
Yeah, 15 is their last chance. You want to make a birdie here, because then you're going to face Calamity Corner. 16 is up the hill into the left to right wind. We're going to get there, but you wait till you see this fella for a par 3.
Mentioned Brandon Grace going low at the Open. That number posted at Birkdale a few years ago, the best ever in a major championship for a man. 4 under leads it. There are some deep bunkers on this golf course. Kisner trying to avoid those this afternoon. Tee shot at 6.
Just across the corner. Yeah, that's where they've all landed it, isn't it?
Schauffele
for par.
Man who doesn't back down. I mean, stays aggressive. Late on Sunday afternoons, we've seen him do that to win. And great talent. Langaskier.
well, this must be for par. We saw his third shot. Sail, no, Romain. That's a poor one.
Lowry's second.
Right. Bounce control. Going to land it probably a good 10 yards short of the flag. Got a bit of an upslope. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. I wasn't even close to that guess. Flew it and then got some spin. So
So let's take a look down at the coast here. A site that we haven't seen in a long time. The Open being held right here in Northern Ireland. TheOpen.com is your place where you can check it all out, get most of the information you need and more. TheOpen.com. Back down to Webb and got a chance to lead at 5 under. Lead he does, all by himself.
excuse me. That was better than average, wasn't it? That was look at that run. Wow.
Since the 7th.
He and Paul Desori, his caddy there, great partnership. They work, calculate everything together.
Stenson on 10. That poor second into 9 pulled it left.
Oh, no.
This is right. Oh, that's very unlike the Iceman. My goodness, it's getting to him. One thing you can't do out there is let it get to you. It's only going to get worse.
That's optimistic.
Yeah.
How encouraging that is.
Meanwhile, what's Phil up to?
You got a birdie try here.
+3. That crash diet hasn't really worked, Phil, has it? Went on a fasting thing.
Is it 15 pounds in 6 days?
6 days. I mean, according to stuff I read, you can't lose that much that quick, and it's good for him. Then he went on he's on the fruit diet while he's here. So then you're on a sugar rush, and so I don't know what. It's got to affect you.
Plenty on our crew on the Guinness diet this week.
Yeah, I think that would be more fitting for here. There's plenty of iron. You can live on Guinness and avocados, apparently. That's not sure for how long.
Old advertisement.
And
it's good for you.
I'm not sure how your breath would smell, what colour your skin would end up being, but it's worth a try for a day.
As long as you don't have them both at the same time.
We could have your avocado bobbing in your Guinness. Oh, that would be sacrilege. Sorry, I said that. Apologies.
Shoffley on the tee here at 10.
Lovely simple swing, great rhythm. Just watching it nicely down the right side.
Oh,
dear,
ouch.
dear, dear.
Oh boy, what's that? See, that wind's now left or right. With a little 3-wood, there's no bunkers, there's nothing to aim at down that 10th fairway.
Another man with a chance to get it to 5 under. Shouldn't have a problem with that coming back. Man who's on a hot streak, coming off a win. Dylan Fratelli, 2 under par.
Well, the wins last week, and then I assume was he in before that? And no,
he got in.
So you're in Sunday night, and then you arrive in Northern Ireland. I guess literally the next day they put a charter on from the John Deere in America, get the players here, and slightly different.
It's one of those where you go, wait, do I have a passport?
Yeah. What did I pack?
Yeah.
How do I pack?
Brandon Grace down the hill. Good chance of birdie here. No, up and out of it as soon as he hit it. That was a poor one. Sorry, I've not seen Dylan Fratelli with glasses on before. Not sure if that's a new thing. If it is, it worked last week.
Look at the hold up here at 7.
Well, we just heard that David Duvall has apparently played the wrong ball, and he has to return to the tee, start again. 2-shot penalty. That one really hurts.
You ever done that?
Yep. I remember at Turnberry, 17th hole. Marshals were all standing in front of my ball. I walked down and gave it a whack, and then the guy said, "That ain't your ball." Took an 8. Beautiful.
Your shoulders just slumped. You're still broken up over
Look at that emotional memory, isn't it terrible?
And you never forget them, Nick.
No, you don't.
Never
Fortunately, you can jest in life and say you're going to do something once, but that one is. Then you feel like putting a big NF on the ball to make sure you don't do it again for a while.
Molinari on the green there. Knox is second here at 9.
Irish Open winner last year. Russell Knox made a great career for himself in America. That's a cracker there. Left himself a nice uphiller for his birdie.
Yeah, it's the type of player you'd say, well, he should play well here. It should spend a lot of time over in the States playing very different golf courses, as have many of those players in the field. There aren't that many that regularly play links golf. You come here and it's a different style of play. Webb Simpson up by 1.
Lancaster, he won at Carnoustie in 2015 in the amateur. So he doesn't mind links golf.
Oh, lovely view for Henrik. Can't see a thing. The hole bends from left to right round the corner. You can see the well, at least he's got a clue. He's got a 10. Start by aiming at that thing. Usually comes out left, out of the thick stuff. Oh, he might get away with this one. Up and use everything. Oh, hang on. Oh, I think he'll take that.
Lucky to get a lie over there, Hendrick. I wonder if Schauffele got one too.
Oh, there's a great aerial there. You see how it turns the corner. And where's Mr. Schauffele? A little further forward in a giant hollow.
When you see those aerial shots, Nick, it just shows you the class of the design. This was 70 years ago at least when it was built. 89 years, I think.
Yeah, eventually this particular done loose course in the 1930s, Harry Colt, Martin Ebert, the redesign for this championship. McDowell, the first of the two to play.
Good angle, coming straight down, get over the hill. There we go. Oh, that's, oh yeah, there's many greens have these little scoops out the side, the back, the fronts, everywhere. You've got to plot them all in your yardage book.
It's amazing the different journeys both those balls took to get there and end up in the exact same place.
Well, yeah, it sounded good. And this will be a laugh. We all three together.
3 for 3.
There we go.
Come on.
Come on. There we go.
There you go.
You'd have lost. Would have been a great bet. I guarantee that we'd be within 1 yard of each other. You'd said no way.
Would have taken that one. On the tee, McIlroy here at 7.
The par 5 playing down into the valley between the two huge dunes. And that is right down the middle.
That's better for Rory.
Probably 300 or more.
Best driver of the golf ball when he is on, when he is comfortable?
Very close, Terry. I mean, not of all time, obviously.
No, in the game today.
In the game today, very close. But there's so many of them.
Right, here we go. 16. 3 ducks in a row. 197. I mean 222. Ouch and double ouch. Left going left. Oh, he's going to get away with it. That's the bailout spot. If it gets really brutal, that's where you hit it. But that's why the
Bobby Locks Hollow over there.
Yeah, that's why the championship committee put the flag to the left as well. So it's not quite so easy. No real green to work with.
Kisner at the 6th long one.
Not his best. Yeah, they named that hollow after Bobby Locke. Every day he hit it into that left corner, which reminded me of Nicholas when he played, is it 16 at Cyprus, the par 3?
Yeah.
Never went for the green once, just hit it up the left.
Billy Casper did that at Wingfoot, the 3rd, that brutal par 3 up the hill. Just hit it front of the green, chip and putt 3s, where if you went for it and missed it, it was the size of a dinner plate, that par 3, and was whatever it was in that era, 230 uphill. Sometimes it's a real smart play.
I think Locke made 3 pars and a bogey that week, and walking around in the practice round yesterday with the weather the way it was.
Oh, yeah.
There were players saying, I will take that and run.
Well, that is the play. Oh, yes. Yesterday there was a few chip-in driver up there. Let's see how they fare out of that little hollow.
man atop the leaderboard right now at 5 under. Webb Simpson.
5 birdies the last 7. Nobody hotter on the course. You can hear him saying sit. That's an excellent shot to that front right pin. 14, tough one.
McDowell. See the slope in this green.
We've also got a bit of up and over. That's a good try.
That is Noren, second at 15.
This is the one that Shane Lowry managed to throw it up and get it to spite. Yeah, they're obviously getting a little bit of spin in that 15th green. I was on there 2 days ago, and no, yesterday morning rather, and it was bouncing.
Can they make one of these?
Well, he's got 2 reeds, which either means success or confusion. It was success on the reed, and didn't hit it.
Take it to the 7th. Molinari just about set, Billy Ray.
All right, coming off that bogey at the par 3-6. Time to turn things around here, coming across the green, back up the hill. It's par 5, brutal today, playing back into the wind.
That's the temperature. What does it feel like for these guys?
Breezy, cold.
Yeah, cold, definitely cold. There's not enough humidity in the air to give you a bit of a sweat down your back.
Well, Sam, it could be worse, I can tell you that.
Yeah, yeah. It's playable, but it's I guess it's just gone past tricky on the way to tough.
0 weekend bogeys at the 147th edition. That'll get it done.
Garcia to get to 4 under. Couple of birdies in the back 9. It's a bit wide, is it? Yeah, it's a total misread from Sergio there, but good speed, so it should be a gimme par.
Up to the green at 18, Langas. He hopes to finish with this.
Excellent shot, good round. That'll be 69 for Langast. Excellent start. There wouldn't be a player in the field that wouldn't have taken that before and out today. Bogey free. No, 1 bogey at 17, the bogey 8, sorry. I'm colorblind, I couldn't see the grey.
They've kind of mixed together a little bit. You know, we've been wondering if players would leave the flagstick in at this Open because of the wind. We haven't really seen the wind yet to the point where that would affect it at all. McIntyre. Okay, back to 4 under.
I think a lot's to do with the size of the pins. You know, in Seaside Golf, the actual pins are bigger, so the area of the hole round the pin is not as big. So I'm not sure they'll leave the pin a lot out here, especially on the blind shots, because they're even bigger pins.
Starting to get used to it. Starting. Hasn't quite happened yet, but accept it. So Simpson up by 1. Webb's been playing well, so this is not a major surprise. Pretty good scores. All these players under par here, day 1 already of the Open. I think you look at the 7th, this new hole, it kind of captures what Portrush is about with the dunes, the avenue right through and all the way up to the green. Here's McIlroy's second at the par 5.
After a good drive, 280 to the front, playing more like 295. The wind is in from the left just a little bit.
This is his 3-wood.
Trying to scream one up the fairway.
Oh, look at this thing. This is... Well...
He was trying to hit it low and just run it right up the middle of the fairway.
Used to call it a Norris McGuirter, a squirter. What happened there? I was just about to... Well...
I think that was indescribable, Nick.
Bit of a thin or something.
Lowry at 16. First green he's missed all day.
Golden hands. We know it. We've seen... This man has a great pair of hands, very confident how to lay that wedge under the ball.
That's beauty. Webb at 14 for birdie.
Just to give himself a couple of shots lead. Not quite. Wonderful run he's on, though. Let's stay at 5 under, top of the board.
Webb, another man who hasn't played since that U.S. Open where he had a share of 16th. Here at 15, Noren to get it to 4 under.
Just ran out of speed for Noren.
It's also important to be comfortable, playing in all the gear. I mean, Nat Alex from Sweden's used to it. You've got to just put your kit on and go and play here. If you're chopping and changing because it's too hot, too cold.
Fratelli, no. And the gear's gotten better. You can move better in it than you used to be able to. But you're right. If you're not used to it.
And the European boys have had a good. I'm saying that a European winner or somebody who's been in these conditions for the last month or so may have definitely if you've come over from 100 degrees from America and suddenly you've got to put all this gear on to go and play.
Graham.
Right, this is a belter, this hole. It's probably the most, well, considering it was a 5, now a 4. Yeah, it's narrow, isn't it? The probably close to the narrowest fairway. Not sure which one actually beats it, but it's ferns left and right. You've got to hit this fairway.
Kevin Kisner now. Here at 7.
Par 5, so good chance if you hit the fairway. And I think he has. The teeth picked up immediately. It's always a good sign. Just got a little upslope there. Lost about 10 yards, but it's okay.
It is a point to make, Nick and Sam. Players coming over from America too, playing more of them in the Scottish Open the week before, especially since it's gone to a links style golf course, or as close as they can get it to prepare for this, and getting used to the conditions and the style of play.
Yeah, 6 of the last 9 winners have played in the Scottish the week before, so that's and it's tight jet lag as well. I know you get here Sunday night from America and you'll be ready by Thursday, but if you're here a week before, it's so much easier.
Got to look at John Rahm as well, as he's not out there yet, but obviously winning the Irish Open a couple of weeks back on a links in this kind of weather. Hits the ball super low and powerful. See whether he gets a decent break in the weather this afternoon.
Multiple time winner at the Irish Open.
That's true. Yeah, 2 out of 3 years. Yes.
64, 62 the weekend. That'll get the job done most weeks.
Surprised Bubba hasn't played better. Links. The way he can move the ball, the way he thinks.
We are flat out surprised at Bubba. I will just stop at that.
Okay. All right. Back out here to 7 in McIlroy's third.
About 55 yards to the hole, back uphill into the breeze. It's in a little swale there, a chance to get this up and down.
There's a little buffer to the right. Like there. There you go. Use that as the break.
Thought it might even come off there a little bit more.
Well, his second birdie chance of the day. Had one on the second, and from about that distance.
Molinari taking a look on the tee.
We got a long wait here. Now Molinari set to go. Helping breeze from right to left here at the par 4. Bends in that direction. 276 that bunker on the right, but you got to move this ball from left to right here.
What? Excuse me, I just got in my ear. David Duvall took a 15 on the 7th. Is that correct? Oh, boy. Oh, well, we've seen a lot today. We're hearing a lot.
He was a couple under too, Nick.
Was he really?
He was. Well, he's 2 under early.
Yes, he
I'm not
was
sure.
2 under early and slightly over later.
Lowry.
Ouch.
Look out.
Well, I think he'll find it. At least that's the first plus.
Actually, Duval had a quadruple bogey 2 holes before his 15. Shame. Great man, David. A big fan of his. Schauffele, tricky one. Not a bad lie, though.
Well, it's still got miles to go, I assume. Well, this is just trying. That was trying to hack back into play. See, here's the 11th. Look, these little fern bushes are 1 yard outside the rough. Not even that. And it's the same on the other side of the fairway. They are right in play. They look at them all down the right. These little ferns. Great looking hole. Great, simple, isn't it? Green on top of a giant upslope, 1 bunker. Fabulous golf hole. Wind probably. Oh, there we go. Thank you. The wind is my command.
You think it? It appears.
Oh, Henrik, hang on to him.
We have seen that a few times today.
It's funny when you see it go in the rough. First thing you go, well, it could have been worse. I mean, it really couldn't it? You can go from lost, unplayable, to finding it with a horrendous lie, to all the different grades, to, oh, thank goodness I can get a club on it.
And it won at Birkdale and Carnoustie. Bit of a tough day for Padraig Harrington. 3 over. One of those names. His success, though, having a lot to do with Irish golf and the golf here in Northern Ireland, and the fact that this Open has come back here.
Nick, you've come down there a few times as the champion. Best feeling in the world?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, yeah, it's. You come down in a blur when you're trying to win the darn thing. That's.
Take you back to 11 and McDowell's second.
Yeah, managed to hold that club face square nicely. Very good.
Think about this title too, and it is normally, look at the numbers, a veteran who knows how to get around a links style golf, and obviously a Tom Watson at the age of 59 at Turnberry, open to those who keep playing this game into their later years. Get back to that in a moment. McIlroy for birdie.
Great opportunity here. He saw Paul Casey's putt. This is going right to left.
There you go.
Well, fantastic to get 1 back. Should have a chance at the 8th with a decent tee shot, but then as we've been watching, suddenly got a tough run through 9, 10 and 11. Next par 5 being the 12th.
The leader.
Opportunity hole here at 15. Get it over the ridge. Oh no. way short, way out, considering that's downwind. That's 20 yards short to where he was trying to land it.
Now Robert McIntyre has to get to 5 under. From Oban. Good distance.
He'll walk up there, and Nick, we'll say goodbye to you. You've got other duties. Going to see you all day on the tube.
Yeah, I'm heading over to Tarico Tower.
Yes,
for 1 o'clock. So thanks, guys, for this morning session. Loved it. Get the feel of the Open.
Work all day on your birthday. Enjoy. You're at the Open.
But I love it.
I know you do.
Your birthday, Nicholas.
62, Sam.
Happy birthday, dear. Well done.
All right, thank
62.
you. 62. If I do 61, I'm definitely retiring. All right, cheers all.
All right, see you, my man. Sergio with a good one here. Sam, you're staying. You and I.
You can't get rid of me.
Oh, look at this for Schauffele.
This is his third. We saw his second. I thought it was an easy shot, and he was only trying to get back to the fairway. No. Little light. He's there on 3. He's got to get up and down for his bogey.
All in all, somewhat benign along the coast today so far. I think the phrase "it could get worse" was used a moment ago, and that's definitely true weather-wise here.
Yeah, I think the forecast, the later starters had the better of it, but minuscule.
Yeah.
The wind was slightly less, not so much rain. There's a lot of rain forecast this morning. We've not had it. I'm sure it'll turn up at some point.
Heavy rain yesterday. Showers came through, but it's a golf course in this land. Links, I mean, just drains the snap of a finger. The sand-based. Very rarely do you see stoppage of play because of water puddling. We have, but it doesn't happen a lot. Molinari right in the middle of the fairway, Billy, right?
Yeah, perfectly placed, and with that whole location exposed today, just out on that left-hand side of the green, he's got a great look here, 129 yards. Helping breeze has died down just a bit. Ball slightly above his feet. Love the balance in that swing, always in control. That comes up well short. That's going to come down probably some 20 yards short of the green. Total miscue.
Schauffele from trouble to here.
You can see it is his 4th shot. It wasn't an easy one. That's a tough one back down the hill to hole, and he's that for bogey.
Been on from the very front of this green, but it is for eagle. Man, who won at Wentworth a few years ago. Big win this side of the Atlantic.
Great effort there from the front of the green.
Sam, what do you think the biggest adjustment as we go to McIlroy here to links golf when you haven't played much of it? And we'll get out to Rory and get that answer in a moment. Kurt?
He's got 3-wood here, Terry. The wind is from the right. It's 270 to the first bunker on the right. Should be able to ride this right to left wind with this club and stay out of the second. And he's kind of right in between the 2 bunkers. This should be fine. Oh, it got up on the hill. He hit that solid. Here it comes.
That's okay. I think the difference, Terry, is you've really got to play within yourself. You got to play half shots a lot of the time in Seaside, because obviously the harder you hit it, the more spin you impart. And when it's windy, a lot of spin is never good.
Here's a man who's really embraced it and loves it. Ricky Fowler, and you expect him to get one at some point over here.
I love his game, Terry. I think he's just such a great addition to world golf. I do hope he gets a major soon. Might be this week. That was a great shot. Just a
Players
class act.
champ. Looking for a major and would love to get it over here because he's played well in the Open. Comes over, plays the week before in the Scottish Open. Did not play great last week, but looking to turn it on today. But it's Webb Simpson, another American, who is on top of the leaderboard at 5 under through 14 here at the Open.
You see Byung Hanan at the bottom there. We saw his eagle putt at the second. He birdied the first as well, so he's a couple under.
Graham McDowell here at 11. This to get it to 3 under par.
Got a chance, got a chance. Oh, so close for McDowell. As I said earlier, he knows every single blade of grass in this golf course, and he's well capable of winning this week. Now the third, Kisner at the 7th. Perfect layout. Come out right. Not his best.
The club wasn't on the ball long enough to do anything to it.
Molinari, look what is in front of him and between him and the flag. Well, he tried one of those. Tried.
I'm surprised there, Terry. He's got a lot of green there. I know it's down breeze and it looks horrific from there, but it's so hard to judge these, especially with a lob wedge in his hand. It's not gonna shoot and release up the hill. It's gonna almost check a little bit. I'm not saying it was the wrong shot. He is the defending champion. He knows a bit more than me, but
did not work out. Bogey putt for Schauffele. You're going to have one of those or two along the way, right? On this golf course.
This is Webb Simpson trying to give his par, stay at the top. Oh, it's a beauty from Simpson. Excellent par. 5 birdies, no bogeys. That'll get it done.
And you can see it coming. Played well at the Open, the U.S. Open, the Canadian Open as well. Molinari, he's a par putt. As they suddenly are bathing in sunshine. Look at the difference in these images. Kisner for birdie at 7.
Just gets over the hill fast from there. Will it turn? Will it turn? Not quite for Kisner. That's okay. 3 under par. Par 5. He would have liked to have burned that, obviously, but he would certainly enjoy his 3 under start.
I'm going to bring you back in for a fun one here for Lowry.
Yeah, it wasn't a very nice tee shot, was it? And can he get it over the hill? Because if he does, it's done really well.
And that's okay. He can up and down it for par there.
Harrington, familiar pre-putt routine here for the man from Ireland. You hate that. Those sitting at 18 certainly do. Appreciative applause, though. You like this putting stroke?
Oh, is it just Ben Crenshaw personified? This was birdie. Lovely third in. Come on, well done, Ricky. He gets it under par. He has all the shots, I think, Dom.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it makes the game look so simple. He's a quick player too, you know, and he's good looking. It's not fair, is it, Sam?
I didn't. You saw men as good looking, Dom. I'll look at you in a different light now.
Lowry here for birdie at 17.
How does that not fall in? That would have been the birdie of the year there for Lowry. If it just go across. Molinari for bogey.
You know, there's momentum in golf. There's momentum in golf shows as well. Right now we're in one of those where miss. Something building here. Waiting for one to make. Francesco going the wrong way. All right, take it to Gary Woodland here in the fairway, Kurt.
After that good tee shot, 2-iron off the tee, he's got 158 to the hole. He was rehearsing sort of a cut swing, trying to hold this up against the breeze. Yeah, really good. The wind's helping a little bit from the right.
Robert McIntyre. Second hit on the 14th. Really long, narrow green, this one. Only 14 yards wide in certain areas. He's asking for it to get up, and that is not, just going to feed back away from the hole just slightly. I think this Harry Colt did some good work, Sam. As you know, Sunningdale is fabulous, but this place is unbelievable.
Extraordinary, Dom. We just watched Garcia on 16, most famous hole on the course. Oh, this is just a beauty. Is it up? It's a touch right. No, that's gorgeous. That is control. That's how to play seaside golf.
Harry Colt, who played a role in Pine Valley back in the States as well, and recent tournament, Hamilton Golf and Country Club in Ontario. Classic designs. McIlroy's second.
That's a good shot. You still got to be a little bit careful. You got to keep it slightly right of the pin, that left side. You missed that green there, it's going to roll off 25 yards.
Harry Colt was also an original founder of the Royal and Ancient Rules Committee. He's quite an accomplished golfer too, Terry. He got to the semi-final of the British Amateur in 1906. But I don't think you could ever build the courses he's built if you weren't a good golfer.
He didn't understand what goes into building a great golf course and the shots. Yeah, Sunningdale is, for many people, if they ever get a chance to play there, ends up being their favorite place in the world.
Just watch Pepperell. This for a 70. That'll be an excellent day for him. Had a great final round at Carnoustie a few years ago. It's a good day. A lot of bogeys, a lot of birdies.
There's that view high above the tee at 18, Lowry.
Just love the flow of that golf swing. He just bunted that down there. Soft swing, trying to keep that ball under the wind. Lovely, beautiful position.
The swing definitely reminds me of the great himself, they used to call him, Christie Senior. Christie O'Connor Senior. Gorgeous, lovely wristy player, great swing. Look.
Check in with Casey in front of the green, Kurt.
Well, he landed his second shot right on the front edge with a bunch of spin. Came back down to here. He's got a good lie. The problem here is he has to pitch over that false front and downwind. Trying to make it stop is going to be the challenge. Well done.
Well, Stenson. He's got that reliable 3-wood. 258. hole. It's just flushes at this guy. And that's not going to make it up the hill. And that's going to keep feeding away, but it's not too bad a spot.
Large gallery, obviously, for Rory. He'll have one for Tiger this afternoon. McIlroy right now for another birdie.
Trying to build a little bit of momentum right to left down the hill. Nothing wrong with that putt.
How did that not turn a little bit more? McDowell.
Not 5 yards closer than Stenson, but Stenson is certainly longer, certainly with that 3-wood, so you wonder if McDowell can get home into a 9 miles. Well, the breeze keeps changing, and that went high.
Oh, Graham. Left somehow. Don't miss it there.
There's a man that knows the course very well. He knew not to miss it down. It may not be as bad as he thinks.
Woodland.
Same line as Rory. He has a great idea. This is very makeable from about 15 feet.
Thought it was going to do the same thing Rory did. Simpson here from the edge. Take that flag away. Looking to make it, get it to 6 under.
He's had a few chances to get to 6. Can he make this one? He can. He can. Oh, that's going to fall. He's allowed to get to the hole in normal time and count to 10. It's not going to go. It's not.
Just enough green between, Sam.
Put your shadow over it. They say that helps.
Jump up and down a couple of times.
I lost a tournament with that once. I didn't know the rule about how long you could wait. I waited. I think it was 24 seconds. The ball fell in, and I lost by a shot.
And they say patience is a virtue. Come on. Kim is 3rd here at the par 5.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
That was special, Terry. We don't see much spin on Seaside, do we? Oh, my goodness. But that is into the wind.
Now Sergio, great tee shot. 3 under. And he's rolling it nicely today. That rhythm on the stroke looks really good. Just not quite hitting it. I saw him hit a 3-wood in here yesterday in the practice round. Short. This hole can be a beast.
This ball is 5 on us, 9 short at 140. That's where we're going to try to put you. 140, 130.
Kevin Kisner here.
Just more down than off.
They did get rid of the single-use plastics.
Back there and 20 feet right of it. For people, you see where it goes down that tip, like that. 130 shots should land about 140. Huh? Yep.
There was something like 150,000 single-use plastic bottles at the Open Championship last year. It's a magnificent move by the R&A. Hope the whole world follows them. It's funny though, it was probably one of the best inventions ever when it came out. No one realized the severity of what it would come to.
Molinari over his 2nd.
148 yards. He chose to play driver off the tee, so green light situation here. Wind has died down. Just below his feet. Any breeze at all is back into his face.
Well, that's more like Molinari. This is the machine. Poor double bogey, the last one.
There's the look for Shane Lowry at 18, his second.
Dinking right. And I think that's in the bunker. That's the hardest hole on the golf course at the moment. The 18th, playing to an average of 4.52. It's going to be a tough up and down from there. Oh, it's not in the bunker. If that's the right bunker, I don't think that is.
Beautiful shot, though. Just not the one in play there at 18. Simpson up by ones. Had a few chances to get it to 6 under. And Lowry's some trouble coming home.
It's the hardest hole in the course, Tom. There's only 21 guys played it as well.
Oh, yeah. Wait till the rest of the field get to it. You surprised by the score, Sam, or?
Very much so. I think the score is exceptionally good. I didn't expect many, but the weather's nothing like what they said it would be this morning. And McIlroy.
It's just under 300 to that second bunker, so he's going to try to take this left center off the tee. Dog leg right to left here at the 9th. That's why he hit 3-wood.
They are trying to get him back in it, aren't they? And it is possible. Another welcome here for one of their own, this island at least.
What did you consider your home open, Turnberry or Troon, Sam? West of Scotland there.
Troon. I live nearer to Troon, so that would be just what Fratelli, last week's winner. That's another great putt. Tom, have you seen him with glasses on before?
You don't recognise him?
No, I don't.
No, it's completely different. But yeah, I have. Sometimes he wears sunglasses, but these are like, they're not sunglasses, are they?
Well, if they are, it's the wrong day to wear them. Now Noren to go 4. Oh, he knew he'd pushed it. The knees went halfway down. Just a par, but he's 3 under, 4 for 68. He'd take that every day.
So Kevin Kisner just inside that edge, lengthy one. Could you adapt to the green reading books?
No, never. I've never seen one, so I don't really know how to adapt, to be honest. I guess, in this day and age, there's so much information going around, you might as well take use of it.
Trust me, you won't be able to see the arrows, Sam. I certainly can't. They're tiny. You need reading glasses to see them. Or you need to be young. Oh!
But they work. They're effective.
We saw all the lines there. Fantastic birdie for Kisner. He gets to 4 under after 8. Beautiful card, 2 birdies and an eagle. Have another look at this one all the way up the green. The speed was brilliant the whole way, and obviously the line was perfect. It's going up at a nice space. It's only going to go a foot past. Oh, it's gorgeous. Just poured it in the front of the hole.
Shane's 3rd. Yep. Of course, we talk about players who have played this golf course many times. It has changed. I mean, if you played it for many years, the last couple of years with the new holes, 7 and 8, 17 and 18, normally not here anymore, the normal ones, old ones.
When they moved the clubhouse from the town to its original, where it is now, the Club Pro designed 2 holes for them because they lost 1 in 18 and they are now 10 and 11. I think it's 500 yards longer than it was in 51.
Billy Ray, what about Francesco?
Yeah, coming down the hill, trying to turn things around, Sam, a bit here. He's gone south. He's putting the ball in the fairway, but his approach shots have been something less than desired.
It's tough to tell yourself, though, when you're as good as he is and you're a couple over, 4 or 5 under leading, you're 6 behind.
15 Open champs in the field this week. Phil Mickelson, that win at Muirfield in 2013.
Why the diet? Okay. Terry?
He's constantly trying to find ways to be his best physically at this age to compete at this level. And I think that's the latest for Phil.
Okay. And most players who are a little bit carry a little bit of weight, when they lose it, the swing changes so much because you have effortless power with a bit of weight. I did it myself. I lost a lot of weight once, and I couldn't wait to get back off the diet.
You're like most. Phil does travel his own path, you know, too. Lowry for par.
Yeah, let's hope he makes it. There'll be a big roar. Well done. Round of 67. There's a stat I read that the last 10 winners of the Open Championship, the average world ranking was 33. He's 33 and the age is 32. And guess what? How old he is? He's 32.
Did you back him?
No, I
Did you put any money in?
No, I didn't. Silly.
Fowler. This for birdie here at 8. Yet another one that hangs. Going to give it the full 10.
I tell you, it looks like it's moving.
Yes, here is soon. I'll go to over 10. He needs to be careful. You're only allowed 10 seconds. A reasonable amount of time to get to the hole, wait for 10 and knock it in.
Yep. Just killed him to do that, didn't it? All right, Webb Simpson now. Second at 17.
Lovely swing. He has what? We just pulled it. Just pulled it into the bunker. His backswing just is exactly the same as his follow through. Very few players are able to do that. I think Stevie Elkington was the only one I can think of that did it.
Noren second to the 18th. Just rotates hard through the ball, does Alex Noren. Just coming up a little bit short. Oh, I looked at Simpson's ball. I thought that didn't go into the bunker. I thought it hung in the long grass. We'll have to wait and see. If it is, it's going to be a horrible up and down.
You know, down the other number as we take you to Francesco Molinari on the tee here that jumped out to me coming in and talking about veterans. Since 2007, only had 3 winners of the Open under the age of 35. It's been guys who know their way around a links. Molinari now.
Well, with this helping breeze, Terry, 440 yards this par 4. You got to challenge the right-hand side here. Going with that club there, you take it up the left, you take the chance of going through the fairway.
McIlroy. 138.
Just made his first birdie of the day. Another beauty. He's been set a challenge like he's never been set before with his start, 5 over after 3. He's well capable of still winning this, you know. Don't count him out. He can get around to 72 today, 1 over. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I love the 13th. McDowell, 200 yards.
Yeah, plays down about 10.
I mean, go right anytime today.
Oh, was it left bunker? Oh, he did get that bounce. A little bit like Emiliano Grillo's, not quite as good. But he will accept that when the ball was in the air. That was heading straight for the bunker.
Grillo holding one, didn't he? It'd be tough to emulate that.
I don't believe this is in the bunker. Nope. It almost was. Oh, you mentioned it, how tough that was going to be.
No, I had no shot. He'd much rather have been in the bunker. I had much more of a chance of getting up and down now. Kisner. Simple swing, isn't it?
Very repetitive, and that's a swing. Just a bit right, but the simpler the swing, the easier it is to repeat it, Dom, isn't it? And I think that's the secret of the game, is repeating.
Webb. This would be a par.
Yeah, on Tuesday the wind was in the opposite direction. Guys were driving it almost to the front edge of the green, you know, and now today it's causing them all sorts of problems, the 17th.
Here's Bobby McIntyre. Just to get to 4 under. This would tie the lead because Simpson's going to drop one. Oh, that was so close. Great try.
Take you up to 17. Sergio, this for birdie.
He looks ready to play this week, Sergio. Oh, I guess I get that feeling he's up for it. He's focused. He's had 10 top 10s in this championship.
Dylan Fratelli coming up over the mounds here is second at 16.
That was excellent touch there. Touch from Fratelli. No chance of his par.
Calamity Corner. A lot of players in that area left of that green because right is absolutely nowhere you want to be. See where the McIlroy group is. Kurt Byram with them. Here's McIlroy.
He hit a beautiful little holding 9-iron in here, hole high, so it's just slightly downhill, sliding to the right. Good chance to make one.
Those roars will get louder as they start to believe in a comeback. Two of the last three. He's going to ask you, and then you said it. You think if you can get back to maybe a 72 today?
Yeah, anything there, anything near 72, you're never going to be out of the open. This is going to be a long week. It's not, I wouldn't call it a marathon because it'll pass by in a flash. Now this is the leader for bogey. This is no gimme. Knocked it straight in. Good putt. It's a good 5 in the end, and he goes back to 4 under, 1 to play.
Alex Noren came up short with his second. He's using a putter from, oh, what, 15 feet off the green. It's going to swing from the right. Pace looks pretty good. Oh, that was this. 5 wins in a calendar year, Alex Noren, about 18 months ago, but just gone off the ball slightly since the Ryder Cup.
Casey for birdie on 9. Let's go out in 35. Wow, well done, Paul Casey. He made an extraordinary birdie earlier on in the round. 5th. Could have been a 6. It ended up being a 3, and that's a good 9 for the young Englishman.
I'd like some hops here. Be able to jump a little bit. Get a look at that flag, because right now he probably can't see it. Molinari's second.
Just 129 yards. Love the angle from the right-hand side. Little backstop behind this hole should help him.
I was unlucky, but still an opportunity. He's off the green, but this is the narrowest green I think I've ever seen.
You got to walk up at single file.
Rain just starting to fall once again. Umbrellas out back in the grandstand around that opening tee as we get set for the announcement of the next game, game 34.
This is game number 34. On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
Came over, played last week. High hopes this week. What do you think about his chances?
Absolutely fantastic. He played great last week. The poor third afternoon, I think, back 9. Had a good day in the last day. Great player. Hits the ball very hard. It was lovely. Great rhythm.
On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Really gotten to know him the last couple of years as he has risen up the ranks in golf and through the Ryder Cup, obviously, and now here at the Open. His best finish a couple of years ago, tied for 12th.
On the tee from Denmark, Torbjørn Olesen.
The 29-year-old from Denmark who lives in London now. 5 wins on the European Tour. Was at the Open some years ago where golf fans really first started to take notice of him. And wind up to 18 miles an hour now. Be careful. Okay.
It looks like a pretty nasty lie he's got there. I don't think he can get up to the green.
Par putt coming up. Alex Noren.
.68 it is. Good day for Alex Noren. The old adage, you can't win it in the first day, but you can certainly lose it. Just looking for a good solid start, and that's exactly what 68 is.
Par 71, some 7,300 yards long. Royal Portrush hosting this Open for the second time. Some good scores here on that first page. Already done for the day. 67 in the clubhouse, the best for Shane Lowry. McDowell at 2 under. Those guys, Russell Knox also been on at 2 under par.
Sam, did you watch the early coverage of the Open when you were playing late in the afternoon?
Oh, 1,000,000%. I watched as many minutes of it as I could and glean as much information as I could.
I think you can learn a lot from it, right?
Absolutely. Kisner. Tough lie here. You can hear the rain now. It's getting a bit horrid out there. Bushes up there. Oh, that's right in the middle of it, Kisner. If you're teeing off at 3 o'clock, I would watch golf from 7 in the morning right through, just lie in my bed and watch it and really enjoy it too. Get the juices going.
Oh, awkward stance. It seems like the ball's below his feet, even though he's putting. You don't see that in many other places, but on links courses. Now the wind is really starting to pick up now.
Webb Simpson, final tee.
And that was a caddy saying good drive, so you can guarantee it's down the middle. He ain't going to kid you on. And that's perfect.
You see the out of bounds left coming into play here at 18 at all?
Oh, absolutely, Terry. If that wind comes off the right, straight right to left, it's very difficult to hold that fairway.
Wow. After that slightly fortunate tee shot, can he take advantage? Rock solid round, not a bogey on the card for Graham McDowell. Can he make his first birdie of the day? Bryson DeChambeau.
Got your answer. Bogey back at 7, the par 5, out in 1 over, but gets one back there. Saw that tee shot here, and you cannot see the golf ball here left of this fairway. Deep stuff. Olsen.
Go.
We'll take that from there. Next one won't be easy, but on the surface. Listen in.
Yeah, you gotta be right on the flag there. Down off the right.
Yeah, it'll take it a little bit. Safe shot. Jump up to 18, and Sergio's second.
Slight upslope for Sergio. Just a nasty squally shower. Wonderful finishing hole. And that one just catches the right-hand bunker.
Slide back here. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, just with the kind of aiming that way. No problem. You clean?
Yeah, very.
All right.
What do you think 90's playing right now on a regular flight?
I think it's playing 215 on a regular flight.
It just seems to be dying right now.
Then just regular flight it, but there's nothing wrong that can happen there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good trust.
So Webb Simpson's caddy thinks it's playing 25 yards more into this 18th, back into the wind. Having a great day, the American.
Hold it up, Win.
Yeah, and that'll play.
Putting.
Same level as the putting surface, so that's not a bad miss for Webb Simpson.
I like his caddy there saying there's nothing that can go wrong there. Well, hello, this is links golf. There's always plenty that can go wrong. McIlroy, well, back to 3 over. Most horrific start you could possibly imagine at any Open, let alone on your back doorstep. But you know what? The boy has got some going. If he can get this back to 1 or 2 over, absolutely, he's still in it. He's got so much talent.
Now quickly across to Graham McDowell. Second shot. He would have been a little bit nervous this morning. He's doing a good job keeping those thoughts away.
Chase up there. Big bounce.
Got great imagination as G-Mac. Yeah, that's a good effort. Now the wispy stuff, that'll do. That's a good shot.
Thank you.
Kisner, after taking a drop, it's just come out a little dead and into that breeze. It's stalled on him. It will backtrack. So many of these greens repel shots, repel balls if they're anywhere near the edges.
Now third shot for Tommy Fleetwood, back down over a little bit of a saddle. Has to chip it. It's one of the only greens on the course where long isn't so bad today.
Long range for bogey. He would love to get down in 2 from there. And still quite a bit of work to be done to avoid a triple bogey.
One of the favourites for this week. What a recent record he has in the majors. Unbelievable. Brooks Koepka. What kind of Portrush is he going to enjoy? That'll do for starters. Up ahead on the green. Just a little squally shower coming through, but it seems to be having passed already, which is good. This was the forecast for today.
Yeah, slow putt there for Torbjorn Olesen up the hill at the first. Always nice to try and get it close if possible. Early doors get the first tee nerves away. Now move across to Sergio after misjudging his second shot at 18. Bit of a downslope here. Got to really work across the ball from right to left, try and get some spin on the ball. Yeah, always been a great bunker player, and there's a fine example of that.
Bob McIntyre, as he likes to be known. Second at 16. Keep coming, keep coming. Delightful little chip. Missed the cut by 1 last week at the Scottish. Fought down the home stretch to make it and then just got edged out by a shot with a cut mark at 5 under.
Webb Simpson tied for the lead at 4 under, dropped a shot at 17. Was a little aggressive. Just a nice linksy breeze at the moment, fellas, isn't it? Nothing more than that.
Yeah, enough to keep you on your toes and to keep you thinking. that is for sure. But that sort of strength where if you play nicely, there are scores to be made. Just slips by for Justin Thomas.
Now McIlroy. He's having a tough day out there, but this will certainly help. This should move left to right. See some early nerves this morning. It's not easy playing in your pretty much hometown almost. It's just got to stay in it.
Kisner for a double bogey, remember? Cool. A triple would be a showstopper. A double still is. Yes, nicely hold. It's a bit of a hiccup, but he's still 2 under.
Another man who missed the cut last week in the Scottish Open. Acclimatising to the change in conditions, change in weather, change in time. Thomas to save his par at the first. Oh! He did play well last week. Former US PGA champion.
Now England's Paul Casey having a solid start to his week. Couple of birdies and a bogey. Crowds are massive. Very few grandstands. It's fantastic to watch all these humps and hollows. You get 5 or 10 deep in the crowd, so they can all get a good spot to watch from. This one's a little down off the right for Paul.
Man well capable of winning a major. He's had 1 or 2 chances over the years. Back to Simpson to save his par at the last. Oh, that's a horrible finish for the American. Bogey. Still a very good opening round. 68, 3 under. But having played 16 holes without dropping a shot, he drops a couple in the last 2, and that always hurts.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood just trying to get up and down from the back of the green at number 1. Yeah, solid as ever, Tommy. Well done. Nice relaxed start for Fleetwood.
Good start to the Open for Sergio Garcia. He didn't want to spoil it with a bogey. You can see the little fist bump there. That's a very good start for Sergio Garcia.
So important, Doogie, in the Open Championship. Get off to a good start. You never know when these squally showers come through, so it really is important to get off to a good start early in the week.
How many times have we seen it, the weather changing completely? You might play in the morning in wind and rain and then get lovely evening sunshine. It's part of the essential unfairness of this great game. Dylan Fratelli coming here off the back of that win at the John Deere Classic and taking full advantage of his late ticket to the Open. I remember, Tony, years ago now, you and a few other of our South African colleagues, Dale Hayes and Dennis Hudson, all saying Dylan Fratelli is going to be a star. And you weren't wrong.
No, he's on the way there, isn't he? He really is. Oh, beauty. G-Mac. I think they're enjoying that slightly. Nearly as much as he is.
Yeah, fantastic. More importantly, no bogeys so far today for G-Mac.
Amazing to think that he only got into this Open on his home course by taking one of the qualifying places of the Canadian Open. it would have been heartbreaking for him to miss it. So he gets in, gets this huge welcome, and now he's high in the leaderboard. Great to see. 1 under 70s for Charlie Hoffman, Andrew Putnam, Eddie Pepperell and Brandon Grace. Henrik Stenson, who played well last week, just didn't hold the putt. You bet your life he's been spending some time on the putting green over the last few days. Chris Wood, who's had all sorts of injury problems. Good to see Woody fit again. 1 under through 5. Matt Fitzpatrick, an even par 71 here at Royal Portrush. Jake McLeod of Australia, another of the qualifiers to the Open qualifying series. Tommy Fleetwood and Torbjorn Olesen parring their opening hole. Xander Schauffele, many people's tip to have a very good Open. 1 over through 13 at the moment. Tom Lehman, the 96 champion at Royal Lytham St Anne's. Emiliano Grillo, a hole-in-one in his 73. The highly rated American amateur Brandon Wu, a 73 in his first Open. Beef Johnston qualified last week in Scotland, 2 over with 2 to play. Ian Poulter's a couple over as well. So is Haotong Lee, who was 3rd behind Spieth and Kuchar at Birkdale 2 years back. And the defending champion Francesco Molinari not off to the ideal start. Bit of work to do for Francesco. But of course the story of this opening day is Rory McIlroy. An 8 at the opening hole. And to be fair to him, after dropping to 5 over, he has got a couple back. And as Tony was saying, if he can finish even just 1 over, 2 over par, it will represent a vast improvement on where he stood in the first green. Bad start for Andy Sullivan and for Phil Mickelson, 76. All right, back to Rory. Par 3, sorry, the par 4, 11th.
Oh no, sit, 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 hold it, hold it, hold it. Might be okay. Twice. Yeah, all right, might be down Rory.
Have a look at this great golf swing of Rory McIlroy. The only negative sometimes, he does drop the club head a little bit behind him, but he rotates his hips forward, through and up very well, that left side. And for me, the mindset for him now is just trying to claw his way back somewhere near level par. 1 over wouldn't be a disaster. A couple of good chances coming in. Another flashy pair of shoes there with the yellow edge as we look at another flashy pair of shoes. Paul Casey. Also a very long hitter of the golf ball. High launcher. The rain falls, just makes it harder. These squally showers that come and go so quickly.
Will be Louis Oosthuizen to putt first for a birdie. Can it get there? Can it get there? Slightly shy, but it's a good solid opening hole for the South African.
Yeah, Francesco Molinari off to a decent start. Made a double bogey at the 8th, which was out of nowhere, really.
Koepka for an opening birdie, just slips past. He'll take his 4, I'm sure. Huge advantage to him this week, having Ricky Elliott on the back. Ricky, who grew up in the area. He was actually the best of the local amateurs. He was better than his great friend Graham McDowell. At that age, anyway. Umbrellas going up in the stand. Ricky knows every step of Royal Portrush. Ian Brooks already been round to see his mum and dad this week, catching up with all sorts of old friends. As a combination, they'll be tough to beat this week. Such a laid-back character, Brooks. He said it's great having Ricky in the bag. I just walk onto the tee and I tell him, okay, you've played it more than I have. Tell me what to hit. Where do I hit it? And of course, Brooks then just does it.
Yeah, it's a great gift, that, Doogie, isn't it?
Yes, it does help. It's all very well being told where to hit it. He then does what he's told.
Yeah, I'm always struggling to do what I'm told, to be honest.
Yes, I've spoken to Mrs. Wall. Ooh, that's not such a pretty picture now over Portrush. A really heavy squall passing through. We're assured it won't last for too long.
Paul Casey has had to take a drop as we watch Gary Woodland. Decent lie, but the grass is now wet. It's heavier, it's juicier, and just that much harder to gauge whether you'll get a flyer or whether it'll come out dead. That's gone off sideways. Oh my goodness, that can happen with a wet golf ball. Bit of water between club face and ball and you get a mini sideways flyer.
Yeah, this is where the role of a caddy, a good caddy, really comes into its own. Got to keep everything dry because you've still got a good couple of hours of play left. And also where a good set of waterproofs can really, that you are comfortable in and you can play in them. Sounds simple, but it's very much needed this week.
And it is absolutely hammering down now in our commentary position. Look at that out there. That is just ugly. That's when you really want two other guys to be playing before you. Nasty.
Hard to conceive of just what a shattering experience that must have been for Rory in the opening hole. You think of all the expectation, all his expectation. We spoke to him at the Scottish Open last week. He was so looking forward to this week, not intimidated by it in the slightest, knows the level of expectation, but was genuinely looking forward to coming back to Northern Ireland, to Royal Portrush, expecting to do well. Walking onto the first tee, that roar of welcome, and looks what's happened.
I can show you exactly what it feels like, Doogie. You stand outside of the room, I'll stand the other side, and I'll take a running, flying kick. You'll see just how Rory felt going to the second tee.
Ouch.
Yeah, 3-wood for Koepka. Just trying to avoid those right-hand bunkers. Just get it down the left-hand side. There is a new one down there. That's okay. It's just about staying alive the next 20 minutes. Try not to drop any shots and let this shower pass through if possible.
And Wally, I mean, you would just much rather have the wind, wouldn't you, than this? This is horrible. The grips get wet, the glove gets wet, everything. It's chaos.
Yeah, this is a tough putt up and over the saddle. That's pretty well judged. A little bit of a wide, but it's not bad considering the conditions.
No, queues outside the gates of Royal Portrush at 6 a.m.
Yep, thank you.
A sellout open. The first ever. Casey, 104 into the 11th.
Yeah, That's a pretty smart play. You can't be short there today at 11. Real false front. Just taking his medicine. Give himself a chance from behind the hole. Paul Casey.
G-Mac, ball above his feet. This is going to want to sling from right to left when he hits it. The wind is out of the left, which will help straighten things up. And all in all, he's worked that out pretty well and executed it rather nicely. Cool. Soaking wet in 1 minute flat in this rain.
Just a gap wedge for Tommy Fleetwood. Just trying to get this on the right level. Up you go. Yeah, fine shot. And getting better. Beautiful shot, Fleetwood. He'll have some support this week, won't he, guys?
Hideki Matsuyama for birdie at 10. Good looking putt. Great looking putt. And of course it's the Open. So even though the Irish players will get a specially loud welcome and especially loud encouragement, every single player will get the applause that the shot deserves. They're a knowledgeable and enthusiastic crowd here.
There you get a sense of how much rain is coming down. Dylan Fratelli into the last. There's no bogeys on this back nine, so he would love to get up and down, have a clean back nine. He's 4 under right now. Good morning's work for the South African. Of course, he won last week, so he's full of confidence.
Opening round of the Open Championship at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland. Shane Lowry and Dylan Fratelli tied for the lead at 4 under. Shane already in with a 67. Dylan Fratelli, as you saw, looking to get up and down to match it. Good to see Alex Noren playing well. He's had a pretty awful season, Alex. Really hasn't done very much at all. I don't think he's had a top 20 in stroke play. His best finish was in the WGC match play when he reached the last 32, I think it was. Webb Simpson and Sergio Garcia both round in 68. Young Bob McIntyre of Scotland finishing well. 2 to go. He's on 3 under. Ben Hahn off to a flying start. And Bert Wiesberger, the winner here in Ireland 2 weeks ago.
As the rain continues to pummel the players.
Apologies, Bert Wiesberger wasn't the winner here in Ireland. He was winner last week in Scotland. My short-term memory is definitely going over his.
At least you can remember who you are, Diggs. I've struggled with that. The saucy little chip that was there. McIntyre. Birdie putt. He looked very confident with the putter last week, and it continues. Beautifully holed.
I don't think Bob's forgotten the waterproofs. I think he's just one of the many players that don't like playing in waterproofs.
Yeah, it's amazing the mindset when you've got 1 hole to go, though, isn't it? You get wet, don't you?
He's well and truly soaked through, isn't he? Bet your life he's smiling, though.
Out at 11. It looks like the rain's eased a little. McIlroy. Oh, this is in deep stuff. Well, he got a good contact on that. He must have had a very good lie, which you do not expect on those grassy mounds. Just clipped it off there. Beautifully played.
His home is actually in Hollywood, which is about 65 miles or so away, just outside Belfast. Not staying at home this week at the option of commuting, but decided to rent a house near the course instead. As we go to Fleetwood at 2nd for a birdie. Worst of the weather seems to have passed. Hopefully there's some Blue skies following behind.
Yeah, and after that little squall, looked like the winds dropped temporarily. They say the tide changes at 2:15, so it's getting around about that time. Another 45 minutes to go.
See the evidence there of the ball skidding through the green, Tony.
Yeah, it's just you just don't know after a heavy rain like that, do you? You're still expecting it to grip a little bit, as you say. Well, he definitely just skidded, but his confidence is, he's just flying at the moment after that win last week. He never made a cut in an Open Fratelli.
Good par for Justin Thomas. 26-year-old, originally from Kentucky, but now lives in Jupiter, Florida. Look at those wonderful runoffs. A real feature of the Great Links here at Royal Portrush.
Three birdies so far for McDowell. This is an outside chance. Has got to hang on and give it a go. Course is in spectacular condition this week.
Good drive from Koepka down. Par 5 second. I haven't had the chance to watch him, but I heard that in the practice rounds he was absolutely puring it. Incredible how he turns it on for the majors. It really is unbelievable. Rory was asked last week if he'd give up his year with 2 wins and 11 top 10s for Koepka's season with 1 major, and said no. Well, I think that's absolute nonsense. Absolute tosh. He doesn't need the cash. Of course he'd take the year with the majors.
Casey for a par. He'll be holding this one and get out of there if he can. This will be grabbing one. There you go, poor Casey. Dodged a bullet there after a wayward tee shot. Sometimes it's little things like that can make a huge difference to your week. Keeps the momentum going.
Fratelli at the final hole. This would be a glorious way to finish the day. He stays down unbelievably well. He never looks up before the ball is well on its way with the putter. Sounds easy to do. It's a bogey, but still a fine day's work from Dylan Fratelli. He's a man who knows where he's headed in this game.
It's all beyond Ollison at 3. Players were going long here this morning. They weren't quite judging it, but now the wind's dropped a little bit. Oh, there's a golf shot. Beautiful controlled from the young Dane. Now, important putt here for McIlroy. That keeps the card going. Most importantly, it keeps the bogeys off the card at this point. Needs to get going.
Fleetwood at 3, just easing one in there. Yeah, nicely played, dead pin high.
Little tester here, Tony, for McDowell down the hill.
Isn't it just? Oh, he expected that to break left to right. He was aimed left edge, put a good stroke on it, didn't move a millimetre. He's mystified.
So his fellow Northern Irishman. Tee shot at 12, the par 5 for Rory. Certainly see it as an opportunity to get one back. He's actually 1 under for the holes played since the first.
Yeah, he's not had a bogey for an hour and a half, Doogie, and that's the most important thing. He's now feeling like he's moving forward. That's what he needs to feel like after a poor start. Get back in the game.
Happy Barnrat. Par putt for him at 16. Beauty. Not a man in the field, I think, that would not take a par at the par 3 16th.
Calamity.
Calamity, what a name. They've got some beautiful names, and there's Purgatory.
Yes.
17. Cool.
Beautiful look here of 12 for Paul Casey. 3 were just trying to keep out of those right-hand bunkers. Does like to draw the ball. And that's a beauty.
Oh, look at this from Brooks Koepka. Oh, that was so unlucky. Just beautifully played.
Quickly. Molinari, 5th shot. Unfortunately for Francesco, he's had quite a lot of bother. Up 12.
Face very rarely betrays much emotion, but clear sense of disappointment there from the defending champion. Now back to the tee at 16. Do not go right. Do not ever go right.
Goodness me, it's a
Xander
boomerang.
was listening. But that's what Bobby Locke did, isn't it? All 4 days in the 1951 Open. He knew you couldn't go right. He played into that little hollow there, which is now known as Bobby Locke's Hollow. And he got up and down every day for his par.
Yeah, they said he had first look at the course, didn't he, Dougie? First look at the course, he'd made his plan. That is where I'm going every single day. Not a bad idea.
It's nice they've moved the tee back here. I just feel they're trying to make this whole play like it used to, with the technology changes in play. So they just lengthened it a little, just stretched it out 20 or so yards. So the players are hitting pretty much what they used to 30 or 40 years ago. It sets up well for Graham McDowell here. He likes to hit it from right to left. Yeah, beautiful shot. He'll be loving this.
Koepka just replacing his ball, giving it a quick dry tap in for his birdie at the second.
Let's take another look, though, at this little pitch. Absolute thing of beauty, Wally, isn't it?
Yeah, open stance. And he's just trying to skid it up there as much as possible. And just perfectly played. You know, he's a good 3 or 4 foot below the level of the green, so it's not easy. There you see the ball position off his right foot. A little bit of weight on his left side. A little bit more height there than I thought, actually. Perfect golf shot for Brooks Koepka.
Now, this is a shot that every player is going to have to play well this week if they've got ambitions to win the Claret Jug.
Yeah, it's probably the most practiced shot, I would have said, in the first 3 days this week. Practicing that little low, skiddy one. So many beautiful runoffs around this course.
A look down on the mighty links of Royal Portrush. Shane Lowry and Bob McIntyre tied for the lead at 4 under par. The Scots still with a hole to play. Noren, Simpson, Garcia, Fratelli all round in 68. Longasca 69. One of the great things, I remember the first time I ever came to Royal Portrush, maybe 20 years or so ago, to play the course, and as you come over the hill and suddenly there it is in front of you, the whole of this beautiful little town and the golf course just lying spread out before you. Honestly, the sense of excitement is very special.
After a well-judged tee shot for Fleetwood, that was a great opportunity, and he takes it. It's a good solid start, 1 under par already for Fleetwood. And that's the start you need, downwind the first 3 or 4 holes.
Ooh. Here comes the rain again, as the Eurythmics once said. It's a bogey for the defending champion. Four over par.
With Koepka tapped in for his birdie, Louis Oosthuizen tried to follow him in, and he does. Nice, the pair of them. 1 under par after 2 holes.
Now McIntyre, seriously exciting young talent from Scotland. Bunkered off the tee. Yeah, good shot there. Never easy playing the last few holes, and desperate to get in with a good score. All of a sudden the heavens open, Doogie.
It's a bit of a bleak picture, isn't it? Spectators know that you always come prepared to the Open.
TheOpen.com. Beautiful pictures.
Looking around those faces, not seeing a lot of joy. But it'll cheer up, folks. And we're at Royal Portrush, and we're at the Open. Every reason to be delighted.
Just an iron, hopefully down the right for Fleetwood, but this feels to me like he's hit a little left. Oh, that needs to get lucky. Hang on now. Hang on now. Oh, I say.
Oh.
And the lottery numbers are.
That doesn't happen very often with seaside bunkers.
And that's purely because of the rain, I think, isn't it? It's just stopped the ball from rolling back.
You'll want to take advantage of that stroke of luck, that's for sure. Ricky Fowler on 11, even par for the day. That's to get into the red figures. Yeah, well done, Ricky.
.175 today at the 3rd for Koepka. Trying to get this just on top, trying to skid it up the green. Yeah, just slightly under the tier. Conditions, that's well judged. Ever changing.
Caddy's working hard to try and keep everything dry for their player.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
US Open champion, Gary Woodland, 2.65 to go. So McIntyre to save his par at the last. It'd be really disappointing for the young Scot if he was to drop a shot at the last. After a lovely round in his Open debut. it was in for a millisecond, then it was out again. But as the old cliche has it, if you'd said to him in the first tee, would you take 68? He'd have been more than happy. Well done, Bob. His rookie season on the European Tour has been impressive, and his Open debut has been pretty impressive too. A lovely little town of Oban on Scotland's west coast. Lovely tourist attraction. His dad's the greenkeeper at the local golf course, Glen Cruton.
Andrew Johnston, aka Beef. It's so nice to see Beef back and playing properly again, competing. He's had a lot of issues. Not his best putt, just a misread, I think, judging by the reaction.
And turning his life around, which is good to see. Going to be a dad in December. The par 5 12th. 247 for Rory.
The crowd's a lot less than I expected walking around. Yeah.
Is that little smile because he's happy, or because no? It's because he's a little bit concerned. Pulled that one a little bit. At the end of 2018, Graham McDowell was ranked 238 in the world rankings, and the prospects then of playing here at Royal Portrush were pretty remote. Well done, G. Mackin. Climbing the rankings, getting a win in the Dominican Republic, and making it to play in his native Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I wonder what he would have done, Doogie. I'd have probably gone on holiday, I think, if I wouldn't have played. It would have broke your heart if you don't play in your home Open.
Yeah, that would just have hurt too much, I think, wouldn't it, Wally? I don't think you'd really want to be here.
You'd probably want no TV or internet and just have a week away somewhere.
Find out a week later who actually won. He's here, though, and he's not only here, but he's playing well. Only 2 off the lead.
Schauffele. Terrific tee shot at 16. Oh, good try.
One of the 4 players who tied for second last year at Carnoustie. He's actually had 7 top 20s and just 10 major starts, and that's a pretty impressive record early on in your major career. He's a proper player, there's no doubt about that. Really nice fella too. Won the WGC in China, got to know him a little bit then.
Now the Iceman, Henrik Stenson. 3 birdies and a couple of bogeys today, so he's going along nicely. He's on his way back, he's coming back into form. Still one of the hardest workers out there, considering now he's in his 40s. Back in the stance there, that's quite unusual. Yeah, beautifully done, good par putt. He stays in red figures for the day.
Tee to green, he was absolutely imperious last week in Scotland. It was the old Henrik. It was the Open champion Henrik. He just didn't hold many putts. If he can get that putter going this week, he's a contender, no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's been much talk about it, hasn't there, Doogie? That if he just gets the putter working half decently, he'll be hard to beat. I think they're right. Rory just going to wander up and have a look at the many undulations. It's amazing, these old links courses. You know, in the days of Colt, these would have been built with hand tools and ox carts, and every single little mound and feature would have been lovingly caressed. And these days they get the bulldozers in and it all gets shoved around. But yeah, they would have spent months and months getting every little slope spot on. It's a juicy lie, but the grass is growing towards the hole, which will help. Pretty dense stuff though, wasn't it?
No, this is running off. That's surprising. Really wasn't that difficult a shot, to be absolutely honest. On 3, Koepka for birdie.
That was a beautiful break for Tommy Fleetwood. I think Anthony Wall was right. I think the rain, the wet fairway stopped that feeding back into the bunker, and second shot into 4, doesn't like it, lost it. Oh, lost it well right. Oh, that's miles right. That's close to 40 yards right at target.
Our defending champion. Not many flat putts around here, but that was just off the right. Little misread there for Molinari. Had a good start. He's just struggled a little bit as the conditions have changed.
A little bit unpleasant just at the moment here at Royal Portrush, opening day of the 148th Open. Shane Lowry leads on his own. 67 for the Irishman. Norrens, Simpson, Garcia, Fratelli, McIntyre, all in with 68s for 3 under. Romain Longasque, who played so well last week in Scotland, 69. Happy Barnrat, McDowell and Kisner, 2 under. I think if you played early this morning and you're sitting in the clubhouse like a Charlie Hoffman or an Andrew Putnam, Eddie Pepple, Brandon Grace, 71 under, I think you'll be too unhappy. We don't know what the weather's going to do this afternoon. We'll probably get a little bit of everything, but anything under par is always a good start in the Open. And how good is it to see Darren Clark up there, an even par 71. A very emotional moment as he walked onto the first tee this morning, 6:35 in the morning. And the company of James Sugru, the amateur champion, who's also round and even. Great effort by the Irishman from the Mallow Golf Club in Cork. There's Jordan Spieth just getting underway. Par at the first, as Mark Leishman and Danny Willett.
In she goes for Molinari. It does look bleak out there, doesn't it? But these are the questions that you get asked on a links course. Can you handle the wind? Can you handle the weather? Can you handle the course? Can you handle yourself?
Wind, as you can see from the flagstick.
Now Rory McIlroy, after quite a curious third. I think he was expecting to see a bit more of a spinny pitch out of the rough. That's about as good as he could have done there. That's a beautiful shot. He's working hard.
Fourth tee. Driving iron of his that he can chase miles on links fairways.
You see how low the apex of the flight was there, punching it low.
we see have a great look of Brooks Koepka. Very wide stance, very athletic. You almost feel he could pretty much play any sport. Very strong. Definitely resist his hips there. Doesn't turn back as much as he could, but then he just absolutely launches all his strength into the back to a firm left side. Flips it quite a lot from right to left with that right hand, which is quite unusual. That's because he hasn't turned through the ball as much as he could. But what a powerful motion that is.
What an athlete, Wally, isn't he? He's a really strong athlete.
Yeah, he wouldn't look out of place on a rugby field or American football field, I don't think. He's just a pure brute of strength.
Yeah, the biceps are not getting smaller, are they?
I'm told you could sell tickets to the gym competitions between himself and Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, by the look of them, they don't last 20 minutes. They'll be in there a couple of hours as well. Now, I grew up with Paul Casey, and he had Popeye arms, real strong arms when we were 12, 13. He's always had this sort of physique. He was an extremely hard worker. He used to go around the putting green for hours when we were juniors. I would hit balls and he would putt.
You turned out to be the good putter and he turned out to be the good striker.
But maybe there's a lesson there, you know. Putting is half of the game.
Oh, Paul. Yeah, I remember those amateur days, Wally. And Paul and Luke Donald were the partnership for England, and then the Walker Cup for Great Britain and Ireland.
Yeah, and then Luke actually had another partner, Robert Duck, so they became Donald Duck for England. Never forget that. They did, honestly. It's not a joke. It was Donald Duck.
Oh, you tell some Mickey Mouse stories, you really do.
100% true. Robert Duck was his name.
All right, Rory. Par 5. He had to be thinking in the tee. Birdie here. In the end, he's left with a putt for par. But even the par putts for Rory are greeted with acclaim by these adoring Irish fans. After that shocking start, they know how hard he's working. They know how much they want to see him back around even par for this opening round. If you haven't been with us long, you might not know that Rory's opening hole produced an 8. Out of bounds with the first tee shot and a penalty drop off his provisional ball. Now, Molinari at 14.
Oh, nice. That's friendly. Handy little bounce and ball sitting up on top of the grass. Every break welcome.
That's always the best side to get the view of them teeing off. This side is generally where
Torbjorn Olesen. Come up short of 4. Little pitch, trying to just feed it up the slope. Oh! As I said, every little break welcome. That was motoring. The pins helped a lot. He's got a joie de vivre that you've got to enjoy. Olesen.
Birdie putt for Alfie Barnrat. Very natural golfer, loads of talent. Wonderful to watch round the greens. He's well worth practicing his chipping and putting. He's a master.
Losing a bit of weight too, isn't he? Getting a little bit fitter.
Fleetwood for his par. Nicely done, Tommy. Good man. Popular wherever he goes.
Back up the hill to the elevated tee at 13. Rory McIlroy. His 10th birthday present was a trip to Royal Portrush and a chance to meet Darren Clark. And they both remember it.
Strong par 3. I was watching this yesterday for about an hour and straight downwind yesterday, and the boys that were practicing could not keep this on the green. So playing different today. It's more off the left. Still pretty firm up there, and that's very well judged from McIlroy. Koepka after a fine long iron to here. Perfect play off the tee at 4, just the iron, just takes the out of bounds out of play. Slightly blind second shot, and that's very well judged.
Good example there of just how quickly the weather can change. Blue skies and fluffy white clouds now here at Royal Portrush as US Open champion plays his tee shot down the hill.
It really is amazing, isn't it? All of a sudden, there's no evidence of squally showers. So similar shot here for back at 4 for Oosthuizen. 2 gloves. Fully waterproofed up. He's lost this one to the right. Pretty favourable bounce. Hang on now.
The 2016 champion golfer of the year.
New back tee here at 17, so it's just stretched this hole out a little bit further. I played here in 2012. You could almost drive the green here, so quite a nice addition. Very elevated, good shot there. Tough to judge. Such a slope. He's looking good, Henrik Stenson. Looking confident.
To tell how the lie is for Graham McDowell, we'll find out in a moment when we see it coming out. Obviously wasn't too bad. Well, Tony's taken a break. I'm now delighted to say we've been joined by former Ryder Cup captain Thomas Bjorn, just in time to see your buddy and countryman. Thomas, welcome.
Yeah, it looks beautiful there now. Just had a walk from the golf course to the compound here. It wasn't particularly great walking over here, feeling a little bit wet. This one is going right. It's not too bad down there. Went down there in the practice round. It's not too bad a place. Difficult pin position from there though, but the lie won't be too bad.
Thirteenth tee, Paul Casey, even par.
And the greens are just holding up now, and there's just a little bit of a grab in them after that water that's come through.
Oosthuizen. Second shot just kept onto the green. This will be a slow one up and over the slope. Almost 2 tiers to go up here. Yeah, it's very well judged. Excellent putt, Oosthuizen.
This is an eagle putt for Jordan Spieth at the second for the opening hole. No eagle, but a tap-in birdie.
Young Ricky. Just a little bit of wetness on the greens now as well. See a few guys coming up the short the next few minutes, I think.
Just a little over halfway through the opening day of the 148th Open here at Royal Portrush. Already it's been a thoroughly dramatic one.
Good recovery here from Graham McDowell in the Bondi on the left side. He's managed to give himself the best angle for his third. Kept away from that left-hand bunker there by the green. He managed to get the putter on it. There you see the slopes, everything taking it to the left. Bit of local knowledge for Graham.
I was just talking earlier, Thomas, about how good it is to see G-Mac here and how awful it would have been for him to have missed out.
Yeah, for all three of them, the Northern Irish lads, Darren and him and Rory, it's such a big occasion. It's just a little bit slower, the greens now with water on them. But I was there at 6:35 this morning with Darren, and it was just an amazing occasion for him and for all three of them to play in this championship. It's such a big week for them.
I thought you were going to tell me that you had a tear in the eye, Thomas, but no, I wouldn't believe that.
It was close. Well, he is many's favourite this week, Brooks Koepka. Good start.
Pretty flat putt here for Stenson. Managed to get it over that ridge, as you can see, down the hill. This one's a good chance, even though it's 18 feet. One birdie, one bogey, this back nine for the Iceman. Give that one a go, guys. Played lovely last week in Scotland, didn't he? Just really struggled on the greens.
Yeah, tee to green, he was as good as he's ever been, and that's pretty good. Just needs to get the putter working. Kisner misses his par putt. Back to McIlroy. This for birdie at 13. Listen to the roar of this, goes in. Four under, leading the Open. Webb Simpson was for a while 5 under, but unfortunately finished bogey. Shane Lowry, top of the leaderboard. From one Northern Irishman to another. From Rory McIlroy to Graham McDowell. Major champions both.
I love the way he steps into these, Graham. He's so concentrated, focused on that point that he's picking out halfway down the line. Just comes in, steps a little bit quick with his toes, and then just want to hit it over that point. Positive stroke. not quite. It was the tee shot that did it up.
Ricky Fowler, 200 yards today, downhill at 13. 5 bunkers wrapped around this green, pretty thin green. Four lovely stands around this 13th and the 17th green behind. So it's a great spot for the crowd to sit and watch for an hour or so. Some great golf being played. Yeah, fine shot from Fowler.
2014, Ricky was top 5 on all 4 majors without a win, and he was the first player ever to do that. Usually a contender in the big ones. Now defending champion for birdie at 14.
A good one for Francesco there. It's been a messy round so far. Might get it in the fairway here, Rory. Going with the iron. It's amazing. You know, walked 12 holes with him on Tuesday. I've never seen him hit it as well. I saw him this morning for breakfast, as calm and as happy as anything. And then, as everybody else, I watched that first hole in disbelief. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I think it's just 5 years of anticipation of this championship.
Yeah, it's interesting, Thomas. We were talking about that earlier, that I'd spent a little bit of time with him, not as much as you, and it struck me as well how relaxed he was and how much he was looking forward to the experience. There wasn't a hint of nerves or pressure. Maybe there shouldn't be, but that was a shocker, that 8 at the first. Anyway, he's battling back. 67, best score of the day so far. Shane Lowry. Good to see Alex Noren playing well too. It's been a pretty poor season for the Swede. Dylan Fratelli, one of the last men in the South African qualifying, as the John Deere winner from last week on the PGA Tour.
Now Alfie Barnrat having a good day. Bogey free up to this point. He's managed to dodge the showers pretty well. It's like a double breaker here at 18. In you go. What a way to finish. Kiradek Alfie Barnrat from Thailand, 68. Great golf, first round. One off the lead.
Yeah, round draw Portrush without a bogey. It's always going to be good.
Well, he was always tracking one up. He called it early, Anthony. Beautiful putt. Back to the tee for Stenson.
Good ball, Henry.
With his trusted 3-wood. Straight down the middle. Not surprising, though.
Must have a few of them, Thomas, I would imagine. He must have worn a hole in 1 or 2 by now.
I thought you were going to say he might have broken a few over the years.
No. Henrik, no.
He's the Iceman, isn't
yeah,
he?
he's the Iceman. He's pretty mild-mannered on a golf course. Henrik. This boy's got some game, hasn't he?
He's a wonderful player, this one. I love the way he just tucks his shirt up under his arm there.
After 3 birdies in the first 5, it's sort of almost unravelled a little bit. That's quite unusual for Jan de Joplé to give away 4 to the field, 5 to the field, in fact. He's one of those guys who really doesn't often make that many mistakes.
McDowell here. It wasn't a good one on the last hole. Certainly wants to put this one in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, not really the shape he sees. This needs to be a little fader, really, Thomas. He's quite a strong right to lefter. Likes to draw the ball. So he's really trying to get a feel here and tee up on the left side of the tee and just try and hold the face on the ball as long as possible and almost try and hit a little squeezy fade. It will probably still be a draw, but to him it'll feel like a fade.
Just falling under it a bit there. I'm sure he'll be heading to the range after these last 2 tee shots.
Yeah, great move there. Big wide stance, moves into it beautifully. Having a pop at the 5th. This is absolutely perfect. That's a good shot. It's just a little unlucky at the end, but it opens up the green for him. That won't cause him too much trouble from there.
Kevin Kisner on 13 for a birdie. Missed a cut last week, didn't get the 4 rounds of preparation he was looking for in Scotland. Led the rest of Dubai earlier on this season after his win in the WGC match play. Back to 3 in Jordan Spieth.
It's an interesting hole 3 here at Royal Portrush. When you stand on the tee, it looks so narrow and it's quite a bit wider up there, the green. This is a great shot. Spin as well, but it's just a little bit wider up on that green. It looks more intimidating than it is.
This is Siwoo Kim. Nicely judged. Should make his birdie. You can only feel for poor David Duval, the 2001 champion at Royal Lytham. Started wonderfully, birdied the first 2. He's unfortunately 15 over par now after an 8 at the 5th and a 13 at the 7th.
Ball above his feet for McIlroy here. Just a 3/4 wedge. Not bad for a 458-yard par 4. Just a little bit of that last week. Portrush walked 4 days with Rory, and there's a number of wedges he missed right. Just sometimes he's almost going for it too much.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
That's what happens when you're that good.
Left. Show me too bad there.
Just chasing it a bit. There's a beautiful picture of Tommy Fleetwood. This is for birdie on 5. No, that never got up on line. Just gets a little bit short sometimes with the putt on those lengths, I think, Tommy.
Yeah,
and then he doesn't
sometimes.
get the speed.
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas. Ball above his feet for Molinari here to 15. Flag fluttering, so he'll be holding this into that left to right wind with a little draw. Just a full 9-iron, maybe a soft 8, and it's a beautifully played shot. Well judged from our defending champion.
Well, we saw the tee shot from Ricky. Can he take advantage of it? out on line. That's positive enough. And here's his fellow American. This is also for birdie after another wonderful shot. Well, if he's going to have one of those weeks where he puts it like that, he might actually just be thereabouts come Sunday night.
Blue skies over the dunes on the Great Links of Royal Portrush. Such a joy for everyone to be back here for the first time in 68 years. Tiger Woods warming up. Richie Ramsey in the background. 53 minutes away from his tee time. And I don't think anyone knows what to expect from Tiger. He's played so little golf since that unbelievable victory at the Masters.
You know, Dougie, I'm not really sure that he has many expectations either. I think he's quite enjoying himself at the moment. I caught up with him a little bit yesterday, and it just seems like he's just enjoying playing golf, even though it's not a lot. But when he is around, it's he just wants to be out there and do the right things. I think the Masters was a big thing for him, and now he's just trying to enjoy himself a bit.
Interesting stat there. 3 top 10s in his last 4 starts, so you wonder what the difference is. It can only be the mind for Gary Woodland. He's now believing he's a world player.
Well, I think Pete Cowan might have had something to do with it, Wally.
Yeah, but that also brings the mind forward, though, doesn't it?
Sure.
You start playing a little better.
What was a stat I saw recently? Pete Cowan has coached 10 of the last 36 major champions.
Should have continued with him then.
You should, Thomas. Just another of the many mistakes you made in your career.
Well, pure class from Brooks there. Even Ricky Elliott has played a lot of golf around here. His caddy would be proud of that one. And I think that's really what makes him a more serious contender than all his talent. Obviously will make him a contender, but he will be a serious contender. He's got a guy on the bag that knows every inch of this golf course.
Rory McIlroy after just slightly short-siding himself, but clearly wasn't worried by it. Oh dear, oh dear. Great effort. That's another up and down, so keeps the round going.
He has been a little bit unlucky, though, hasn't he? Some of those putts dropped for him, or shots caught the right side of the swells. He could virtually have been back to even par. Uh-oh.
Did a great job.
I think G-Max 3 minutes were up just as one of the spectators said, here it is. That is extremely frustrating.
Yeah, that must have been pretty deep for 10 or 15 people to take 3 minutes and a second to find it.
You were as fair as you could be. I know you stopped it every time you stopped.
So they'll head back up the hill to the tee, and we'll go and find Paul Casey.
Ricky Fowler with a fairway wood, trying to hit this up the right-hand side at 14. Looks to be swinging well. Had the lefts going last week in Scotland. Looks to have sorted that one out.
Well, it's effortless, isn't it? Watching him is just like free-flowing.
I like how flat it is at the backswing. It just seems to always be in the slot when you're in that position.
Already a winner this year on the Phoenix Open in February. Okay. 3 off the tee, sadly, for Graham McDowell at the last.
Clearly with the wind off the right for GMAC, he's just been bothered by that out of bounds down the left that's cleverly in place.
Oh, good ball, Graham. That's better.
That's okay. It's going to be tough from there, though. It's a tough hole, his 18th. And he'll be kicking himself walking down here, Graham. Got to get his head back on. Finish the round off.
I don't think there's another Open Championship course, Thomas, where there's many changes in elevation as Royal Portrush. I mean, every other course, Turnberry's a little bit up and down in places, but most are relatively flat. There's so many ups and downs here, aren't there?
Yeah, and especially in those last few holes, all of a sudden you come and there's a lot happening there, especially the 16 and 18. There's a lot of change. So it's a tough finish to this golf course when it gets windy. You really, really have to strike your ball well and keep control of the flight of it. It's pretty decent today. We're expecting more winds as the week goes on, but it's a tough golf course to play this. You've got to really, really be on everything. And when you look at somebody like Henrik here, when he's on, nobody strikes it better, and that's why when he gets in these situations, he's just excels in the striking business of the game, and that's what makes him a contender every time he plays. And that's okay. He's got a little bit of Swedish sporting royalty following him around this week. I bumped into Stefan Edberg earlier, former Wimbledon champion. It's always nice when you're playing your game and you see all these sporting stars coming out and following you a bit.
Is he a golfer, Stefan Edberg?
I wouldn't actually know. He sounded like he played a bit of golf.
Slow putt up the hill for Tommy Fleetwood, right to left, pretty much all the way. Go on, in you go. Oh, beautifully judged. Former European #1.
Send the show fleet. That's what happens when you hit too good a drive. Not to see where you're going. Stay there. That's all right. That's one more yard, and that was a long way down on the left there.
Fourth shot for McDowell. Be careful here, you've opened up the green. But you can't short side yourself, so quite a demanding finishing hole this week at Royal Portrush. Just because you're down in play doesn't mean you've done the job. Quite a narrow entrance. There you see the undulations, everything's going from right to left, so need to favour the right side, but there's a big bunker front right if you're slightly underclubbed.
That's not the worst place. From Graham.
McIlroy then. Tee shot at 15. That he had on the opening hole today ties his worst score ever on a single hole in a major. He had an 8-2 in the 11th in the US Open in 2013. He certainly didn't expect one on the opening hole at Royal Portrush, as we listen to the welcome for Graham McDowell. Was going along so well in this opening round, but unfortunately 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes and lost ball here at 18, so it's a disappointing finish for G-Mac. Grew up in the town, played his golf here, went on to become a major champion. And now sees the greatest major of all returning to Royal Portrush. Very special week for all of the Northern Irish boys.
Well, that's a good putt. Well done, Torbjorn. Got himself into a little bit of trouble here. They're always great, those par putts, those par saves. It just keeps your momentum going. He's got the stroke going already, Jordan. It's another beautiful putt.
Young Englishman, Jack Senior. Is at 10. Going along nicely, even par. Oh, it's a beauty. Not a green you want to miss left. There's a huge run off left, just a little bit further on from where Graham is. Well, it would be an unlikely par, but listen for the roar if this happens to drop. Sorry, bogey, yeah.
Lovely par 3 here. Royal Portrush, the 6th. Pin just tucked a little bit over that knoll on the right there. Yeah, well, a long way from the music, but it's still okay.
Ricky, little putt up the ridge. Oh, can't get closer than that without holding it. Beautiful try. He'll just brush that in, I believe. Maybe not. Have a little think about it.
It's just not quite happening for Rory today, you have to say. He's just probably got shook up by that start. Everything's just a little bit miss, a little bit right, a little bit short, a little bit long. It's just not quite on. Well, here's one of your favourites, Doogie. There you go, Paul. Well done, 1 under par.
20 years since he won the Open. Carnoustie 99.
From one champion to another.
Excellent effort. Yeah, well worth the applause. Upper tier, right to left breaker. Nicely done, Mr. Stenson.
Yeah, it's a decent start. Everything in red numbers. Just want to get started with this championship. There's a long way till Sunday.
And if he starts making putts, Thomas, we know for a fact that he will be in the hunt on Sunday.
Yeah, you can't ever really argue with Henrik striking off the golf ball.
Schauffele will be a little disappointed with his start, I'm sure. It was many people's fancy to contend again this year as he did at Carnoustie. Just to make us par for an opening 73. 74, I'm afraid. 3 over for Xander Schauffele. Didn't make a birdie in the back 9. In fact, it was 4 over for the back 9. Work to do tomorrow. And Graham McDowell celebrates his 40th birthday 9 days after the Open ends. Yes, I'm afraid, for a double bogey at the last. Oh, Graham. Oh, that is so sad. 2 bogeys and a triple in the last 4 holes when he had been going along so beautifully. Oh, that will really hurt. It's a 73 when it was looking like being comfortably subpar. Meanwhile, back to the 15th, and Rory McIlroy with a birdie to try to get back to 2 over. 4 over after 1, remember. So he's battled back well.
Good speed here. Come on. It's always going to be tricky up over that.
Just a par then for Rory. I'll take a break and I'll welcome back Dom Hollier to join Tony and Thomas.
Thank you, Doogie. What a horrid start from McIlroy. If you are just tuning in, a quadruple bogey 8 at the first. He was 5 over after a drop shot at the third through the first 3 holes. He's actually done pretty well to fight back since then. Could easily have been a couple better than he is at the moment as we go to Koepka at the par 3, 6th.
Fantastic touch. And you think these guys are used to putting on greens that are sort of 12 or 13 on the stump. They're just 10 feet 1 inch on the stump. But because of the wind, you can't get too cute. Molinari just going to drop the club on the back of it, just dig it out, let it run up. And that is very well played.
Louis Oosthuizen here. got a little bit of a line from Brooks Koepka. Has he hit it? Has he? Beautiful pot from Louis. Wonderful player to watch, isn't he, Tony?
Oh, that swing.
That's it.
2010 Open champion Oosthuizen. Off to a decent enough start, but it is Ireland's Shane Lowry who leads the way after an opening 67. Sergio Garcia in amongst those at 3 under par, along with almost the last man in, Dylan Fratelli, only qualified for the Open by virtue of winning the John Deere Classic on Sunday and then hot-footed it to Royal Portrush. Jordan Spieth, who won so impressively at Royal Birkdale a couple of years ago with that stunning finish, 5 under the last 5 holes to break the heart of Matt Kuchar. Oosthuizen there in amongst the 1-unders. Good start from the 1999 Open champion Paul Lawrie. Paul Casey. Decent enough play. Level par 4 to go. We're looking to end the day under par. That'll be the target from here.
Oh, we saw Francesco's pitch chip up to here. This used to be probably the weak side of his game, Francesco. And then all of a sudden he seemed to find a way of getting these in the hole, and then he rose to one of the stars of the game. Very nice, well done.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably been, well, he's been amongst the absolute best strikers on the planet for a decade, hasn't he, Thomas? And the putter just wouldn't behave. The putter's vital. You don't win without the putter working.
Well, you got to hold putts between 3 and 6 feet, and you've got to hold a lot of them. It really is where you win golf tournaments. Certainly where this guy won all his golf tournaments. He's trying to put this up the hill and come back. Even Dominic Hollier in this commentator booth was going, where's that going?
Well, without a bounce just over the back of the green. I mean, literally foot over the back of the green. I was slightly worried for a moment, but obviously didn't see what he saw. And the ability to bring it down the bank, and my word, a 3-putt bogey for Paul Casey. That's going to disappoint. That was a moment ago. Now Rory at so-called calamity corner.
Well, I can tell you, when you walk this hole, I mean, the wind's off the right today. There's not much of it. It's not that big a problem. He's in a big curve. But I'm telling you, if the wind's off the other side, that hole is exactly what it says on the card, calamity.
Well, he hit calamity corner pretty early on, didn't he, at that opening hole? Who'd have thought? What a horrible way to start your Open. Koepka at the par 5, 7th.
Well, you watch this, and the only thing you don't want to be is the golf ball when he hits it. He's so strong, he hits it so hard. But he's accurate as well. And that's a great combination.
Up ahead. Third shot for Justin Thomas.
Ball above his feet, wind from the right, everything made to make the ball go right to left, which is good when the flag is on the left, but obviously not wanting to overdo it. Keeping it out there, feeds down into one of those many little hollows that we find off these greens at Royal Portrush.
Just in a little divot there, isn't it? Sandy divot, Thomas.
Yeah, this is tricky on links sometimes, because you've got to get steep on this, you've got to get the ball first. I always felt like I would just pick the club up and stab it a bit. just kind of, and all of a sudden the flag kind of goes a little bit out of the equation. Just get it on the green, and you've been a bit unlucky, but you just got to take that and then get on with it. But just get steep and then straight down on top of the ball. Not a big follow through. Done that beautifully there, Ricky.
Good advice there from Thomas, one of the best wedge players I ever saw. I don't want to get too nice to him because he'll get suspicious, but that is words of wisdom there. Gold. Tommy Fleetwood at 7. Oh, how about that for a tasty little wedge? Beautiful.
He's coming a little bit under the radar, hasn't he, this week, Tommy? As we watch Si Woo Kim at the 14th.
Not going to get there. Not far away, but talking to Harrington on practice days, and he was saying that these fringes are very sticky. I mean, they're tight and they are perfect. They're immaculately manicured, but he said they've just a bit of stickiness about them, so it's hard to judge putting off the fringes.
Up to 16 again, this time Woodland. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, goodness.
Where's that going?
Oh. Nowhere near the green. It was quite a strange flight path there with our shot track. It just seemed to do a bit of a wobble.
Another player who hasn't actually played since the US Open, which of course he won. His wife is expecting twins. Maybe things back home are on his mind. Well, we've got some of the pre-tournament favourites about to get underway. Justin Rose with Tony Finau and Lucas Bjerregaard. Dustin Johnson plays with Jason Day and Keegan Bradley. And Woods with Wallace and Reed. They're off at 10 past 3, about 25 minutes time. And Rahm with Cantlay and Kuchar. Don't forget, whilst you're watching, log into theopen.com, where you'll find all sorts of wonderful stuff on our website. Lots of great video content, everything you want to know about Portrush and about the players as well.
Jordan Spieth on the 5th for birdie. It's just beautiful. It is so beautiful to watch him when he gets on a roll with the putter. You just feel like it's not been a great time for Jordan, but you just feel like once he gets going, off we go again.
One or two really positive signs recently for him. Justin Thomas's 4th shot now at number 7, the par 5. Is he going to catch the slope?
Oh dear. That is a serious mistake.
A lot of people fancied him this week to do well, didn't they? Came over last week, played in the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Played a practice round with Rory yesterday, once the rain had subsided, as Justin Rose with his caddy Gareth Lord make their way to the first tee.
How nice is that, Tom? Walks past and shakes hands with the board carrier, the rakers, the scorers. You know, a lot of guys wouldn't do that. Very genteel gentleman. I don't know if I would have, Thomas. I was a bit too intense going to the first tee. Would you have stopped shaking hands? I was already growling before I got to the first tee.
I always remembered when I was about 10 steps past them, oh, I should have shook their hands.
Exactly.
And it was too late.
Par putt now for Thomas at the 7th, down a little slope in front of him. A little bit of break on this one as well.
Well, he didn't want to offer up a 6 here, did he? And he didn't. Great putt. And he was just getting himself into a bit of trouble after a shaky start as well.
Ricky Fowler. Birdie putt up over a little ridge. Quite a bit of right to left. It's quick from there, but Well, it didn't turn that much, did it? And it wasn't that quick, so maybe I should go and commentate on football.
Well, the pitch is flat there.
Great chance here for Tommy Fleetwood. He rolls in another one. Fleetwood to 2 under. And within a couple of shots of the lead. Very tidy start. So, back to the first tee, where Justin Rose, Tony Finau and Lucas Bjerregaard are about to get underway. And with Gareth Lord on the bag for Justin this week. Gareth was caddying for Henrik Stenson when he won at Troon 3 years ago.
And we're going to put you through the test now, Dom. Bjerregaard.
Oh, don't start that. Oh, don't start that.
Lucas Bjerregaard.
Now, we've had this discussion. The only trouble is, for us English-speaking people, it becomes a little difficult to tell who you're talking about when you pronounce it so wonderfully like you. It's like these new boys you've been telling me about, the Højgaards or whatever it is. They have asked to be called Højgaard.
This is game number 44. On the tee from England, Justin Rose.
2013 US Open champion, the Olympic gold medalist, and finally last year had his best result in the Open since making his debut as a fresh-faced amateur way back in 1998 at Birkdale when he won the silver medal. Giving up some yardage just with an iron off this first tee.
On the tee from the USA, Tony Finau.
Top 10 last year for him at Carnoustie, ranked inside the top 20 in the world. He is a quality player. It would be no surprise at all if he were to be in the mix come Sunday.
On the tee from Denmark, Lucas Bjerregaard.
Two European Tour victories to his name, and the man who downed Tiger at the WGC Tel Technologies Championship on his way to the semi-finals there, climbing inside the top 50 of the world rankings for the first time in his career.
Advices to Justin Rose here would be not try to keep up with these two because they are both very, very long off the tee.
How would we say your name properly then? Is it Bjorn or would it be Björn or something?
Björn.
Björn.
Come on, Tony.
No, I'm not going to say the things that I've called you over the years, not on air.
Let's go up to the 16th. Good tee shot here at Calamity Corner from Rory McIlroy.
Keep coming, keep coming. Those were the ones he had trouble with last week. They really were. They just would not go in. Erik van Rooyen, the birdie chance at 9. He was in the final group last week. Oh, beautiful. Made a quadruple 8 on the second last week. But that's forgotten. That's behind him. Fine player. Lovely guy. And he shrugged it off and he's back again.
Well, you just think this is quite an important putt for Rory.
What do you say about that? Except, ouch.
There's not much you can say. It's just turned out to be a nightmare day for him.
Free drop for Gary Woodland, having hit it into the crowd, and that's a lovely three. Good save.
It's not going to make Rory feel any better, is it? Hole one of those for par after he's just 4 putts for a double bogey. Oh my goodness.
To Koepka. This amazing run in the majors over the last 2.5 years or so. He's won 4 of the last 9. Still Shane Lowry ahead, and Garcia in amongst the chasing pack, but Jordan Spieth is working his way up that leaderboard as well. Great start from him. Siwoo Kim, the youngest man to win the Players' Championship a couple of years back, in amongst the 2 unders. And here's a look at this opening hole.
Stand on the first tee here if you've never been here before and your breath is taken away. How stunningly beautiful it is. Lovely opening par 4.
Alison Whitaker is following this 3-ball. Afternoon, Ali. What can you tell us about current conditions out there?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, the conditions, is it the same day than it was around an hour and a half ago? I'm not sure. Talk about 4 seasons, but the wind probably about a club at the moment, just off the player's right shoulder, so helping a little bit. 170 yards, the number, but really you just kind of want to carry it past about, say, 20 to 25 yards on this green, because it will kick forward with the helping wind.
Lovely. Exactly what you want on the opening hole.
There aren't too many players who've tried to squeeze it in the left-hand side of that pin today.
Oh, you could hear both of them going, stay there, stay there. It did, and it kicked right as well. That's a good start.
Bjerregaard next.
Just 4 yards less for Bjerregaard. I don't know that you'd intentionally go left of this pin today. Plenty of room out to the right.
Nice recognition by the R&A to put Lucas out in this group with Justin Rose, I think. It's recognition of how good he's been this year.
Career year, you could say. Perfect angle here for Tony Finau. 164.
Three good shots into the first by this group.
It's Mr. Shorty who's in closest, though. Justin Rose.
Well, he is also the highest ranked player of them.
Well, Rory at 17, driver. Is there a way back from here, Thomas?
Oh, definitely. He needs to get this round over with and kind of get on the reins and sort a few things out and just come out tomorrow and freewheel it. And you know, Rory's got all the talent and all the tools to go and shoot a low round and get himself back into making the cut and then see what happens on the weekend. But it's a big job ahead of him.
Fleetwood. Just lofting a wedge in and trying to spin it back off that slope. Keep coming, keep coming. Not bad.
Par 5, 7th. This is Oosthuizen for his par. And I assume you've returned the favour, Tony, and asked Thomas how you should pronounce his name.
Thomas will know exactly how to pronounce his name, but we'll give him a chance.
Little Louis, that.
Perfect pronunciation.
Another birdie chance here for Jordan Spieth.
He's unbelievable from that range. Last year he was holding 25% of putts from 24 feet, 20 to 4 feet. It was unbelievable.
Well, Tiger's only just over 10 minutes from his tee time, so he won't be there for that much longer.
Yeah, Tom Watson used to time it perfectly. Get on the putting green, and he would leave the putting green with just enough time to get there about 20 seconds before his tee off time. Every time. Didn't want to stand on the tee and malinger for long.
Well, next up on the first tee, Dustin Johnson, Jason Day and Keegan Bradley, all major champions. Johnson, who won the 2016 US Open after quite a few near misses, the world number 2.
Okay, here we go. This is game number 45. On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Had a great chance, didn't he, 8 years ago, at the venue where the Open returns next year, Royal St George's, till he drove it out of bounds, or hit his second rather out of bounds at the 14th.
On the tee from Australia, Jason Day.
He came close at St Andrews 4 years ago, losing out in that Monday playoff. So missing out on the playoff by a single stroke.
On the tee from the USA, Keegan Bradley.
Good signs in the game of Keegan Bradley over the last 12-18 months or so after a period in the doldrums. The man who won the 2011 PGA Championship. 5 top 10s on the PGA Tour this season. No birdies for either Finau or Bjerregaard here. Justin Rose, though. Another player who consulted and had a practice round with Darren Clarke arrived here a little bit early. Give himself maximum preparation time. And we shall see over the next 5 hours or so whether that will pay dividends. It certainly has at the first. Finau to tidy up. And Bjerregaard has also tapped in, so he's made his 4. Off they go to the par 5 second. We'll catch up with Tommy Fleetwood.
Down the hill, as you can see, right to left, quite a break in this. Oh my goodness, heck of a break in that. He did hit it at a dying pace, but he started at, I would say, at least 3 feet right, and it's missed by 18 inches left. Hard to read that much into it.
Such a good start today from Kevin Kisner. But he's all the way back to level par. Or is he? Not for long. So he returns to red figures. Four under through 8 holes, gave all of those back over the next 7.
Ball of Paul Casey in tight there as McIlroy just lofts a little wedge in, and that's just horrible. And for players of his caliber, that's a 2 out of 10.
Ricky Fowler playing with Kevin Kisner. Oh, that's just cruel. So he stays 1 under. 2 to go. Certainly a chance at 17 if you put it in the right spot at 18. You've also got an opportunity.
Justin Thomas definitely would have learned something from Tommy Fleetwood. How much break there is. That's a good effort.
He's probably asking himself how come it didn't break.
Yeah, well, you know, it's so hard when you've read a putt and then suddenly you see a putt that breaks twice as much as you think, to make yourself hit it that far out. So it is a good effort. Took a little bit of mind power.
Back to the first, and Keegan Bradley about to play his second.
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable crowds out here. They say we're going to have just under 250,000 people here this week. That is just phenomenal.
It didn't take long to sell out here. Even the practice days were sold out, I think, in the end, despite some fairly mucky conditions out there yesterday. Everyone trying to get a little slice of the Open as it returns to Portrush for the first time in 68 years. Oh, Sam Torrance is back in the commentary box alongside Tony Johnston and myself, Dominic Hollier.
Thanks, Tom. Nice to be back. Watch Jason Day, second into the first. That might feed round a little, good distance, that's okay.
It's been a popular spot, hasn't it, over there, knowing what trouble awaits down the left there if you miss the green.
Dustin Johnson. Absolutely one of the favourites this week. Much expected of him. Maybe this guy's just getting foxed a little bit by the wind. A little bit more downwind than they're expecting, I think. I've seen a lot of players in the last hour just feed it through the back of the green.
McIlroy for a much needed birdie at 17.
Go on. Oh, what a fine try. That just hasn't. I mean, he was, you know, he'd fought back so well, and then that 4 putt on the par 3, just, that's a real body blow.
Koepka. Second to the 8th. Good start. Didn't birdie the par 5 7th. Oh, I don't think he likes it. Is it short? No. Well, that's not too bad. Not what he wanted, but 20 feet for birdie. No problem.
Second tee. Interesting play. An iron for Rose at this par 5.
He said in his pre-tournament interview that he'll play it fairly cautiously, but not, you know, he's not going to back off totally.
It's actually shifted it quite a long way down there as well, hasn't he? Not bad thinking there from Rose as Tiger Woods walks on to the first tee.
It's always worth watching on the first tee just to see how easily Tiger bends down to tee up his ball. Just gives an indication of how that back's working. And that looked fine, looked loose.
That bunker at the second, we saw Rose's ball. It's 309 to that trap on the left of the second. That was a big iron shot as we go to Molinari in 18. Big champion, 3 over. Obviously not what he was looking for. He'll have 2 putts from there for 74, the defending champion.
He's been a wonderful ambassador.
Just 7 off the right there,
as
okay?
Open champion, as Francesco.
Tiger playing today with Matt Wallace and Patrick Reed, who he partnered in the Ryder Cup. Not very successfully, it has to be admitted.
Tony, you were talking about how he bent down to tee up the ball. I'm more interested in his opening tee shot because he's not renowned for great opening tee shots. And if he's feeling great, he'll rip it down the middle. Let's see.
10 tournament rounds since winning the Masters, that's all. 10. Missed the cut at the PGA Championship. Played quite well at Memorial and at the US Open.
Completely enveloped by the stands round the first tee. Very cozy.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Tiger Woods.
Three times a champion golfer of the year. Appeared to wince there.
Yeah, I think it might have just been because of where the tee shot was headed.
On the tee from England, Matt Wallace.
Has described it as a dream come true to play in the Open with Tiger. Could not have imagined it 3 years ago. Playing on the Alps Tour, the third tier of European golf. What a rise it's been for Matt Wallace. 23rd in the world rankings now. He's had some issues with his temper, but he tells us he's working on those.
Talking to Dave McNeely, it's all very interesting. He's got a sort of 3-iron that's set to a 2-iron loft, a 2-iron that's set to a 3-iron loft. The whole thing is quite bemusing and befuddling.
That sounds like they're both the same club, but one's half an inch longer than the other.
I couldn't work it out, to be honest.
On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
The 2018 Masters champion, playing in his 6th Open. Hasn't yet had a top 10 finish. in this championship. Do you think, Sam and Tony, is there a shot shape that is suited to Portrush, or do you have to be able to move it both ways, do you think, here?
Straight one. Sorry, but it's really, it goes all directions. They're all great seaside courses. And Portmarnock, another one, that there's not two holes going the same direction, so you really need all the shots.
Well, I hope that grimace wasn't one of pain. I hope it was more pulled tee shot. Oh, man. Hate to see it.
Well, it's cold. He can't be great in the cold with his back. You can only do so much in a warm-up. It's maintaining the heat through your body.
So Molinari walks up the 18th. This is Johnson with a birdie chance at the first hole. Slightly downhill, maybe a bit of right to left. Then it'll straighten.
Now Koepka, so a second into the 8th. Not too difficult a putt, just straight across the green. Can be aggressive. Oh, he's not being aggressive at all, and misread it as well. So be a tap-in par. He'll stay at 2 under after 8. Just 2 behind the leader, Shane Lowry.
And up to 18, and Molinari. Outside chance of a 3, but he'll be definitely hoping to avoid the 3 putt. And that's a nice lag.
We're hearing this is Jordan Spieth's 4th shot. He's bunkered off the tee, knocked it out, bunkered it again. I tell you what, he's going to manage to squeeze out of this with a par. Terrific bunker shot.
Tommy Fleetwood, second into 9. Sounded like a flyer. Settle. That's okay. Oh, if you can hit the green from the rough, you've hit a good shot.
For par, for our defending champion. What a title. Champion Golfer of the Year. Not what he was looking for, but it's not disastrous. We know he's got the ability to come out tomorrow and shoot low, and 2 rounds over the weekend. Not out of it.
As we watch Tiger at the opening hole coming out of the rough, time to say good afternoon to Jay Townsend, who's with this match.
Thanks, Dom. A bad angle, 192. The grass is growing with him, but there's a big clump between where the club is going to come through and the ball. Hold on. That could go 40 yards back down the fairway if it misses the bunker.
Oh, that's a deep, deep bunker as well in there.
That's the last thing he needed, was one of those 40, 50-yard bunker shots where he's going to have to really go at it quite hard, I think.
And because the sand's wet, it may not have rolled back to the bottom of that bunker, might it? Just might have stuck on a little side hill lie, which will make it awkward. You think it made the flat, Sam?
We actually saw it. It came back down. It went right up the left side, and then about 3 seconds later, she appeared.
145 for both Wallace and Reed. Wallace to play first. Wind almost straight behind him as the rain starts to fall. Can't see the bottom of the flagstick.
A little unlucky there. If he could have caught that. Just a little mound just left of where his ball finished. It could have come back down, but it's not too bad up there. Nice aggressive shot for the opener.
Certainly not the way he putts, my word. He holds some footage, doesn't he, Matt Wallace?
Now you can see the flags there. They're blowing pretty steadily with this little just squall that's coming through. A better angle here for Reed than Wallace. Further over on the right, there's a lot of green short up on the top plateau. It's 145. It's only about 130 to get up on top and get a nice, predictable bounce here. Plays about 10 yards longer than the yardage, but he's got at least 10 yards of wind behind him.
Like many before him, maybe just underestimating the firmness of the greens too. We had a lot of rain yesterday. The greens are softer, and maybe they're just a little firmer than they think. Skipping onto the back edge.
Tommy Fleetwood at 9. Just to go out in 33. He'd be delighted with that 2 putts. We'll be fine too. That's okay. 34 front 9. First round of the, strange to say it, the last major of the year.
A 2-time champion golfer of the year, Ernie Els. Birdie chance for him at the par 3 third. Wow, confidently rolled home. Ernie up and running. Still got Ricky on the bag. They've been together, haven't they, for, I don't know, 40 years or something ridiculous.
What? Just watch Sabatini here. Straight in for Sabatini. Yes, if they were husband and wife, Ernie would have had no money left with all the divorces those two have had.
Tiger has 54-yard, totally blind shot here. He's got it coming out low. It needs a good bounce.
Fantastic execution from Woods there. Class act. And a good chance to save his par. You can see the severity of the hill he was hitting up there. And so difficult to get low and running from there. Pitching wedge, I think he might have used there, not a lob wedge. That's what Gary Player always said. He was the best bunker player that ever lived, Gary. Almost just better than Tony Johnson. But just too many use the wrong clubs.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Rory McIlroy having more problems coming down the 18th. His 4th shot into this closing par 4. He's already 5 over. Oh, heavens above. So desperate to do well this week.
Yeah. Maybe too desperate, Tom. Trying too hard, I think, from that very first hole. So much pressure and expectation on his shoulders. And the most awful start you could imagine. Quadruple bogey 8. Yeah, that's a blow to the solar plexus. He looks unperturbed, but I'll tell you what. There will not be a lot of joy going on between those two ears.
Well, then he started to get things back on track after the scrappy start, I should say. Birdies at 7 and 9, and then that real, well, mental error at 16. Stop it, you two, with the 4 putts.
Well, it was such a slap in the face to start that first hole with an 8. When he was 16, he shot 61 around here, course record. He's been waiting for that day for the first major to come here. And then it comes, he makes an 8 of the first.
What a horrible sinking feeling it must be as he walks up the 18th. Yeah, all he wanted really was a reasonably steady start, wasn't it? Anything under par would have been fine. To Thomas at 9.
Good stuff from Justin Thompson, sorry. He played last week in the Scottish, played quite well, but such an advantage to have acclimatized for the jet lag, the temperature.
So over to the first.
Patrick Wallace has already putted from a very similar position back into the wind, came up a bit short. He has finished out for his par. This putt early on for Reed is going to be influenced by the mound just to his right. Rain starting to fall again. It stopped between their second shots, and Wallace's putt now has come down pretty heavy.
Yeah, as Jay said, that was a tough one to read, coming right to left off the slope, looking for the left or right at the end of it.
Raining at the first, not so here at 17 as Kevin Kistner holds another one. So that's 2 in a row to get himself back to 2 under. Again, a good fight back, good start from him. Then things started to go awry as we go to the first and the par putt for Tiger as the rain comes sheeting in.
And it was a brilliant bunker shot from where he was. Shouldn't be much break to this. A little bit left to right. The wind is coming from the right. Anytime you get moisture on the green, it tends to straighten putts out. So I wouldn't look for too much break here. This would be a huge putt to save par.
Well, he's not bad at these. No, little fist pump there from Tiger too. That's fantastic. Now get the umbrella up. Great save. No one gives you more than that, man. No one.
It's one fantastic par. I just bumped into somebody outside the comms box. Just went to grab a coffee quickly. And apparently Tiger was really holding his back on the range, struggling. Rory has managed to extricate himself from that deep stuff on top of the mound, but it was an awful start and it's going to be a pretty awful finish.
Yeah, that for a 6.
It actually looks fantastic with that slow-mo rain, I think. And he's done well. I mean, that is thick. I mean, that's thigh height.
Gary Woodland playing here with Rory McIlroy. Not been a great day for the US Open champion either. He's got a par putt.
Woodland's putt in the last for 73. Oh, what a good finish with the US Open champion. It's not the day he wanted, but at the end of the day, well, it was for a par. Sorry, I thought that was for birdie. It's not a great finish, but it was a good par. 74.
3 over, by the way, is tied for 97th place.
Well, McIlroy, this is for double bogey. He started with a quadruple. And he's finishing with a treble. It's just sad. It's very sad to see. 8 over par. 79. There's nothing good to say about that except how great a man he is, and let's hope he can come back. I remember Curtis Strange shot 80 in the first round in the Masters once and was leading with 9 holes to play. Nick Faldo told us this morning he started with double-double and he was leading with 9 holes to play. So we can only hope for him. Bitterly disappointed more than anyone. He'll be more disappointed than anyone of today's performance.
Yeah, I think devastated would cover it. He's got that look in his eye, hasn't he? He just looks a bit punch-drunk after what's gone on out there today.
Get me out of here.
Tomorrow's a new one, Rory. And, well, if anybody's got the talent to come out and turn it around, he has. trouble is there'll be so many questions now. Press, media, they all want to know what's happened. Well, it's a bad day. End of story. Koepka. Birdie putted 9. Unbelievable how this man turns it on for the majors. It is just astonishing.
Have you known another golfer like him? Doesn't play golf outside tournaments. He doesn't practice that hard. When he's got weeks off, they are weeks off.
I'll just watch Tiger at the second here, 3 wood.
Never saw it.
It's just never saw it, he said. It's coming back into the bunker, I'm afraid, Tiger. There was one guy, but I can't remember his name, I'm afraid. He almost used to ease up into this when he was coming into the ball. Lovely position there.
And he's taken this seriously. He was getting up for at least the last week in America at 1 o'clock every morning, going to the gym to get on the clock, get his body adjusted.
Jordan Spieth bunkered off the tee at number 8. This is his 3rd shot. A rare mistake. From being almost invincible, he really fell off the side of a cliff, didn't he, for a while there, and he's slowly been showing some positive signs over the last 3-6 months or so.
Justin at 3. Get the left bounce, get the left bounce. He asks it. Does not. Feeds into that little trough. Long right. There are much worse places to be.
Yeah, there's some really sharp runoffs in places around Royal Portrush, but he should be okay there. Jordan Spieth in a bit of trouble at 8. He's got a long-range effort for par to stay at 3 under par. As Shane Lowry, one of the early starters and round in 67, leads the Open at Royal Portrush. Sabatini's been showing some good form lately. So has Eric Van Rooyen. Tommy Fleetwood a little under the radar. And Brooks Koepka in wonderful form. Henrik Stenson is tucked in there, so is last week's winner Bernd Wiesberger. Only returned to action late last year after wrist surgery, the Austrian. And 2 wins this season. Top of the race to Dubai after the victory in Scotland. Darren Clark, level past 71. Got it going early, was 3 under. Lost his way a little bit, but managed to hold on to things. I know Danny Willett had lots of supporters at the start of the week. A lot of people are seeing the trend in his game. Another player who's been through the doldrums and has worked his way back. Former Masters champion. Abraham Anser from Mexico came over and played at La Hinch in the Dubai Duty-Free Irish Open, where they had a similar setup. The tournament director down in Ireland was in touch with Grant Moyer, who sets up the course for the RNA this week, and talking about fairway widths and the cut heights for the rough and speed of the greens and firmness of the greens. So it was a very similar test. Good idea. This is Kevin Kisner coming down the last. Remember, he's made birdies at 16 and 17, and he's found the fairway at number 18.
I'm gonna hit a fucking low ball. Yeah, just try to chase something. You deal with all that?
Yes.
I'm gonna play some left to right.
Yep.
Not sure what he took off the tee there, but he left himself quite a long way back.
Where'd it come down?
Blind shot. He won't have seen it, but it'll be confirmed for him in a moment. To Rose, just off the green at 3.
Justin Johnson. Birdie putt from just over the back. It looks quite tasty, you know. What a good try. Cool. Look at the break in this one for Spieth.
And it's for par.
I don't think that's high enough. I think he was intending to start at 4 feet higher up the hill and just bailed out on it. Just helped it a little bit left, and there's still work to be done.
Well, Thomas Bjorn is back alongside Tony Johnston and myself, Dominic Hollier. We've got Jay Townsend out on the course following the action with Tigers Group, and Alison Whittaker is also riding the fairways for us, as Keegan Bradley holds out nicely. Thomas, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just had a little shower coming through there, the golf course, and now it's all of a sudden nice again out there.
And here is a man who's on fire at the moment. John Rahm won a couple of weeks ago down at the Hinch. Absolutely no surprise if he is in contention on Sunday.
Well, a good stroke to start with, good and positive. He's got a great attitude, this guy, to the game. He really, really just drives himself hard.
264 for Reed, 237 all the way to the front edge, and I think that's the key number. Oh, that's going to go down a slope. Tiger was in the last of the 3 right fairway bunkers and could only explode it out. He's got a long shot in. Tiger has 235 to the hole for his 3rd on this par 5. Wallace is 1 yard closer than Reed. He's got 263 to the hole, 236 to the front edge. This is nothing more than probably a 4-iron. Throw it up in the air. Wind is straight behind the players.
A little unlucky, just pitched it to that tiny little ridge. A yard further on the downslope, that definitely gets all the way up to the hole.
Well, Jordan's, after all his troubles here on 8, this is for bogey. And all of a sudden the putting stroke goes. So great on the first holes, and then when you have that one testing yourself for bogey, it just goes a little bit.
And that's been the key of his demise over the last 18 months or so.
To the slender 10th green, down the slope for Fleetwood.
Well, there's Woods. You heard Jay saying out of the bunker to here. Long way in. That'll do.
Ricky Fowler into the 18th.
Will have picked a spot amongst those flagpoles at the back of the green. And I think he started it exactly where he wanted. That's a fine shot.
Have a look at young Callum Shinkwin here. Very good. Just sneaking in the side door there. It's a nice round going here for Callum.
who doesn't have a card on the European Tour at the moment, came close to winning the Scottish Open, didn't he, a couple of years back? Lost out in a playoff in the end to Rafael Cabrera-Bello. Justin Thomas to get it back to level par.
Beautiful stroke. From the day he came out, I think we all fell in love with that putting stroke. Straight back, straight through. And he's a gutsy little fellow too. He'll take nothing lying down.
Well, we saw Kevin Kisner play his second shot into the front green side bunker. He's out to here, so this is a putt for a par. He's a guy who just quietly goes about his business, doesn't he? There's nothing flashy.
No, it's only really the money till he's got flashing. There's plenty of money coming in.
So a couple of drop shots, but a couple of birdies over the closing 4 holes for Kisner, who got off to a fast start. He was 3 under through the first 4, then gave some back. And in the end, he's going to sign for a 1 under par round of 70 this year's WGC. Yuck. Dell Technologies match play champion. Wasn't very nice, was it? Brooks Koepka into the 10th hole.
Settle down. Okay.
You can't say anything that Ricky's hit 2 great shots on this hole. Be nice to finish it off. This is as good as an opportunity as you're going to get on this hole, I think.
Particularly after dropping one on the previous hole.
Yeah, and when
Nice.
you drop one and you really want to finish in red numbers, and here's your chance to get it back, you kind of go home and think, well, that was an okay start, and it's a long way till this tournament finishes. Red numbers are always good. There you go. Beautiful, Ricky Fowler. Well done. Good round. Probably looking for a little bit more, but no damage done.
Let's catch up with Tiger at the second.
Both Wallace and Reed have already pitched up. Reed's gone quite a way past the hole. Wallace is about 5 feet. They'll have those for birdies. This for birdie for Woods. Got a big step it has to climb up and over, wind behind. Once it gets up on top, it can get away from you. It's pretty speedy on the top level. A lot of right to left.
Par at the opening hole for John Rahm. Here he is on the tee at the par 5 second.
You like this, yeah?
Cool. It gives it a dirty sheen to it, doesn't it?
You didn't really know if that was going. I thought maybe that was going way left, but the way he looked when he picked up his tee button, he's just like, oh, this is how good I am, so I'm just going to pick the tee up and put the club in the bag and carry on.
Wallace has this one for birdie. This is going to be a left to righter here. He needs to get this just barely inside Patrick Reed's ball marker here. As it loses pace, it's going to just go uphill a little bit and slide left to right.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear from Jay as this round goes on, because I bet, you know, we hear a lot about Matt and his kind of caddy relationship, but He uses Dave a lot. He'll have a lot of long conversations with him today, playing with Tiger Woods, and Dave will try and calm him down. So it'll be interesting to see if Jay picks up on what's going on out there between the two of them.
Another chance for Sabatini, the Slovakian.
From South Africa.
Or is it via the United States?
Reed for his birdie. Oh. And historically, over the last 4 or 5 years, he has been just about as good as you get on this planet from 4 or 5 feet. Flag's cut in an awkward little spot just at the base of a ridge that comes off the right fringe, and it's fooled a lot of players today. Yeah, there you go. Took a dive.
Well, I think with Tiger, you know, not a great tee shot on the first, not a great one on the second. Walked off with 2 pars. You probably feel a little bit like, oh, this is one of those rounds where I really got to have to dig in and work hard. But if anybody can, he can.
The old adage, isn't it, about not playing yourself out of the championship on the opening day. You can't win it on day one. No birdie for Dustin Johnson at the 3rd. Three straight pars to start the round for him. Let's catch up with Koepka.
He didn't quite get the control on the wedge from the semi-rough. Brooks there, and not his best putt either, but it looks like it's going to be a 4.
Keegan Bradley. Birdie chance. Oh, it's a misread, I'm afraid. Stroke looked fine. Made all the more frustrating, missing putts around here and misreading by the fact that the putting surfaces are absolutely exquisite.
Ooh, now potential problems here. Looks like big problems as well for Justin Rose. Alison Whittaker, what's happening?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because he actually came down and Gareth was going to get a yardage. And I don't know that he knew that they hadn't actually found the ball at that point in time. So they found one, it was the wrong one. Everyone pounced on the rough and they've eventually identified his. So back to the drawing board a little bit. He's got some room at least, as you can see, just walking back along that little mown section of rough, which should give him a decent chance. He's about 200 to the front edge from where he is, so can't see much of the green, but might be able to find it.
Well, had a bounce all the way down the right-hand side of that 4th hole, and may be aware of that. Rose has pulled it into the left rough, so real issues there. Let's go back a hole to the 3rd, and Woods.
175, not quite straight downwind, but nearly, a little bit out of the left. The hole's cut up on the back left shelf here. You cannot fly it up there, and you do not want to miss left or long, or the bank that feeds it off. You're going to have to hit a low one and maybe draw it a little bit if you want to get up there close to the hole.
Skip. Skip.
I've said it to you before, Jay, I think. If you could play as well as you see it, then you would have been one great player.
Yeah, Thomas, it's just about, you know, seeing the right shot in that type of thing. I never figured this out while I was still playing. That's the sad thing. But Wallace was shown what to do. Tiger hit the perfect shot in there. Just take a little bit of spin off of it and pitch it about 15 yards short of the hole, and it should run up there. Anytime the sun comes out, the wind seems to just freshen a little bit, as it has right now.
Down into the little dip.
Well, here's the South African Louis Oosthuizen on 10. We've seen a few guys have this putt now. Break left to right. This is a positive putt from Louis. Well done. Beautiful. Gets as excited as ever, Louis, doesn't he?
Back to the third, and Patrick Reed last to go here.
Well, he could do well this week, Patrick. He's one of the best wind players that's around. He controls his flight. He's a lovely, lovely iron player, he really is.
Rose has taken his drop, so now playing a 3 at the 4th. How far has he got to go, Alison?
Well, to be honest with you, I think he's just going to be aiming to use that backboard in the back right section, just to the right edge of out of that tower. He'll do well to get this on the putting surface. Just no line at all, but on a great line here. Oh, what a brilliant shot.
Oh, unlucky. He was really trying to bring it in off that slope. It's gone a couple of feet too far and stuck.
And buried by the look of it as well, with the grass growing against him. Oh, there. J.B. Holmes has a putt for, well, that was for eagle. A nice easy birdie at the short par 4 5th hole for Holmes. A great start, apart from the drop shot at the first. 3 birdies in 4 holes after that.
Callum Shinquin coming towards the end of his round for a birdie at the par 3 16th. He'll take a par and run.
Well, Tony, you would know here. Is that this Bobby Locks thing on the left there? He hit it
Bobby Locks locker.
Is that what it's called? Bobby Locks locker on the left there. He hit there on purpose.
Yeah.
You're almost as old as him.
Apparently his first look at the course. Don't be rude now, Thomas. He just decided that's the place to be. He made 3 from there every day.
Yes, all 4 tournament rounds in 1951.
Well, at least some of the names we know what they mean. There's the one par 3 is at 13 that's called Feather Bed. I spent an hour last night trying to work out why it's called. No idea. Have you worked it out?
No.
No.
We'll be back with that one tomorrow, Tony.
Perhaps you have to land it softly on the green. Play from on high as Shane Lowry continues to lead the way at Royal Portrush.
Well, just rolled off here for Matt. It's a positive chip.
Yeah, he's got great short game skills, hasn't he, Thomas? Good pitcher, chipper, just about as good a putter as we've seen in a long time.
Well, he's got such a great future ahead of him. The work ethics is brilliant. He's got a great swing, great short game. He's just got all of it. So he's just keep plodding along and become better and better week by week.
Nice up and down birdie there at the second, the par 5 for John Rahm. Having found the green side bunker, so he's up and running. And to the third once again. And a birdie putt here for both Tiger Woods and, first of all, Patrick Reed.
There's a lot of green reading going on here. What they're really concentrating on is the second half of the putt once it reaches the top level. He's got to go up a pretty good step. It's all going to be breaking left to right. And what you want to do is you want to read these putts by picking the point at the top and how it's going to break to the hole. Then the first part, getting to the top, you figure out how do I get to that midpoint. In this case, it's less than midpoint. The wind has died down for the moment, but it is behind him.
Frustrations with the putter for Reed. Missed chances at the second and the third. This is for 3 in a row for Justin Thomas, though. And that would have been a good move on the field, because that is the toughest hole on the course, number 11. So Tiger at the third.
After that brilliant tee shot, this is just a little right to left uphill. I think he wants to start it just outside the left. The wind is freshening again. It's coming from his left, so it might straighten it out ever so much. I don't think you want to give the whole hole away here, nice and firm.
Three straight pars to start the day for Tiger Woods.
Well, we watched Justin. His trial and tribulations here on the fourth, but he's got the help of the green here. Just pop it out and let it roll down to the hole. Brilliant shot from Justin Rose. Grip it down there on the steel. Just try and stap it down just onto the front of the green. And just let it roll out.
Playing alongside John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay. This is for an eagle.
Has become a very fine player, hasn't he? Won Jack Nicklaus's Memorial Tournament. Up to 10th in the world rankings.
And here we have a look at Danny Willett for birdie on 9. Dinner last night. There's a nice chatter in Danny again now, feeling confident, believe, and that was a beautiful stroke there as well. 2 birdies in a row, 2 under par for the front 9. He's just coming back into that Danny Willett that won the Masters and was a world player. He obviously won in Dubai at the back end of last season, and he's just getting everything going again, moving up the world rankings. Finau. They're dropping in now, Tony.
Absolute snake across there. Beautiful for Tony Finau. 3 pars and then a birdie there. He's 1 under. Good work.
Sabatini with another chance, this time at the par 3, 13th. Well, the weather conditions at the moment are pretty kind to the players as we continue coverage of this open round of the 148th Open from Royal Portrush, back in Northern Ireland, the oldest major of them all, for the first time since 1951. There's a real celebratory atmosphere around the town, around this part of the world as well. Delighted to have the very best players in the world in this tiny, well, small fishing village of Portrush, now perhaps better known and certainly will be going forward as an international golfing destination. Jordan Spieth got it to 3 under par, the 2017 champion golfer of the year, but a couple of slip-ups, he's back to 9 under. John Rahm off to a good start, playing with Patrick Cantlay and Kuchar. They all picked up a shot at that par 5 second hole. And he's almost the tournament host, isn't he? Darren Clarke, first off today with James Sugrue, the young Irish amateur, the amateur champion indeed both round in 71. Xander Lombard from South Africa, a runner-up in the Amateur Championship when it was staged here 5 years ago. Also with an opening 71.
Well, fourth of the fairway, Jason Day. He's got the familiar face on the golf bag, Steve Williams. Worked their way around this golf course, I'm sure, in a good way today.
I thought Steve had retired. I thought he was counting his money and racing cars back in New Zealand.
He's retired a lot, Steve Williams. And he keeps coming back to us.
He's retired more times than George Foreman.
So Day walks up towards the green, will wander back to the tee, and Woods. Jay.
And there's a storm approaching, a very heavy little shower has kicked up the wind here on the fourth tee. It's 280 to get past the second left fairway trap. There's two traps in the middle of the fairway that are unreachable. The wind is picking up behind. Out of bounds to the right, you cannot miss it right. It's just off the edge of the fairway. Wallace will want to follow that one down the middle. It's hard to curve the ball much when the wind is straight behind you. You can start it offline, it'll stay offline. So it's really key to get set up and get the ball started on line. The spin of the ball is lessened by the wind behind you. Conversely, into the wind, it's accentuated. Huge crowds out here following this marquee group here. Everyone wants to get a look at Tiger, and well, Matt Wallace, he's soon to win the race to Dubai, you would think.
Uh-oh, white posts. Oh, looked as though it flew straight over the posts into the bushes. Didn't see it ricochet out, and Wallace could well be reloading.
Reed likes to move everything right to left, and the guy in front of you just whips one out of bounds to the right. Doesn't give you a good feeling. Now, he can give the little helicopter finish and hit a cut shot when he wants to, but that's not his preferred shot.
Absolutely no problems there. Well, I say that, sit down. Okay. As we wander forward to Brooks Koepka, Tony and I will step out and leave you in the company of Sam Torrance, of Thomas Bjorn and Dougie Donnelly. Dougie.
Thank you, Dom. 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in Northern Ireland, day one of the 148th Open Championship. It's run on a little green stumping at 10 feet 1, at least at the start of the day. That's still moving, that one, and picking up pace as well. There it goes. DJ looking distinctly unimpressed. Oh, isn't that a beautiful picture? Justin Rose at the short par 4 fifth. Love this hole.
Yeah, good 3-wood off the tee there from Justin.
Keegan Bradley, the last man to win a major from outside the top 50 in the world. 2011 US PGA.
And Patrick Cantley just hung on to the green there.
This is Jason Day. Probably a foot right to left. Or it could be left to right. I think we both got it wrong. It was straight. Great read off a DJ though, so you could see the slope, the severity of it just past the hole there.
Solid start for Jason.
Come on, baby.
The injury prone Jason Day.
Well, this is not an easy putt, is it? It's like, it's just, so you're thinking, oh, this must be so slow because it just kept trundling on, but I'm feeling you don't want to be too over aggressive with it either. Once it gets up on that top, it kind of slips away from you a bit. The good thing about Dustin Johnson is he will have forgotten about it when that flag goes in the hole, move on to the next.
John Ram. Long birdie opportunity at the third for the Spaniard. Got a bit of a love affair going on with Ireland at the moment, just as Ireland does with John Ram.
Well, this is for the third birdie in a row for Danny Willett. Yeah, go on, Danny. Go on. You should get a bonus for that.
He's got the serious face on as well. I don't see Danny with a serious face on too often.
Tiger has 170 coming out of a divot. It's a sand-filled divot, so it's not too deep. Wind almost straight behind. Blind shot. Can't see anything due to the green being up and the hole being cut behind a mound.
Perfect strike there from Tiger. Coming down quite steep on the ball to make sure he doesn't catch it a little bit heavy and catch the sand.
Huge galleries following this group. And Wallace, playing his fourth after driving out of bounds, has 156. He too cannot see the green or flagstick, tucked behind that mound in the front left of the green.
Right into the heart of the green. Good shot. Just trying to stabilise the emotions and everything that's going on. It's a big day when you go out and play with Tiger Woods in a major championship and then you end up hitting it out of bounds on the fourth. You just got to get it all a bit calm now and move on. There's plenty of chances out there. Have a look at Finau. Surprised he didn't have a go at the screen, Sam.
Yes, but he'll have that for birdie. Yes, it's round one. You know, you can be a bit aggressive.
Patrick Reed at the fourth. Trying to bring it in off the right. A tricky pin position that at the back of the green, that swale behind it, which Dustin Johnson fell victim to.
A nice look here at our happy friend Tyrrell Hatton for eagle on 12. Nice birdie. Moves to 2 under par. No bogeys so far. Nothing to complain about then.
Justin Rose, good birdie chance here at 5. Good putt. Difficult one down the hill there. I think the wind's quick, his shirt getting blown there. We've had a few changes in weather today already.
The only Slovakian in the field. Wasn't always a Slovakian, but he is now. Rory Sabatini.
So Tony Finau playing a Scottish, Irish, linksy shot up to here. This is for birdie. Just a big swing off the left. He's giving it too much. Just a fraction.
I like Tony Finau, I have to say. I like the fact he came from a very ordinary background. His dad was a baggage handler at Salt Lake City Airport. Family had no history of playing the game. Tony and one of his brothers from a big family used to watch the par 3 course down the road through the fence. That's how they first got an interest in the great game. Look what he's gone on to achieve. I love those stories.
Wallace was bogey. Has hit it.
A bit of a setback for Wallace, double bogey early on in his round.
Tiger was in quick to look at Wallace's putt. Tiger's line was about 2 feet left of Wallace, and it went left to right, and then as it approaches a hole, loses speed, it wants to go back the other way, wind from the left.
Very solid start from the Masters champion. All pars so far.
JB Holmes. Well, that was for his 4th birdie of the day. 1 bogey, 3 birdies for JB Holmes. He hits the ball a prodigious distance. He'll stay 2 under. It's a good start. how strong the wind is, and included with rain, it becomes quite torrid.
Tommy Fleetwood, second into the par 5 12th. Ooh, going left. Bit of an urgency about the call of 4. Despite the massive crowds here at Royal Portrush, he managed to avoid any spectators.
It's actually not too bad a spot. Fleetwood's in there. He got lucky. He's almost on a little path.
Going for it.
This is magnificent. This is right in the middle of the green. Go on, get up that slope. Go on. Stay there. Don't go left. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent to have that in your locker.
Opening day of the Open here at Royal Portrush. Shane Lowry leading by 1, as he has been for some time now. 4 under par. Noren, Simpson, Garcia, Fratelli, McIntyre and Appy Barn are all in the clubhouse at 3 under. Danny Willett, with those 3 birdies in a row, is now 3 under after 10. Romain Longasque, one of the last men into the Open, qualifying last week in Scotland. And getting off to a splendid start. Erik van Rooyen of South Africa was in contention last week, and he had an 8 at the second hole in the final round at the Renaissance Club. That kind of ended his chances. Bernd Wiesberger, the winner last week, a 70 for 1 under. Lee Westwood, I can't think of any more popular winners. If he were to triumph on Sunday afternoon, he's been so close so often. Such a top player for 23 years now. Lee Westwood.
I totally agree with you, Duke, but I think if Darren Clark won, we might be hearing a few more roars. But it would be lovely to see Lee win it. Lee converts. We saw his second in there. That's birdie.
Talking of Lee Westwood, Thomas Bond reminds me that it's his 25th straight Open. That's a fantastic record. Uninterrupted presence in the game's oldest championship.
Seconds, gentlemen.
It's just about 4:15 in the afternoon here in Northern Ireland, and the very last match in the 148th Open is about to tee off. And there are still fans there to send them on their way. Gon Churankul of Thailand, Yusuf Asaji of Japan, and Ashton Turner of England, who will be the very last man to tee it up here at Royal Portrush.
This is game number 52. On the tee, from Thailand, Gon Churankul.
He's had a long, long wait, hasn't he? When's your tee time? 4:16. Go and play 18 at Port Stewart then.
Turning a little bit left. It's fine.
On the tee, from Japan, Yosuke Asaji.
First ever Open for Asaji, and how our Japanese friends would dearly love to see a Japanese Open champion. There's 1 or 2 been close.
On the tee, from England, Ashton Turner.
We walked with him a few holes the other day, Dougie. Very impressive.
We did, yeah. It's a long way.
Yes. Effortlessly. But the first tee is a different story.
Drifting a bit right. He's okay though, absolutely fine. So there we are, all 156 players on the 148th Open have now teed it up. Be well after 9 o'clock this evening before they're back in.
I need the lower on the 18th.
We head out. Well, actually, just over on the other side of the hospitality village there to watch Callum Shinkwin finish off his round. No, this is going a long way right. Yep. I have to say, Sam, one thing I really like this week is that the drop zones in general around that 18th green matches the rough that you would be in. It's not cut down, it's not made easy. You're actually going to find yourself a bit tricky. It's quite easy sometimes just to hit it in the grandstand and if you're in trouble, and then you get away with it going to a drop zone. This week you've got to be a bit more careful with that.
I agree, Thomas, absolutely. It's a fabulous shot. And one of my favourites this week, John Rahm. Short sleeve shirt.
The fifth green. Look how close the out of bounds is behind the green. Dustin Johnson driving this par 4 green with ease. So it's going to be an eagle putt coming up to the American. Oh, DJ.
I just wonder if that putt on the last scared him a bit, trickling away from him and not quite finding the pace as of yet. Dustin Johnson. Erik van Rooyen. This is a very tough green to hit, this one. It's a great putt. Oh, what a putt that is. Well done, Erik.
But the Seve swing there from Patrick Reed, trying to drive the fifth green as well. Not far short, right on the, just stay there. If it goes left, it'll be a little bit trickier, and it will. It's very unlucky to finish there.
Patrick Reed hit his drive. They are waving them up.
Wood here, wind whipping off the left from this elevated tee. 325 to the front edge, can get to the green no problem. So easy to sliding left to right on the breeze. Saw a lot of that this morning.
Jay seems to be swinging a little freer than he was in the opening few holes.
Yeah, no doubt, Sam. He had that grimace at the first hole, the opening tee shot, and he's looked pretty good since then. Wallace going with a big stick, coming off that double where he whipped it right out of bounds. In all fairness, out of bounds isn't far right of the fairway at 4.
Correct.
But he easily has the power to get there. And earlier today, the players were being fooled. They played the first 4 holes almost straight downwind, and this one turns more to the left. And that's why so many players were losing it right. They weren't taking in enough left to right wind.
That is almost, it's not dead. You can get it on the green, but you can't get me. You might have to go left of the flag there. That's a really tricky shot. The tees, you give me a tee shot, you can drive the green, but if you don't get it right.
Having a look here at Peters. It's a bit up and down at the moment for Thomas, but this is a good start. Fist pump as well. That means that Thomas is in the right frame of mind this week. That's probably sometimes his biggest problem, is to find the right mindset when he goes into golf tournaments, but that's a good sign from him there.
He does get down on himself, Thomas, doesn't he?
He's very tough on himself, he really is, and with his talent and ability, you know, sometimes it's just the wanting to do so well that gets in the way of him actually doing well.
Oh, lovely birdie for John Ram. His fourth Open, he's not got much of a record, it has to be said. 59th, 44th and a missed cut. Coming into the Open in terrific form.
Justin Thomas at 13. Miano Grillo had a hole-in-one here this morning. Lovely shot there. Nice chance for birdie.
Yeah.
Let's have another look at the hole-in-one. Here he is. 2 over at this point. You heard him say get lucky. And oh my goodness, did it get lucky. Just magnificent. I think the first recorded hole-in-one was Lionel Platt's, and it bounced off the edge of the bunker and ran across the green, went in. St George's Hill a long time ago.
And that was the beautiful golf swing of Tommy Fleetwood's. Middle of the green. It's a fairly easy hole today, 13. Nice pin position, straight downwind, a lot of green to work with. Just landed on the green, try and release it down to the hole.
All par so far for Jason Day. Is this where he breaks the run? It sure is. Birdie for the Aussie.
Well, is that Callum Shinkwin? He was up against the grandstand. We get a drop into the... It was Callum, I'm afraid. So he's gone from the drop zone to there, as Thomas described. Mind you, look at that rough behind him. Thank goodness they didn't put it in the middle of that. But that's where his ball could have been. He was wider than that. So it's a good decision for the referees to do that.
And Dustin, after that strong, amazing drive. It's only got this for birdie. This is not quite working out for Dustin Johnson on the green at the moment.
And that'll really hurt, won't it? That'll really hurt.
That's a bad one. It's one of those where you feel like just get it back here and then off we go. It's just not quite got the pace yet. Long way to go though.
Strange layoff off the tee for Tiger. If he was going to leave it 86 yards, it seems like you'd hit it more left and you have a better view and a much better angle here. With the wind almost straight behind some from the left, no chance of getting it to land on top and stay anywhere near the flag. If he wants to get it close, he's going to have to run it up a pretty steep step, land it not far from the right fringe.
He's always loved coming to Ireland, Tiger. He was reminiscing earlier in the week about the late Penn Stewart and Mark O'Meara used to come over and play a bit of golf and do a bit of fishing ahead of Open Championships.
Well, if it isn't Lee Westwood. There you go. 3 birdies in a row for Lee. Well done. And there she is, Helen. It's her debut in a major.
I guess that means that his son Sam's not speaking to him then. He was in the bag last week. He's been dropped for the Open.
I actually think he's playing some golf himself in some Scottish.
Reed has a pretty good
stuff.
lie. Oh, excuse me. Reed has a pretty good lie down here. It's a grassy lie, which is going to help take some spin off of it. He's down in a bowl. Doesn't have much wind to deal with. What there is straight behind him. As it climbs up to the top level, it's going to want to go left to right. He was trying to get the skidder and get it to stop, but out of that lie, it just wouldn't grab.
Back to the woes of Callum Shinkwin. This is his 4th shot now on the fairway in 1, couple under 2. He's got to get up and down to break par. This is going to hurt if he doesn't. That's a magnificent touch out of that rough. Very good. And he'll have that for a 70. Brooks Koepka across the green for eagle. This to get to 4. Just missed. And he'll get to 3 under. 1 behind our leader, Shane Lowry.
Playing with Louis Oosthuizen and Shubhankar Sharma of India. Sharma and Koepka were playing partners on a Challenge Tour event in India a few years back. Shinkwin for bogey at the last. That's a disappointing finish, but it's still been a round full of good golf from Callum Shinkwin. Finishes at 1 under despite the bogey at 18. Still looking for his first European Tour win. Came very close in the Scottish Open 3 years ago when he lost out in a playoff to Rafa Cabrera Bello.
DJ keeps hitting wonderful shots, doesn't he? The quality of the striking and the control is amazing, but still got to hold the putts.
A ram on 5, just 3 wood. I thought he'd be aggressive here. The line, no, it's going right. Oh, that's not good. Might have a bit of angle, not sure.
After those 3 birdies in a row, Danny Willett has just double bogeyed 11, taking him back to 1 under.
Chance for Fleetwood, he's got it. Tommy Fleetwood gets a birdie. Very good, Tommy. One of the British favourites. 3 birdies, no bogeys. Excellent day.
Here's how it looks. Shane Lowry still top of the heap, 4 under par after a 67 this morning. 6 players in with a 68. Van Rooyen, Fleetwood and Koepka challenging them at 3 under.
.285 to the front from here. Justin Rose playing well today. Great up and down he made from short of the green at the last. Really just that one bad swing that went left on him at the 4th hole. It's been very solid. Playing a good 15 yards uphill. Looks to be on a pretty tasty line as well, up that right half.
About one of my favourite views on the course. The tee shot at 5, short par 4 towards the water. Howder Brown's very tight behind. Patrick Cantley. Oh, that's a terrific effort. That's going to hold the green as well. That's a great drive from Cantley. Eagle putt coming up.
What a shot. I think that might even been 3-wood. No, it wasn't. Thank goodness for that, Dickie.
Tiger played safe, took the slow ball to play, now has a long left to righter back into the wind, virtually assured of missing this to the right.
That was a poor one from Tiger. That's almost 18 feet short of the hole.
Opening day of the 148th Open, and I'm delighted to say I've been joined in the commentary box by the former European #1 Dale Hayes.
Well, it's really lovely to be here, and what an interesting first day. We've had wind, we've had rain, we've had sunshine, and we've had a lot of good golf and a few bad holes. A few very bad holes.
Patrick just trying to get a feel for how it's going to break at the very end. The last three, just kind of stand over it there and get a feel with your feet. Use your balance, equilibrium. This putt's going to have some left to right it, and it's back into the wind. It's slow. It's not as slow as what Tiger made it look. I mean, Tiger left it probably 10 feet short. This one really gets going sideways when it starts to get close to the hole.
Koepka at the par 3 13th. Oh, a stunner. A beauty. Great opportunity for another birdie for Koepka.
3 birdies, no bogeys so far for Koepka. Wonderful start. Same for this man. 3 birdies, no bogeys. Perfect. The next step for that man is a major. Tommy Fleetwood has done everything else in golf, and I assure you it won't be long before he's a major champion.
Jason Day after the birdie at 5. Has to follow it with another at 6. Should start to turn now. Not quite enough though.
Well, let's see if Tiger can hold that putt. An hour shaped green. That out of bounds just a couple of yards over the back of the green. And a little earlier, I'm not sure if anybody else has done it, but only one player I think has hit it out of bounds. And that was Grillo, who chipped it out of bounds, in fact. Didn't hit his drive out of bounds. So the rain has certainly made that a little bit easier.
Tiger has his left to righter here. He's going to have to start at about a cup and a half outside left unless he really rams it. You don't want a 4-footer coming back. Pretty significant break here.
Not a good 5 on that hole.
Jay, is that Cantley's ball on the green? Did they call them up?
Yes, Sam, they've been calling them up. Every group has, just for speed of play.
Excellent. Another good move from the RNA.
Right, come on, DJ. Time we hold a putt.
Beautiful, well done. That unique walk of his. I don't think I've ever seen anybody walk quite the same way as Dustin Johnson.
You never seen John Wayne?
Yeah, but that was only when he was on a horse.
Justin Rose up ahead of the par 5 7th.
You got everything right there. Justin set the distance, just pushed it a little bit. He knows.
Now, Louis Oosthuizen, the most beautiful swing in the game. Look at that. Makes the game look so easy. Often wonder why he doesn't win every tournament or championship he plays in. And if he keeps hitting like that, he'll win this one.
Already the proud owner of a claret jug. Might have had 2. Lost in the playoff 2015 when Zach Johnson won.
Lost in the playoff at the Masters too. He celebrated with that home win buying a tractor. And that's probably why that's a bit left for Johnson. He's a wonderful attitude with golf, Louis. It's not all important in his life. He loves his home life, and he spends a lot of time at home and loves his farm.
Big Matt Kuchar. So his second shot to the short par 4. Just up on the back ridge is where the pin is. Just up that ridge. And that's well played.
185 into a right to left wind. The players cannot see the bottom of the flag stick. It's hidden. Just anything 20 feet short left of the flag is a good shot.
Go. Go.
And that's okay. He knew it was short. Hit it well. Nice flight. 25 feet up the green. What a vista. Be a great hole from green to tee. They do that at St Andrews once a year. Go from the greens to the tees.
Hit a decent shot to here, just from around about 70 yards, but had a little bit of a tight lie. Spin went up and then it kind of leaked it out to the right, but still, he's kind of putting through a little bit of a valley, which is realistically the ideal putt to come into from this right-hand side with this pin today over on the left. Does make the read just ever so slightly more difficult. Should break a little off that ridge on his right-hand side, little downhill as well. Certainly a holeable putt.
I'll give you that. That's a very simple par for Justin Rose.
I see you've got more generous over the years, Dale. Very good.
I would never have given you one of those.
No.
Tiger's very comfortable with this right hole location, wind off the right. Likes to play that little slider left to right, pinch it down, maybe play a little stinger shot here.
Jay, what club is that, do you think?
You know, it could be one of several. All depends on the trajectory you want to hit it. That's the beauty of links golf, isn't it?
It was the wrong one. That's carried miles big there, Dale. Trying to hit a hard cut into the flag, and that is going to be extremely difficult off that bare lie.
Because earlier they looked like some of the players were hitting 7 and 8 irons, and that looked much longer club. That looked like a 5.
Shubhankar Sharma, birdie at 13. This to get under par. Got a chance. It's got a chance. He's got it. Got it. Made 4 unders leading. You know, anything under par, in the round par, it's going to be in fantastic shape. We don't know what the lead's going to be, obviously.
Very talented Indian player. Erupted onto the European Tour with 2 wins in very short space of time.
John Rahm here is miles offline. Stop. Oh. Whoa. Well, he's on the green. That's all that can be said. Probably not bad from where he was. He could have found himself unplayable. He could have found himself in all sorts of trouble there with that drive.
So McIlroy in there this morning. Paul Casey the same.
It's the most wonderful turf to play from, links turf. There's nothing quite like it in golf. I'm going to spin back up the hill. Tommy Fleetwood missing right. That's okay though.
When he said that and it started spinning, I was like, nothing quite like it. You can even get this, the ball to spin up a hill of a yard.
Kept to join Lowry at the top of the leaderboard. No. And that was not the most convincing putt from Brooks.
Sam is a very traditional player. He does everything just the way it should be done. Holds up. He doesn't have any quirks in his swing. You know, the way he holds the club or holds the putter, or very traditional.
So is this man, Tony Finau. Got a short, compact swing. Oh, almost. Very colourful.
Don't know whether you've heard the story of how he started to play golf. Lived in Colorado.
You're trying to lead me down a very dark path, Hayes, and I'm not picking it up. Oh, Eric. And incidentally, it was Utah, not Colorado.
Van Rooyen had a very disappointing second hole last week in the last round. Was 2 behind going out, birdied the first, then quadrupled the second. But he kept going to the end. He didn't finish too badly, but he's coming in here with good form.
This long putt down the hill here for Jon Rahm at the 5th. It's going to turn to his right. So still some work to do for a par for him.
Wallace has already played and is now 20 yards short of the green. He was right behind where Tiger was in the deep stuff. Tiger has a reasonable lie. He's out of the fairway cut. He can get the club underneath, slight downhill lie, but the green is way above him. Ooh. There you can see it was just the fact that he was so far below the level of the green on the downhill lie.
The subtleties of Portrush. I'd say probably the best links greens I've ever seen there.
This is, it's just the most wonderful golf course. Harry Colt, who designed this golf course way back in 1930, did an incredible job. And the changes that have been made to accommodate the Open Championship, with a couple of new holes and a couple of other new greens, have been phenomenal. I've met a bunch of players who've said that this is the best golf course. Some of them have said best links golf course, others just the best golf course they've ever played.
This is Wallace's third. He was actually behind where Tiger was, as Jay said. And that's a good recovery. And one out of bounds earlier on, Wallace. He's still got that for a par. It is a par. No, it's for a bogey, I'm sorry.
Tiger's well below the level of the green. He has to go right of the sprinkler head in front of him. That's a pretty darn good shot from where he was. Obviously a bit of a compromised lie.
The impressive Patrick Cantley. That's for an eagle at 5 for the American. Oh, unlucky.
Nobody is reading that break enough.
Mm. I think one of the things that has struck me this week is the terrific air of excitement and pleasure and anticipation from everyone you meet, whether it's the locals in Portrush, people coming here from all over the world, the players, the caddies. It's a lovely, lovely atmosphere. It really is. This, I think, could be one of the memorable Opens for all sorts of reasons. So good to be back at Royal Portrush.
And I think congratulations need to go to the golf club for the way they've presented the golf course. Their members have been playing off mats for the last 9 months. The greenkeeper and the staff have done an incredible job.
Reed has this putt 2/3 of the way. The hole has to go up a gentle slope to where the hole's located. It should have some right to left to it while it's climbing. Then it kind of straightens out towards the end. We've actually seen some putts go left to right as they die.
Graham Beat is the head greenkeeper here at Royal Portrush. Normally he has a staff of 30. Well, the Open it goes up to 58 with guest greenkeepers from the other Open venues, from other Irish clubs and some from overseas. What a job they do.
Good 14, another beauty.
Former #1 Jason Day, and just look at this lie. Ball way above his feet in that thick grass. This is his third shot to the par 5. It'll take some power to get that onto the green.
As we saw from that picture, the rain is back on. It comes in very quickly.
Kuchar at the par for 5th. Beautifully holed. What a year he's having on the golf course, and he's having an exciting year off the course too, but not for all good reasons. But on the golf course, he's played fantastically.
Woods for bogey. A double for Tiger. Poor club off the tee over the back. One shot, tipped over the other side, back up in a miss. Bogey, double bogey for Tiger. +3.
Ball slightly above his feet. 165 all the way back. But that front left pin, you have to be pin high. It's on a good line out to the right. You don't want to be down that front left section, do you? That's it's almost underground down there, isn't it, gents?
It certainly is. I would need a ladder to get up. Anyway.
143 left for Justin. The wind is helping slightly, but it almost is cancelled out by the rain and the chill right now. It's probably dropped about 4 or 5 degrees centigrade. Might just be trying to sneak a little wedge in there, or a smooth 9-iron.
At his best ever Open finish last year at Carnoustie, Justin Rose, and that after having to hole a putt to make the cut on Friday night. He finally bettered his performance as a 17-year-old amateur back in 1998 at Birkdale. Now Fleetwood up the slope for birdie. Really solid start this for Tommy Fleetwood. Doesn't make his birdie. Hasn't dropped a shot though. Still at 3 under, just 1 off the lead.
Patrick Cantley, 6th tee. Just as the rain's coming down. It's a goal called Harry Colt, named after the great designer. Oh dear, dear, dear. Look at that slope, my goodness me. And it, yeah, well, you're going to see, you might be able to hit that across the green and back down the slope, but extremely difficult.
Going with the driver here, Reed. This hole sets up really nice for Patrick. The bunker up the left side, he can't reach into this rainy wind. The bunker on the right, he just aims just inside of it and just works his natural shot. Virtually straight into the wind right now, just gusting as it starts to rain just slightly harder. It's nothing that's going to put you off or soak you, but it's just kind of a nuisance at this point.
don't think that's anything like he wanted.
It's a double cross, Dale. We all hate them. You're aiming left to cut it back and you hook it as we go to John Rahm. But, well, touch left. Will it come back? Oh, just hang on. That's okay. That is okay. You see how strong the wind is off the right? Extremely difficult right now.
We move forward to the 14th hole with Justin Thomas. A lot expected from this man this week. Played really well in the majors over the last few years, but has had an injury this year. And that's beautifully holed for a birdie. He goes under par.
We saw Jason Day finding the bunker at 7, so this is the 4th shot for the Aussie at the par 5. Beautifully played. Good chance of saving his par. One of those windy, rainy squalls passing over at the moment. They don't last long, but they're pretty heavy and unpleasant when they do.
Koepka second into 14. Causeway, this one's called. Oh, that's an excellent long iron shot from Koepka. He really is such a solid player.
Since June of 2014, he's had 9 wins, including 4 majors, 10 runners-up and 21 top 10s in 5 years.
Crazy.
Where's that going?
Also too far left in the thick rough, and when that thick rough gets wet, it's going to get brutal. Look at that width. That's why he can hit the ball so far. Slipping his weight onto his left side. Now, reminiscent there of Mo Norman. He keeps his feet flat on the ground at impact. I don't know how he does that. It's amazing for me, especially after having knee operations.
Louis Housen for birdie there. This is up stone dead. Yeah, Mo Norman, one of the greatest strikers. They say maybe the greatest striker of all time. Used to say everything twice. You say everything twice.
3 wood off the tee here for Tommy Fleetwood off the 15th. And he loves it. Why not? It's in the middle.
It's well worth in Googling Mo Norman. Just have a look at a couple of his clinics. There's hours of his swing on there. He's extraordinary in his 70s, 80s, hitting drivers. Just magnificent.
Genius. Dustin Johnson for a par. Beautifully holed. Hard to believe this man's only won 1 major. Got to be more to come.
He's been runner-up in the other 3. Won the US Open. He's just so relaxed and nothing upsets him.
Tony Finau. Is that a birdie? Oh, he can't believe it. So close. You see, the trouble is, Doogie, he couldn't practice his putting in their garage.
He's trying, Doogie. Now Koepka. Fantastic second into 14th. This was birdie. Chance, he's got one. Koepka ties at the top. 4 under par. What a beautiful card. He's another one, Dale, just ambles along like Dustin Johnson.
Joint leaders for the first time in a while here at the Open. Shane Lowry and Brooks Koepka on 4 under par. 3 under been a popular score today. Alex Noren has had such an awful season, finding some form here at Royal Portrush. Webb Simpson was at 1.5 under, finished with 2 bogeys in the last 2. Sergio Garcia's up there. Dylan Fratelli, the winner on the PGA Tour last week. 22-year-old Bob McIntyre from Scotland on his Open debut. And Kiradek Happy Barnrat. Cyril Hatton and Tommy Fleetwood, the 2 Englishmen, the 2 Ryder Cup players, both still on the course, also at 3 under.
Justin Rose down the hill at 8. Looks like he's aiming at almost at that marker on the right. Oh, it's gone left early. Will it come back? It's okay.
Long putt across the green at the par 3-6 for Jon Rahm. All he really wants to do here is 2 putt, and that's a pretty good start.
This fiendish par 3 calamity. 222 yards. You get out of here with your par with a smile on your face. Well done, Eric Van Rooyen. You can see how pleased he is.
3 under par. Just look at those. Look at those. I think we should get you a pair of those pants. He's a lovely man.
Tiger has an uphill lie here. The ball's sitting okay and get the club in the back of the ball. Due to the nature of the wind when they hit their tee shots in storm, tee shots didn't go very far. Just have to lay up somewhere, but where? And he's laid this up in the rough. A terrible shot.
That's the trouble when the grass is wet. The grass just catches the club and it just closes on you every single time, and you've got to allow for that, don't you, Sam? I mean, you'd know, obviously, playing in this type of golf course.
It's just hold on with those first 3 fingers or last 3 fingers of the left hand as tight as you can, because that's what's going to turn over. It's harder when you're trying to get distance. They're a long way back there. He's trying to put it up a bit further. He's just got to take a punishment.
Johnson, tee shot at 8.
It's on the fairway, but it's on that upslope of that little mound, so not ideal.
Quite unpleasant just at the moment. Tiger certainly looked pretty miserable. Hasn't quite managed to match his exploits of last year in the majors, but maybe it'll come here in the final major of the year. Still can't quite get my head around that. The final major of the year is the Open. Change in the worldwide golfing calendar.
Tony Finau found the fairway quite nicely. You know what? I think the equation's a little bit simpler right now because you need everything, I think, really in hand. If you can, going straight back into the breeze through the rain as well. It's a bit of a beast at 427 today, this 9th hole. Just left of that right bunker, the perfect line. Probably not going to get into the second one. Can take a little less club, go out to the right. That's the safe play. That's what Justin Rose has done.
Normally the toughest hole in the course, the 9th.
For his par here at the 6th. Sure, he thought that was going to turn a little bit more, so that's a pity for Patrick. After those 2 birdies early on, drop shot there.
Justin Thomas into 15. Nicely played, bringing it round. All three will have putts of about the same distance.
Now that's interesting there, Sam. I don't think he's teed that ball up. You think it looks to me like it's on the ground.
No, there's definitely a tee underneath.
Is there tee?
It,
Is there? Okay.
Yes. That's your glasses on the floor, by the way.
No, because Tony Johnson and I were talking about it earlier, and Tony said that he would put the ball on the ground. And you know, Jack Nicklaus always said, if you can tee it up, tee it up.
Trevino told me the same thing. He actually gave me a bit of a bollocking when I didn't tee up. What are you doing? They give you the advantage of using the tee. Use it. And then some people say, well, you're on the range hitting you don't tee it up on the range with a 4-iron, a 5-iron, or a 6-iron when you're on, but you do on a par 3. I always teed it up. Great hole, the 15 called Skerries.
Wow, look at that speed through the golf ball. And that hole it's such an interesting drive because you don't actually aim anywhere near the part of the fairway you can see. You're actually aiming straight over the rough on the corner. There you can have a look at it. You're aiming so far left. And that's a perfect tee shot from Brooks Koepka.
You get that one into a strong wind, Dale, and they can't go over that corner. You can't really get to a place where you can see the green. Look at that beautiful hole down there. And I think that's the new one.
Patrick Reed was lucky to find his ball and then took some type of a drop. I don't know if it was a free drop or it was a unplayable lie drop. I'm unsure of that at this moment. But he did a good job to get it out the fairway. He has 248 uphill into the wind, and he's on an upslope here. So it is not a good situation for Patrick.
No penalty we're hearing. Patrick, this is his third.
Never like to use a wood for your third shot, do you? It's never a good sign.
But the older you get, the more comfortable you get with it.
Do you? I don't know. Anyway, I'll take your word for that, Jay. But here, Tiger's, well, this is an awfully difficult shot for Tiger too.
248 to the hole, 230 to the front edge. He can get it to the green. I'm not sure if he can get it to the hole. This is going left as well.
Catches an unsuspecting photographer. Now what's Tiger got then, Jay? This does not look pleasant.
No, it's not. He's got a good lie. It's not much grass around it, but it's totally blind. He's got to launch it very quickly from 198 to get it over a big mound, which is about 12 yards in front of him at its peak. So this is an uncomfortable shot for when you want to go into the wind. You want to drive it low, but he's got to launch it straight up into the wind. Just the last little bit right now of a shower that has plagued them through the entire hole. So this is going to play probably closer to 215 than 198.
Straight into the bank. Matt Wallace got an even harder one. He's just left him. Don't know. Did it come out, Jay? It hit the bank.
Okay, guys, stand still, please. Stand still.
Yeah, the troubles for Tiger Woods continue here at the 7th. He bogeyed the 5th, double bogeyed the 6th.
Ahead at 8, Keegan Bradley. Couple of birdies in the card for the former US PGA champion. 1 bogey, and that's a nice approach. Hoping to bring it in off the right. Didn't quite go all the way towards the flag, but that's okay.
Off that upslope there, not able to get his weight across onto his left side. Well,
isn't that
stay
typical
there.
of so many greens here at Royal Portrushdale, though, isn't it?
But he's fortunate he's gone out to the right. If he'd gone out to the left, he would have run right back into that big dip.
Looks like we've gone to another course. There's not a breath of wind, there's no rain. Sun shines on Justin. Stay there, don't go left, that's okay. Well, just okay.
This is a teapot lie here, 166, unlikely to get it to the green. Teapot lie, you stand there with one hand on your hip and just look at it.
He's getting there slowly. He's really struggling at the moment. And he's not looking terribly enamored with life just at the moment, Tiger Woods.
And you know, that's not this. Those aren't the sort of shots you want when you've got a sore back. You don't want to be playing out of thick grass like that. Tommy Fleetwood there, a little bit firmer, and he'd made another one. He's looking good, this man. There's Brooks Koepka. And he stays at 3 under.
Back on the 7th tee, John Rahm. Big bunker on the right, you see that's called Big Nelly. It used to be on the 17th, and they've transferred it over here. It's not been in play all week.
She sounds a pretty fearsome figure to me, Big Nelly.
5th shot for Tiger on this par 5. He's got 101. Still can't see the bottom of the flagstick. Uphill second shot, or excuse me, second, third, fourth. How about the 5th? 5th shot on this par 5. And he was getting very frustrated with Patrick Reed, how long he took. He said, just hit it, would you? When he was standing up there in the fairway.
That's a fabulous recovery, though, from Tiger.
It's the mark of a champion. Never, ever give up.
Dustin Johnson, 38. Oh, a chance. If it was really annoying Tiger that much, you can now hit when ready. He could have hit while he's still messing about in the fairways. There's no need to get yourself upset, is there?
You're 100% correct. That's one of the rules that's changed. You play. If you're ready and he's not, you can play. And it'd be nice to see some of the pros doing that.
Johnny Finau at 9. Is it going to come back? No.
Brooks Koepka, his second shot to the par 4 15. He had a fabulous drive. Koepka could go into the lead on his own here.
I don't think we've seen him out of position all day. Every time we've gone to him, he's middle of the fairway or middle of the green. And we were told before the start, his coach, that whoever beats him will win.
Well, Patrick has a pretty good lie over here. It could have been much worse. And just to clarify, Tiger had hit when he was showing his frustration. They both played out of turn to keep play going. Ball well below Reed's feet here. Ooh, he slipped a club underneath it. The lie was too good.
Hasn't dropped a shot yet. Patrick Reed.
Another one of the players that keeps that putter against his left arm.
Patrick's ball. Patrick's ball's down on the bottom of the swale here. The little, he would have liked an uphill lie. He's got a level lie, has to go over a mound, downhill, left to right.
That was a great effort, but I think the first bogey on Patrick Reed's card is about to come.
Now Dustin Johnson for his par. Oh, he knew he'd missed it as he hit it. Obviously just twisted the club face and pulled it to the left.
Back to over par for the championship, 68th at the moment. Well judged putt. Should get just into the turn and 36, even par.
Now Reed for 6. That's well hauled, just the bogey. Must have felt like 8, but it's the 6 on the card. Back to level.
Ooh, this is how Tiger has played the 7th today. Not exactly greens in regulation. Can happen so easily in the Open. One bad shot, you're in trouble. Maybe hit another not so good shot, and suddenly you're putting a big number on the card. And he's not a happy Tiger at the moment. After a pretty solid start, 4 pars, but then bogey, double bogey. Let's hope he holds this one, because he did play a beautiful shot in for his 5th.
And Matt Wallace, the other man in the group, did make his par, but he had 2 doubles in the last 3, Matt. 4 over. Tiger now 4 over as well.
Also dropped 4 shots in the last 3 holes. Oh, and there holes that earlier today you were saying that you should play those 3 holes in 1 under par, and he's played them in 4 over.
Tyrrell Hatton, extremely difficult shot, but it was exquisite, and it's so unlucky not to go in. Almost caught the flag. That's a fantastic up and down.
This could so easily have dropped, couldn't it? A difficult 9th, Fina.
He's hit a couple of really good long putts, as Tony Finau. Just slipping past the edges of the hole.
Out in 35, 1 under. Shane Lowry was out in 33, so was Bob McIntyre. That's been the best of the day.
Koepka to go into the lead on his own at 5 under. Oh. Little bit more speed, Brooks.
This is a pretty impressive performance again in a major by Brooks Koepka, with the help of Ricky Elliott on the left there, proud man of Portrush and a top-class amateur himself.
Great driving for John Rahm.
Hey, Mark. Mark.
And that is a beautiful second. It's a narrow second shot. And he's in great shape. Well, the previous group made this hole look like an absolute monster. John Rahm is making it look fairly simple.
First time this great championship has returned to Royal Portrush since 1951.
Wallace has already driven with a fairway medal, laid it up just short of the second right fairway bunker. Tiger going to do the same here. A little bit of wind helping him from the right. It's died down for the moment after that storm that these guys played most of the 7th hole in. What's there is helping from the right, so it should help you bend it with this hole that gently bends right to left. The best swings Tiger's made today have really been shots where he's tried to draw it. Some of the other times he's really got it stuck inside and had to flip at the bottom to square the club face up so he didn't lose it to the right. So he's going to want to aim it just inside or just left of that first right bunker and just draw it. Excuse me, read. And he's very comfortable doing that.
That's perfect, straight down the middle. Matt Wallace's ball, you can see there just in front of him, two perfect tee shots.
Tiger has a 3-wood as well, and there's just that area in between those 2 right bunkers that you just want to lay it up. It's a short par 4 today with the wind helping, just to lay up in a wedge.
It's a bit choppy one for Tiger. Done loose, this hole's called. Same as the name of the golf course. One of the new holes, the 8th. Come on, Tiger. There you go. That's okay.
As we pass the wonderful old ruined Dunluce Castle on the way back to the hotel, don't we? It's spectacular. There apparently was an old village there at one point, long since gone, but archaeologists have found the remains of foundations there, so there was actually habitation around Dunluce Castle. Well, of course there was. That's why they built the castle. But it's a huge tourist attraction up here in the north coast of Antrim, along with the great Giant's Causeway. There you are. There's Dunluce Castle.
With the 15th, Louis Oosthuizen for his birdie. And in she goes. Well done, Louis.
Oosthuizen joins a big group of players on 3 under par. 6 of them already finished their round, but there's quite a number on the course with a chance of getting close to our joint leaders in the 148th Open, Shane Lowry of Ireland and Brooks Koepka of the USA. No. Oosthuizen moving into the group at 3 under. Lee Westwood 2 under, John Ram 2 under. Yosuke Asaji, we saw him tee off at the first just 4 holes ago in the last group to tee off. He's 2 under after 4. Good start by the Japanese alongside countryman Yuki Inamori. Already been a fascinating first day here at Royal Portrush. Plenty golf still to come. The leaders won't be in for another 4 hours or so. Not the leaders, the last groups. Who knows, might be the leaders.
Justin Harding there at 1 under par, as is Tony Finau and Jason Day. Jordan Spieth has dropped a shot, so he's also 1 under par. Great round of golf there. First shot of the day, Darren Clark, and he finished with an even par 71. His playing partner, James Sagru, an amateur, also shot 71.
Cantley, 3rd shot into 7 up the hill. Delightful shot. What a swing that boy's got. Cantley, he's going to be around for a long, long time.
Looking over the North Antrim coast, and you can just make out not 1 but 2 rainbows out there. Just that kind of day. Heavy rain, a lot of sunshine, bit of wind, typical open weather.
I'll race you, Dougie, a pot of gold each.
Well, the pot of gold is right next to Brooks Koepka.
Absolutely right. In the wonderful little town of Portrush, just 7,000 people, except this week.
143 for Tiger, not much wind, less than a club behind him.
Look at that, 189 shots better than any other player in terms of the total score to par in majors during his peak years. That's just phenomenal. He was so dominant, wasn't he?
.127 for Patrick here. Ball slightly above his feet. Play a little draw shot in here to this left hole location.
Also have to pay tribute to the R&A for the signage around the golf course. Absolutely fantastic, wonderfully informative for the spectators here.
118 for Wallace off an uphill lie. It's going to shoot it even higher up in the air and will likely have more spin.
Electronic scoreboards, video scoreboards, all sorts of information. And of course the Open app, if you are out and about and can't sit in front of the TV, gives you all the information you want. There's the rainbow. Theopen.com, that's where you want to go. Everything you want to know about this 148th Open at Royal Portrush. Theopen.com.
Jason Day, second shot into the par 4 ninth. It looks like a goodie. Looks like a very good one. Wow. Let's take another look at this. Look at that. Whoop. Wow. A bit of luck, a little bit of wind blowing behind him. That ball flag could have moved. He could have jumped in the hole.
Bobby Locks Hollow. This is where he played all 4 rounds in 1951, made par every time. Let's see what Tommy Fleetwood can do at 16. It's not the worst place to be. It's certainly better than being on the right of this famous hole.
Doogie, we've got to give Bobby Locke a little bit more mention for Dennis Hutchinson sitting back there in South Africa. He came here, he'd won 2 Opens when he came here in 1951. He was going for 3 in a row. Finished 6th.
That's going to come back very nicely for Rory. Oh, that's unlucky. That's okay though, finished well. Arrived here early last weekend, came out and played the course. Had a few pints of Guinness, which is pretty much compulsory for anyone visiting Portrush. Now at 10, also looking to use the contours and using them very well. Well worked out, Tony. Beautifully executed. To 8, and Woods. Awful run of scoring. Love the birdie. He'll take the par. It stops the rot. He remains 4 over par. as does playing partner Matt Wallace. Koepka at this famous par 3. Calamity corner, just known as Calamity, and it is if you go right. Yeah, the safe option. Change of personnel on the box alongside me again. Sam and Dale have taken a break. Thomas and Tony are back.
Well, that's a nice little come to the turn of his round here for Dustin Johnson. Nice birdie after the bogey on 8. Level par for his front 9. Left a few opportunities there.
Only 8 feet left, but a little bit of a double breaker. It'll be left. Move left in the beginning, right at the end. Brought Lord in to take a look.
One birdie, one bogey, and lots of frustration in the front 9 for Justin Rose. Another par at 10.
Jason Day with his birdie attempt, trying to get to 2 under. Wonderful stroke. Nice compact backswing. Lovely acceleration down the line. Never was going anywhere else. Out at 34. Nice opening 9 for the Aussie.
John for birdie here and 7. Positive stroke, well done. Very nice. 3 under par, 1 behind. Doing a lot of good things out there, Mr. Rahm, at the moment.
No problems. Tony Finau rolls it in for birdie. He moves to 2 under. Finau outscoring his playing partners. Justin Rose, as we saw, is even par. Lucas Berregor, 3 over, unfortunately. Just 2 bad holes. 1 a double, and 1 a bogey. Tyrrell Hatton has joined Lowry and Koepka at 4 under after a birdie at 17. So 3 men now tied for the lead here at the Open. Tommy Fleetwood and Louis Oosthuizen coming towards the end of their round. Done a lot of good work so far. Still got to get through a pretty tough closing stretch, though. And this is how Hatton got to 4 under par. Long birdie putt at 17. Beautifully judged. 4 birdies and no drop shots. Very great. Good start to the Open for Tyrrell.
Tommy Fleetwood out to the driver. He's trying to urge it not to go too far left. Very good chance that finds the pot bunker. It's like a black hole, that bunker. Just anything that is anywhere near it just sucks it in.
Mostly a right to left wind, but hurting just ever so slightly here on 9T. A couple of bunkers up the right. The perfect line is right in between them.
Yeah, the boys are talking about it.
Tiger! Tiger!
Tiger did not hit a good tee shot. It turned out fine on 8. He's very comfortable with a right to left wind. He likes to play his safe shot, which is a cut-up shot. But if you play a cut-up shot here that doesn't fit the hole, you have to aim it at the second of the right fairway bunkers and work it up against the wind. Makes the hole play a good bit longer that way, though.
Well, the galleries like it. They're not always the best judges, I have to say.
And it's not very often you'll see Tiger Woods lose his balance on his follow-through, which sort of hints that he's having issues physically.
Has he overturned that? Oh, that's perfect from Jon Rahm. Just absolutely right in the middle of the fairway.
You had him in your Ryder Cup team, Thomas. He's got limitless potential, really, hasn't he?
Amazing, amazing player. You know, the striking, sitting behind Jon Rahm on a driving range, watching him hit balls is actually a real pleasure, even for professional golfers. It's wonderful to watch. Here's another one that can really hit it. And just turn that over a bit. All depending on a lie now.
Looking at it anxiously, mentally begging for a good lie.
Change of equipment, change of caddy for Justin over the last few months. Caddy change in force with Fitch having his health problems. Happily he's recovered, but for the moment anyway. It's going to be Lordy on the bag. Fitch of course remains an important member of Justin's team. Isn't that a beautiful picture though, looking down a North Antrim coastline? Just over an hour or so from Belfast. And the opening day of the Open has lived up to all the expectations. Lowry, Hatton and Koepka all on 4 under par. And this sleepy, very attractive little seaside town suddenly swells by about 250,000 people over the course of the week. You can imagine the massive boost to the local economy as well. Everyone made enormously welcome.
Koepka, we saw him early in the round just nip one off these tight lies, came in low and gripping. Man, he's got some skills around the green. Great touch.
Awkward lie here for Tiger. This is not good for his back. Ball well above his feet. A wispy kind of flyer type lie from 188. Oh, there you saw. And if you slip in that type of lie, that's how he can hurt his back even more. He's putting on a brave face, but I don't think he feels well.
He's been at pains literally to tell us that he's fine, that he doesn't have any particular issues, but I think just watching him, I think we all know that he's not 100%. Sad to see. Now within 3 of Jack Nicklaus's famous record of 18 majors. It's still a lot to ask to win 3 majors in his 40s with the health problems he's had.
Well, it's only a little push in here for Jon Rahm. straight down the middle, and the spin. Everything is going well. Everything is under control. Great relationship he has with his caddy Adam. They work well together on the golf course, and everything is going smoothly today.
Sit. Sit.
Links golf. It looks pretty nice, really, at 10, but don't have to go all that far away to 14, and it's a slightly different picture, Jay.
We just had a big squall come through. It's all but died away, and Patrick Reed's going to play from 159 here. Bit of a hanging lie here. Ball below his feet on a downslope. Holes cut over on the right side of the green. There's a lot of water on the ball from the shower. Sometimes it'll slip off the club face. .160 for Tiger. He went from the ball way above his feet to the ball way below his feet, and that's the difference between practice and tournaments, and that's why it's more difficult for someone with a bad back. You practice off of level lies. This is awkward out here.
And he made that one look pretty good and simple. He is. You can see there's a lot of thought in this now. Certainly concerned about something, Tiger.
Ryan Fox. Birdie putt at 17, crawls in the left-hand door, and he gets into red numbers. Good work for the Kiwi.
That's some runner scoring in the back nine from Foxy, isn't it? Wow, what a run of birdies.
This is all about the lie. He's a strong boy, but even in links golf, it's all about the lie for the strongest ones. Looks like he likes it. Oh. I don't think he can believe that it didn't bounce forward, out of that rough.
No, I think he's got quite a good argument to be fairly cheesed up with that. Out of that thick stuff that has to scuttle onto the green, or maybe not.
That's for a bogey at the last for Eric van Rooyen. Yeah, you never like to drop a shot at the last hole, but lots of people do. It's a tough finishing hole here at Royal Portrush. It's still a very good day's work for the South African. Finishes at 1 under par. Lowry, Hatton and Koepka 4 under par, leading the Open. Good rounds by Noren, by Simpson, Garcia, Fratelli, McIntyre on his Open debut, Kurudekapi Barnrat all in at 3 under. Tommy Fleetwood coming towards of his round also in 3 under, as is John Ram. He's only played 7 holes, so you'd fancy John Ram might well be the man at the end of the day. With that run of birdies, Ryan Fox climbs into the group at 2 under.
Little surveying going on here from the back of the 9th, going down to the hole. It's going to break right to left. The right to left slope is more severe at the beginning of the putt, and as it approaches the hole, it's going to lessen, but it's going to want to still creep right to left. The squall that came through here before he hit his second was pretty heavy, so there's going to be some moisture on the surface here, and that tends to take some break out.
17. Tommy, to join the leaders. That's a big ask. And that's a good pop.
The money's raised by the R&A from staging this great championship. I used to benefit golf worldwide. 80 countries worldwide benefit from the funding. 200 million over the next decade will be disbursed around the all to the benefit of the game of golf, and that's absolutely what it's all about for the future. We hope that, never mind the 148th, the 248th Open will still be the huge worldwide attraction that it is this year at Royal Portrush. This for birdie from Wallace. Oh, it came so close to just toppling in the side door.
Simple, sound putting action he's got. Looks so comfortable standing over it. Great posture, and just that little backstroke accelerates straight down the line, and he's pretty deadly.
Uphill left to righter here for Tiger, just to save par. He's really been on a bad roll.
This is tricky. You have to bump it into the top of that hill. He did that very well. Oh, we saw Foxy on 17 making birdie. Here we are on 18. And there you go. That's a great finish to a round of golf. Well done, Ryan Fox. 6 under par the last 7 holes, back in 29 shots, 3 under par. Bet he didn't think that after the front 9 of 39.
For now, putter, no reason not to. Very tight fringes, up a little ridge. Oh,
that's cruel. That's the hardest hole on the course today, the 11th.
Jason Day, of course. Sorry, I said Finau.
Well, you can't believe 2 guys put that shirt on this morning, can you?
No, they must be getting paid a lot of money.
This morning, the average score around Royal Portrush was 73.27. This afternoon, it's 75.15. So far, the average score in this opening round of the Open, 73.45. That's 2.5 over par.
Helping win from the left here at 10, just trying to hit a slider down there to an elevated fairway.
It's an absolute ripper. Just about bisects the fairway.
Big crowds behind the tee and then all the way down the right side, up on the mountains to the left. Fabulous atmosphere out here. Tiger aiming well left. He's going to play a slider on the wind here.
You have to say he moved quite freely on that one. He finds the fairway.
A historic old links course. It's not exactly 2 loops of 9. The 9th is out in the middle of the layout.
Rose. Very long range birdie putt. Ooh. And not far away from making it. Super effort.
It's a choice from JB Holmes. This is from a long way off the green. It is for eagle though. You'd have to chip well to do better, wouldn't you, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see how hard he hit it. It's not always easy to gauge pace when you're giving it such an awful thump.
Koepka, 17 was in the rough left. He's advanced it to here. Oh, that left for par. Interesting hole, 17. You had it, what, 300 yards to the top of the hill, and then it careers down this slope and finishes, what, 20, 30 yards short of the green.
In the practice rounds, they were running it onto that green from just over the crest of the hill. Bit wetter now. Finau for his par. And in she goes. Well done.
Always happy to walk off 11 with a par. That's the hardest hole. 18th is the second hardest. Just to underline how tough the finish is, the last 4 holes are all on the top 7 in terms of degree of difficulty. Now Hatton, joint leader at 18.
Well, he found the rough of the tee there, Tyrrell. So this was his 3rd shot. He'll have that for par. Tying for the lead.
Such an inviting driving hole, isn't it, the 12th? Just stay up. Stare at these bunkers up the right.
It's 272, Justin.
Fleetwood, final hole. 3 wood. Started at the little claret jug emblem with a draw is just perfect.
Swinging well, Tommy Fleetwood.
Good indication of the layout here. As I say, 9 out in the middle of the layout. This is where Woods, Reed and Wallace are. Big dog leg left to right.
Tugger's on a little bit of a downslope, and it's a blind shot because he's down the right side. He didn't get it far enough up the fairway to get a clear view of the green. 135 here, straight downwind on the angle. It's a very inviting hole location. This is one you just have to think about making birdie. Virtually no wind at the moment.
I think it's more mechanical because there are not many that are better with course management than Tiger Woods. He doesn't often choose the wrong shot.
Slightly frustrated Justin Rose, I'm sure. Birdies just haven't been coming in the front 9.
This would be a good par for Brooks. See where you see that from him. He was up and out of it, pushed it. When you got left to right and you just get the head up a little bit, it's so easy to just shuffle it out to the right. Hatton for par on the last. This is for around in 67. Really got it on line. But it's a fine round from Tyrrell Hatton. That will be his only bogey of the day.
Wherever you're watching around the world, I'm sure you're enjoying the opening round of the Open here at Royal Portrush. 148th playing of this great championship, going all the way back to 1860. Willie Park Jr. was the best of the 8-man field at Prestwick on the west coast of Scotland. Well, come a long way since then. At the moment, Shane Lowry and John Ram tied for the lead at 4 under par. Romain Longasque, his debut as a pro in a major. Did play a couple as an amateur. This is his first as a pro.
Still a little bit of drizzle out there as Tommy Fleetwood just rifles one into 18. Okay. Half a club shy, but it's okay.
You can see Justin Thomas there behind him. He's found the rough off the tee. You see how close the out of bounds is there on the left. He got good, sounded like a good contact. He's trying to chase it up. Of course, it's a bit soft now. It's difficult to get those out of the rough, to get the contact when the grass is wet, to get chase on it. And the fairway is a bit softer, so everything's just played a bit longer, but it's a good effort.
Looks like Tiger's trying to just move this 3 yards onto the downslope and let it chase out. Oh no, he's not. He's trying to land it on the... Well, I don't know if he was trying to do that. The practice swing was very short, as was the follow through. I wonder if he got a little mini flyer there. Let's have a look here. I think it might have just come out a bit hot, Thomas. What do you think?
Well, he played it very square-faced, which surprised me a little bit from up there. I thought if he was going to land it on the green, he would open the face up and kind of slide it under and pop it up in the air. So it looked like he was just trying to pop it out and roll it down, but got a bit too much carry on it.
Patrick has this one coming out of a little bowl. It's going to climb up onto the green. Doesn't get flat until it gets almost halfway to the hole from the green's edge, and it's trying to go right to left.
Well, well done. It's always the thing with him that you feel like when he holds those putts, he's in contention. When he can get them in between 4 and 8 feet, then he's got a chance of being there. It's probably the place where he struggles the most in his game.
This is JB Holmes, 13th. Long birdie putt at the par 3 for the American. Dropped a shot at the opening hole, JB, but he's picked up 4 birdies since.
Matt Wallace made a nice birdie putt from straight behind the hole for a 3. Now this one for Tiger, the green book says it's going to go right to left, but I'm not sure I believe it.
It didn't look like it turned too much. I think he just started it left of the hole. Went pretty straight.
Not what Tiger was looking for. A pretty disappointing opening round so far anyway, as we go to 18. Koepka. It's a pretty good line. It's a very good line.
Yeah, that is definitely a proper drive. It's fantastic. Kuchar. Birdie chance at 9. And to get into red numbers, left to right. Has he got the speed? He has, you know. Well done. The smiling assassin.
Finau going for it in 2 at 12. Leftish though. That's okay. 6 o'clock in the evening here in Northern Ireland. Doesn't look to me as if there's many going home. They've waited 68 years for the Open to come back. They're not going home early.
Dustin Johnson. Must be a wonderful thing to play golf with that relaxed an attitude and demeanor. I feel like guys like him could just keep going into their 80s, Tommy, because they're not going to burn out, are they?
No, he didn't learn that from you or me, that's for sure. There you go, John Rahm. It is pure, it's simple at the moment. It just looks amazing.
What a front 9. He's just playing beautifully at the moment, John Rahm. 5 birdies, 31 to the turn. He now leads on his own. And for the first time since, well, what, lunchtime, early afternoon, Shane Lowry is not leading the Open Championship. Well, wherever you are around the world, perhaps you're just joining us at Royal Portrush, so let's just bring you some of the highlights so far. It's a day that Emiliano Grillo will long remember. This was his tee shot at the 13th this morning. Big smiles all round. A moment to remember for Emiliano Grillo. And what of Rory McIlroy? This was just unbelievable, Tony, wasn't it?
It was a mind bender. Iron off the tee, out of bounds. Second one wasn't far away. Opened with a quadruple. Molinari at 14. Birdie Putty was struggling. Gets one back right there.
No doubt some of the favourites have been struggling after that 8 at the first. Rory went on to shoot 79. Eduardo Molinari over par. Tiger Woods over par. How about this one? You don't see Tiger do that very often. What about Shane Lowry? He was impressive today, Thomas, wasn't he?
He certainly was. It looked simple, you know, and for all the Irish lads as well, as much as the Northern Irish lads, this is a big week, and to go out and do that, he said himself after the round that he'd probably never been this nervous as standing on a first tee, so that was a fantastic performance from Shane.
That was a birdie at the 14th for Brooks Koepka, who's right up there in contention. Well, of course he is. It's a major.
Tyrrell Hatton all the way across the green at 17. And that pleases the crowd no end.
But the man who just in the last few minutes has taken the lead here in the Open is Jon Rahm of Spain. This was his second into the 8th. Look at the action on this. Just terrific. He would knock that one in and follow it with another at 9 for 3 birdies in a row, 5 in the front 9. And Jon Rahm leads the Open by 1 at 5 under par. Shane Lowry second. And then quite a list of players at 3 under par. Dylan Fratelli just about the last man in when he won the John Deere Classic on the PGA Tour last week.
And Tommy Fleetwood coming to the end of his round here. And it's been a fine one. 2 putts from here would be perfect. He will take that. He'll tap this in. And he'll go home and have a nice meal tonight. He's got everybody around him this week, his whole team.
I saw Fino having a pop at the 12th and 2, didn't quite make it, but should be able to knock it pretty close here to set up the birdie chance. Might even knock it in. Lovely stuff from Tony Finau. So that'll take the tall American to 3 under.
Nicely done. Doogie, I think that's the Rorschach ink blot test, that shirt. You know, I see a dog, you see a plane, and Thomas sees a bunch of bananas, and well, depends what our minds are all about. Thomas, he's used to making those, isn't he? He's a very, very good putter. Exactly, he's very good in every department.
Even par 71 from the former US PGA champion.
Well, he did find it rough off the tee here, Justin. This is for birdie. So he's worked his way well up this hole. Come on, Justin, knock this one in. Straight in the middle. Into the red figures. And he'll know that this is where he just kind of got to keep going. He's not swinging it his best, he's not hitting his best, but he's still in a good position. Just keep plodding along.
Yeah.
Better from Tiger.
Brooks Koepka, beautiful tee shot. All 3 players coming up shy.
I think they're all very aware that if you go up this green, that left comes into play if you pull it a little bit, and it's quite an inviting pin position today. You know, that it's certainly going to get a lot trickier over the week, the 18th pin positions.
A view of the glorious North Antrim coast here in Northern Ireland. And Jon Rahm will like the view of the leaderboard as well. He leads by 1, 2-time Irish Open champion in the last 3 years. He's fallen in love with the Irish fans. I think they've fallen in love with him. He'd be a very popular winner. If it's not going to be one of the Irish players, I think the fans here would be more than happy to see Jon Rahm win again on Irish soil.
Straight back into the breeze here for Tiger from 190. He's been doing a bunch of stretching, waiting for his turn to play in the fairway.
Oh, that's okay. He looked a little disgruntled with it. It just doesn't look like he can turn out the wave properly the way he normally would.
Tony, that was a good result, but it was a poor strike.
Yeah, it didn't sound ideal, Jay. Jay, what vibe are you getting off him out there?
I think he's just trying to get in and hope he feels better tomorrow.
Okay.
It's good. I wrote down those ones on the range, and you were hitting them 170, okay? So, yeah.
Yeah, the cool of the evening won't be helping.
Yeah, definitely. With all the room behind, Matt, you know.
It's been a tough day for Tiger Woods. It's painful for him, and it's painful to watch.
Well, Doogie, he's walking with his arms across his chest now, kind of flexing his back. Before he had his arms behind, you know, stretching the other direction. Wallace, after a brilliant tee shot, 167 into a right to left wind, and you have to be careful. There's a big false front. It can roll 30 yards back down the fairway if you don't get it up there.
Well called, Jay. Exactly what's happened. Again, a characteristic of this great golf course. There are runoffs, there are false fronts, changes in elevation. You've got to be on your game to score well around Royal Portrush.
Oh, this is pretty much a rerun of Tommy Fleetwood. He was there, 3 under par, hitting that pot up to the hole. And Brooks will be the same. He'll be happy with his day's work. He'll just have to focus on tapping this one in. But I think we all knew that he was going to be somewhat a contender this week.
On to the back tier for Jon Rahm. Unfortunately, the flag's in the middle.
Very difficult par 3, 13th. Westwood with a birdie putt. Needs to throw out the anchor, though. That's a little bit ambitious. Louis Oosthuizen found the rough off the tee. Had to just dig it out. So this is for a par for him. Doesn't matter who you are or what score you're on. You finish with a bogey, it's always deflating.
Shubhankar Sharma of India is on the same mark as Louis Oosthuizen, 1 under par. Par of the first 12 holes. Shubhankar got his first birdie at 13, and he's parred the 4 since. And this for another par. Well done, Shubhankar Sharma. That's a very good first round. 17 pars, 1 birdie. No sign for a 70.
Brooks to finish up. Yeah, well done. And his love relationship with the majors continues there in the first round at this 148th Open Championship. Great start.
And as if he needed any extra motivation, that man alongside him, Ricky Elliott, is providing that, because he grew up in Portrush. He was a top-class amateur, became a pro himself, And I'm sure Ricky never dreamed that one day the Open would return to Royal Portrush and he'd be involved in it as a caddy for one of the best players in the world. It's a great story. And Brooks, I know, is very, very keen to give Ricky the dream ending.
Long putt up a little ridge there, down the other side. And it was bang on line, you know, bang on line. Very easy though down that tier to just get a little bit boisterous and knock it 4 or 5 feet by. So that's a smart play.
There's a lot of emotions with him, and I look at him and I go, like as a player, you think, well, that was nice, you know, I'm going around, I'm 5 under par, I just want to knock it down to the hole, and you can just see in his eyes like he's thinking about holding it. I sometimes think with John that might also be the thing that gets in the way a little bit, because all of a sudden a bogey will appear and then it's not, then he's not ready for it, that these things can happen, and then his mind goes off a little bit. But he's certainly playing a great round at the moment.
Oh, even the putting touches a little awry. And they're not many better and haven't ever been with a putter than Tiger Woods. Yards, just a 9-iron.
I did look at that and I thought, I know this.
It was a big one, though.
There's something not fitting my world here. But it was a 9-iron. It only went 190 though.
The symbol was upside down on the sole, maybe. Come on, Tiger. Come on, come on. Yeah, well done. I mean, if somehow he could find a couple of birdies on the way home, get himself sorted for tomorrow. You know what? He's got exactly the same look as he had at the Ryder Cup last year. He just looks battered. Now you have a look at that walk compared to at Augusta. It looks about 30 years older the way he's walking. It's horrible to see.
JB Holmes for birdie at 14. Ooh, confident putt from the American. 5th birdie of the round, just a 1-drop shot at the opening hole. He moves to 4 under, tied with Lowry in 2nd place.
A little bit conservative from Justin from the tee.
I think eventually that's actually done okay. It looked like it was going to run out of a lot more steam and a lot sooner. Jason Day going along very solidly at 2 under for a birdie not to be. Keep coming. Keep coming. That'll do.
Dustin. to be here on the 12th. Been playing easy this afternoon, the 12th hole. And for a guy with his length, that would be disappointing.
John Ram, sweater off.
I was just about to say, every other hole is he's got that blue sweat on, and then all of a sudden he's back in orange. And it's not making it easy for us, John. Yeah, that should be good.
He's got it on an absolute string today. Yes, it just tumbles off the left edge, but the whole fairway slopes right to left. That is just fine where it is.
Rose in for par at 13. He'll stay at 1 under, 4 behind the lead, held by John Ram. There's where they are on the course. Woods, Wallace and Reed on the 12th. Par 5. Let's see what kind of drive Woods could get away. 6 over par. Would love to finish with a couple of birdies just to lift his spirits a little. Yep, good tee shot from the former champion.
Quiet, please.
15 former champions in the field this week. And a little bit of history made as well, because the man at the bottom there, Ryan Fox from New Zealand, the first man ever to break 30 on the back 9 in the Open. He had a 29 on the way back in his 68. No one has ever shot sub 30 in the Open, so well done, Foxy. Little bit of history. Plenty golf still to be played. Those 3 names at the bottom all still very much in the front 9 of the golf course. We'll be playing on here till well after 9 in the evening. Eddie Pepperell and Brandon Grace, Henrik Stenson, Russell Knox, Bernd Wiesberger, Ricky Fowler, all winners on the European Tour. So too is Kevin Kisner. The 148th Open. Back at Royal Portrush for the first time since 1951, when Max Faulkner was the champion, when Frank Stranahan won the amateur medal and amazingly was the only American in the top 30. Americans tended not to travel to the Open back in the 50s.
Fairway cambers just from the right to left over towards that new bunker on the left-hand side. But that looked to be a pretty confident swing. No trouble there, laying back from Finau.
What's the weather doing to you at the moment, Alison?
Dry, incredibly. I think the wind's dried us out, but it's been interesting talking to a couple of people around here. It just depends when you get those squalls. You wouldn't want it on certain tees. 16, certainly one of those. It just adds about 2 or 3 clubs into the equation. No surprise to see them just chatting a little bit after Rose's tee shot back on 12. Just got the left shot back again and found himself in the rough, got away with it. That bunker down that left-hand side, 330 yards. So something up that right-hand side. I feel like this is one you can kind of open your shoulders on a little bit if you like that. Right to left shot shape. Launch it high, sling it down there. You've got a real advantage given that, you know, it is 458 yards today. And that's purely because the pin's on the front. And this looks to be started down the left again.
First time
Yeah, that's found a bunker there off the tee for Justin Rose. This is trouble.
259 to the hole, 238 to the front edge, but into the wind. Tiger has to bust this one. Cooling temperatures, and that is just a very poor shot.
Just seen a bulletin from the R&A to really add to David Duval's misery. His score on the par 5 7th has now been adjusted to a 14 instead of a 13. His score is now 91, 20 over par. To be fair to David, he doesn't play a lot of golf these days, but of course is entitled to be here as a former champion. But it's an awful day for David Duval.
You can't believe it, Jason Day. Man, looks so good. It'll be tricky now. I was watching JB Holmes in practice rounds. Absolutely crushes down on that golf ball. And all these players strike it well, but there's just some that has that sound where you go, oh, that sounds a bit different. He's certainly one of them.
Yeah, here's another one. Sounds, I don't know, sounds when you're behind them on the range, the ball sounds like it comes off the face, sounds like putty.
I stood next to him hitting balls on the range in Valderrama. I had to leave. It was annoying me that much how good he was striking it.
Yeah, I always felt like that with Norman and Ernie Els. Two guys I never wanted to practice next to because I just felt like a complete second-rater, clunking it and thumping it, and they just flashing it.
That's what they were thinking as well, though.
Oh, I know they were. Don't be nasty. Big mistake there, by the way. Coming up short. Man, Thomas, you're brutal. No, there's no point giving me a hug now. I'm going to go in the corner and cry.
You think he's joking? 30th tee, Dustin Johnson. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. What a tee shot from Dustin Johnson. I think his third birdie of the day is about to come, and that was awfully close to the second hole-in-one we've had today at 13. This was the first of them this morning. Emiliano Grillo of the Argentine.
Just listen to the build-up here. As it starts coming over there, they've got a feeling.
We hope Emiliano has a great Open, but even if he doesn't, he'll have had a moment to remember for a long, long time. I think I might have kept that ball, don't you think? He gets to put a 1 on the card, though. Maybe that's reward enough.
This is tough for Jason Day. There's a few old divots down there from practice as well, with a bit of sand in them. So just getting everything right here can be quite tricky. Up, over. Not run away from me. He's done well here, Jason. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. John Rahm on 11. Saw him come up short there. It's about the first time today we've seen him a little bit out of position, John. And this will test his skills to the fullest. Bump it into the hill, skip it up. Pretty good.
Williams. Birdie putt, good looking stroke. Oh, so very close. 6 inches more pace, that finds the bottom of the hole.
The Westwood at 14, this is for par. As Thomas was saying, that's a distance that does occasionally cause Lee some problems, and unfortunately that's a bogey. Back to 1 under. Dustin Johnson. 2 wins and 2 seconds already this year. The 2 seconds and 2 majors, the PGA and the Masters. Tap in birdie 2 at 13 to get back to red figures for the day. The 2 wins, incidentally, in the WGC Mexico and the Saudi International on the European Tour. Look at those galleries. The first Open that's been a complete sellout, not just tournament days but practice days as well, showing the enormous worldwide attraction of this great Open. Round by 1 at 5 under.
Jordan Spieth. He's held a fair few of these in his time. Ooh, straight over the marker. I wonder if that took a fraction of pace off it. It was online. I think it might have, you know. It hit Danny Willits. I think he'd asked Danny to move his marker and then hit it straight over it.
Matt Wallace, not much of a run at eagle there. He'll be very disappointed with that. Hasn't even guaranteed the birdie. Well, Sam Torrance is back with us, and golf lover that you are, Sam, I can see how much you're enjoying today.
This is fantastic, Dougie. What a 9 from John Ram, front 9. He'd like Ryan Fox's back 9, 60 that would be. Put the cat amongst the pigeons. This one for par. He's very solid on these. He's very solid in every department of the game, this man. They've been talking about him probably a year and a half before he came on tour. No, that's a bad one. He was up and out of that one. That was not his best. So we're now tied at the top. 3 players. Shout Lowry, Holmes and Rahm.
Now they are, all 3 and 4 under par. Much of a lift would this give Tiger Woods to make birdie? He hasn't had one today. And sadly still hasn't.
If ever there was an example of keeping your head still when you're putting, he is the ultimate. DJ. Crushing it with an iron, down 14.
It's over there.
It's over here.
And Matt Wallace on 12 for birdie. Keeping himself going here today. Well done, Matt. 3 birdies in his last 5.
Jason Day. 3 wood for him.
A low one, that one.
Yeah, very low trajectory. Low chaser. proper linksy wind tee shot. Interesting one. Only player with 8 or more appearances at the Open to have made every cut.
This is Tony Finau. He's short of 14. And what's the crack at? Just run a wee bit past. I'm not sure Tony, the former #1 in the world, is going to be happy that he made the cut 8 times.
No. Well, it's never easy though to get a run like that, is it? Do you think?
Well, enough for these guys, it isn't.
I was just going through the players' bios last night, and it's amazing how few have done it. Of this field, Rahm. This guy is so strong. It helps when you've got 2 thighs like baobab trees. Man, he's powerful. You have to be. To have a backswing that short and to hit it as far as he does, you have to have incredible strength.
Great shoulder turns, big part of it there as we go to Patrick Reed for. Let's take it back to level for the day. That's okay. Sun shines out. It's been an up and down day. Depends where you are on the course. When you get caught with one of these squalls, you could be walking up the fairway, or you could be on the tee.
Rose opting to putt it. And why wouldn't you? Nicely judged.
Lee Westwood 15. Couple of bogeys in the back 9. Oh, that's magnificent. Oh, I thought it was going to jump in there. Great shot there from Westwood. Chance to get it back to 2 under.
He's been a wonderful striker for such a long time, hasn't he?
The vista on this hole, Tony, pretty special, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing.
What was that?
Goodness. How are we going to describe that, Sam?
I don't know. It's a good shot. It's going to end up in the green.
Smother, duff, low, scungy hook, just off the front left edge. I think we got it covered, have we?
It was ugly. Top Tracer showed us exactly what it was, but it got there.
There'll be a lot of guys today who've actually hit flush tee shots there and got nowhere near that.
Wallace has already played. He's kind of right side of the green, only a third of the way up to the hole. Not much wind, but what there is, just barely off the left. That's a surprise. Elevated tee here. It's playing much shorter than 200. Holes cut 29 on, 6 off the left. There's bunkers up the left side, obviously bunkers up the right. Reed just hit it in there. But this green all slopes from front to back. You just want to kind of take a little air out of this, land it about halfway between the front edge and the hole, and just let it release back to the hole. Even with the softer conditions, it's going to want to release if you don't hit it straight up in the air.
Come on, keep going. That's better. They're trying to egg him on. Spur him on. Get some fire back in the belly. Come on, Tiger. Even the walk looks a little looser there. Finally hit a really good iron shot.
Cam Smith coming out of the rough on the left. Oh, so unlucky. Multinational field this week. They've qualified all over the world. They've won spots, 3 spots in some. As we go to the Big Easy, I'll leave this one to you, Tony.
Talk about a guy who's struck it for decades. He's even par. Still an awful lot of good golf left on this man. Oh! Don't do that to us. Thought it might just pop in there. I tell you what, that golf swing hasn't changed. I presented him an award at a junior tournament in 1984. I think he was about 14. He was even then he was 3 feet taller than me. But that swing has not changed one bit.
Lowry, Holmes, Rahm all tied at the top, 4 under. All the players in the clubhouse there, 7 of them -3. Ryan Fox back in 29. Dylan Fratelli, winner last week. Good week for South Africa last week.
Sam, you were so right too about the big shoulder turn. Big shoulder turn and short arm swing never gets you in much trouble, does it?
So much easier to keep everything connected. I think it's one of the best swings I've seen. He likes the look of this too. Par 5, remember. Settle and just tickle back down. That first eagle to go 6 under.
Another great example, of course, was Sandy Lau. Huge shoulder turn, short arm swing. So much power.
Lovely contact there with a 2 or 3 iron ball first, just a little sliver of divot. And a crushing iron blow. Really compresses the ball beautifully, as does this man, Tony.
It doesn't he just? Completely different actions, but both enormously powerful. Amazing the variety of swings, isn't it? I mean, you walk down the range and sometimes they're not all playing the same game. Sometimes they're so different. But whatever works for you and what gets the job done, that's the golden rule.
Now Cam Smith, the last. This is a par putt. This for 70. Well done, Cam. Good day. Young Aussie.
Birdie putt for Matt Wallace, but I think you'd take 2 putts all day long, Jay.
Well, he's looked at this a lot. It's downhill. At the beginning, it's going to go right to left, but the last 10 feet, it's uphill ever so slightly and breaks left to right. Easy to miss this on the right.
Dave McNeely, ramrod straight, looking like a sergeant major. It's okay.
Former #1 in the world, Jason Day. Steve Williams on the back. It's an interesting partnership. Steve coming out of retirement. Oh, that's a beauty. I always found it very funny that they say he was the highest paid sportsman in New Zealand, Steve Williams. I just wonder when caddying became a sport.
Tiger has this one a little right to left here and just gently uphill at the end. I think just barely outside right and firm. This was a beautiful tee shot. Just played a perfect link shot to get to this position.
Oh. Just one, come on, just one, just to get things up and running.
He's been out of sorts all day, to be honest, Tony. We watched the big grimace on the first tee. Looked like he'd hurt himself. Held it together for 2, 3, 4 holes, level par. And then horrendous weather. And he can't be great in cold weather with the back problems he's had. It's just a tough day for him.
Yeah, he must have been dreaming for a day like Tuesday when we came into town. It was just glorious. Not to be, sadly. Westwood. It was a good chance to get to 2 under par. Oh. A little cruel. JB Holmes, after hitting it right out the sweet spot of somebody else's club. But it doesn't matter, it's all about the result. And you can get away with that sort of shot on links golf. Nothing wrong with having a good break, and he's hit an excellent putt from where he was.
This is Andrew Wilson. Second last match out on the course. The group behind will have to bring the flags in. That's a lovely front nine, 2 birdies, no bogeys, and sometimes late out in the open, first day, second day, any day. Obviously Saturday and Sunday it's the best time to play, but they can really drop down at night, the wind.
The only problem is it tends to get pretty chilly, doesn't it, at most opens. You know, I mean, you know what it's like, Sam. I'm sure you've had some late times. I remember at St Andrews the one year we were finishing it after 9:30, and it was a beautiful day. But by the time we finished, it was bitterly cold. Even the guys cleaning up the dustbins had packed up and gone home.
Johnson, is he? Oh, it's not. Just going to tail off to the right. Gorgeous shot in, but it's just going to be a par.
John Ram, after his bogey at 11, with a chance to make amends, and then some at the 12th. Great pace, didn't quite get the line, but should make birdie.
Jason Day on 14. Causeway. The Giant's nephew. Just a little hill to come down. It's the name of the hole, in case you think I'd just gone a bit mad there.
It's all right, Sam, we always make allowances for you.
Surprised I got back in, to be honest. I thought the door would have been locked.
Right, over to he of the same shirt, Tony Finau. He's got wonderfully natural swing for now. Great hands. Stay there, stay there. It's okay.
I was going to drop right next to it.
We saw the tee shot of Ernie, almost bounced in the whole second bounce. Even par. Let's stick it in the red for the big easy. No, it's just going to skip by the right hand side. Lovely 3 at 16. Level par is a good score.
He's going to be captain of the international side at the President's Cup this year in Melbourne.
Do you have ice, Tony?
No, I've got no vices whatsoever.
He put his fee up and wasn't picked.
No, he's got a lot on his mind. I always find it impressive when captains, can concentrate in events like this and actually put scores together, because for 2 years there's just so much going on in the background. Same with the Ryder Cup captain, Sam, as you will know.
Ram, birdie putt to get to 5, take lead on his own. Just straight in. Very good, very solid. And Ram gets back to 5 under immediately. The bounce back birdie.
So Ernie captaining the internationals and Tiger captaining the US, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. At one point we thought they might be playing captains. And Tiger winning the Masters. I don't know if it's a great idea though. There's so much going on in the background. It's hard to focus. There we go. Means a lot to those little youngsters. Well done, John Rahm.
Yeah, some players just are fan-friendly, aren't they? And some aren't. And I'm not criticising those who aren't. You're out there doing your job, but it's nice when they do interact a little bit with the fans. Homes for par, no problem. JB stays at 4 under.
Lovely angle for us to watch the great Justin Rose. Just aiming left, trying filter in from left to right.
Settle.
Little unlucky.
Oh yeah, well, fine, I thought. It's a great par 3, isn't it? Intimidating par 3. And like so many, Westwood goes left. Sunlit evening here in the north coast of Antrim, and it really is a beautiful part of the world, driving around through Portrush and the great course on which the Open's been played, all the way down to Port Stewart, where we had the Irish Open a couple of years back. Lovely beaches.
We pass that house every day, Dougie, that one just there.
Yes.
On this side of the road. Oh my goodness, the views that man or woman has there. Just beyond belief. It really is extraordinarily beautiful, isn't it, Dougie?
The Giant's Causeway away over to the left, which is one of the natural wonders of the world, really. 6 billion years old, the Giant's Causeway. It's astonishing. Basalt rocks. Can't damage it. Stack of hexagonal rocks rising up from the waves. A World Heritage Site. If you come to Northern Ireland, then you have to go and see the Giant's Causeway, just along the coast from us here at Royal Portrush.
Now, 13. Feather bed, this one's called.
I spent a lot of time trying to find out why, Sam, last night. Just couldn't. I googled it, I tried everywhere, couldn't find out why featherbed, because most of the names have a reason. John Rahm won't be worried about that after a terrific iron shot. That's a nice view from up above in the light aircraft. That's taking some wonderful shots for us this week. Absolute beauty.
Well, Tiger got it in the fairway, and a pretty nice one as well. Unfortunately, the ball's above his feet here, not what you want. Downwind left to right, 163. And this hole is cut 5 from the right edge, but it's not 5 from the false edge. There's not much space to the right of this hole where it will go down into a little swale. You have to keep it left of the hole.
Man, he is struggling. He really is. You could see he just cannot get his weight onto his left side through impact. Looks like he's completely stuck. So frustrating. So much work gone into this. So much preparation. Look at that for
Do you remember
disappointment.
John Denver?
Absolutely.
He sang a song called Grandma's Feather Bed. You don't think he designed a bit of this golf course, do you?
Hadn't thought of that. JB Holmes giving that a massive lash. Some interesting footwork.
Fina, the world number 17. As for a birdie at the 15th. Come on, come round. So many of these players, it's a very first visit to Royal Portrush. Some of the Europeans would certainly play it in the Irish Open 7 years ago. But for a lot of the international players, it'll be their first look, and how impressed they have been. Now Westwood. Oh, this looks good. This will birdie at 16. Go on, yes! That's a real bonus for Lee. Lovely two at Calamity Corner. Beautiful line, and it just had the legs.
I saw Justin Rose, delightful second in here. This was birdie to get 2 under. Slow up this hill. Is it going to turn? It is going to turn. No, it's not. Shame. A good effort. Almost finished behind the hole.
That putter just hasn't worked its magic for Justin today. Just the 2 birdies, 1 bogey, 1 under. Well, Alison Whittaker has gone back to join John Ram.
Certainly have. Matt Kuchar, maybe a little bit unlucky that didn't just stick on to the back left edge, but also equally lucky not to be in one of those little divots just right of him, which means that he can pull this club. Really a pace putt. Up about a 4-foot rise.
Very nice indeed. Having to get that, give that a proper clump up that steep slope. Gauging it well.
Well, it's a deep bunker with a huge bank. Difficult shot for Woods here. Oh, dearie me, another foot gets a downslope. Little unlucky. And just...
He's not enjoying this, is he? He's trying not to let it show, but it's not much fun out there for him.
Back to the 10th. This is Sang-hyun Park of Korea. Couple under. Sorry, 1 under. Now he's 2 under. Third from last group. Only just turning into the back 9. It's a long day at the Open, but it's a wonderful day.
Nine times out of 10, I think today you're going to see players miss this to the left side of the hole. You can't actually see it. There should, in theory, be a little bit of right to left in it, but from where John's standing, it looks pretty straight. So very easy to underread this putt. You can see it from the other side. What a great opportunity it is after that nice little bounce back birdie for him after the bogey at 11. Just to keep motoring on. Certainly goes in the makeable category.
Number 8 in the world, John Ram. His last 3 tournament outings, 3rd, 2nd and 1st. The US Open, the Andalusia Masters, and then the Irish Open. And No surprise that he's playing so well and leading the Open at the moment. Woods to avoid dropping another shot.
Tony Finau, 16th tee, 3 under. Oh, it's leaking right. Will it carry the front? Oh, only just. It's a dark and dingy place down there, short right of this green.
Down the hill at 17 for JB Holmes.
Here for Justin Rose. Yeah, that's why he sits where he does in the world rankings, if he's unhappy with that.
Jon Rahm leads the Open, 5 under par, still with 5 holes to play. Shane Lowry and JB Holmes tied for second. Noren, Simpson, Garcia, Fratelli, McIntyre, Happy Barnrat and Fox round in 68. Ryan Fox, the first man ever to shoot 29 on the back 9 of the Open. Hatton, Fleetwood and Koepka also in with a 68. Tony Finau looking for a strong finish, but in 3 difficult holes. Good start for Romain Longasque, his first professional major. Lee Westwood going well, Jason Day going well. Andrew Wilson in the second last group out. He's only just turned onto the back 9. Erik van Rooyen, one of those signing for a 70 at the end of the first round. Darren Clarke, who teed off in front of a huge crowd this morning at 6:35 a.m. and was 3 under at one point. Eventually it was an even par 71. He had for company the British amateur champion James Sugrue from the Mallow Golf Club in Cork, and he'll be delighted with his efforts as well. Justin Thomas a 71, Justin Harding a 71.
I think this is one of those tee shots, lads, where you really want to think about the pin when you pull the club. I really like trying to get down there as far as you can with driver, given that front right hole location today. You want something that you can go into with a little loft, might force the issue off the tee. Just maybe be a little bit more aggressive. This has started left, it's staying left, it's on line with the bunker.
John deciding not to go with the driver. Maybe should have taken Ellison's advice.
Don't think he heard him, did he?
Don't think he's supposed to.
That's a good look at what's facing Dustin Johnson here. Just going to bump this into the hill. Nice shot. A bit of work to do, but well executed.
Lee Westwood, 17th tee. Might have top tracer here. Just gorgeous. He just flights the ball so well.
Well, he was always one of the best drivers of the golf ball in the world. This is
Stop.
There, yeah, no, all good. But he was always one of the best drivers of the ball in the world all his career, and that still keeps him right at the top of the game when he's on. You know, it is his putting, it is those 4-6 footers that is the big question, and sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. But his striking, you can never question that.
Irons as well, Thomas. One of the best iron players. Now Jason Day, one of the best players and Australia's produced. Long birdie putt up 15th. Breeze has stayed pretty much the same all day. It's coming back a bit at the end, not too bad for Jason.
Back to JB Holmes at 17. He's had a win this season in the Genesis Open. His first in 4 years, actually, since the Houston Open in 2015. Very short with that. That was a poor birdie attempt from JB Holmes.
Well, it's a good tee shot to there from Tony. 3 is good. 3 is always good on that hole.
An enthralling day's golf at the Open, isn't it always? But a surprising one too in many ways. I don't think anybody expected Rory McIlroy to make 79 with an 8 at the opening hole. I don't think many expected Tiger Woods to be struggling quite the way he is. He's 7 over playing 15. But isn't that a beautiful picture of Portrush and the great links just to the right there? All the information you would ever need about this 148th Open on theopen.com. Theopen.com. I was a little later starting today, so I spent a lot of the morning watching the 3-hole coverage and the featured group coverage on theopen.com. It's terrific. So if you can't get to a TV set to sit down and enjoy it with us, go to theopen.com.
Very good, Diggy. Justin Rose down the hill. Oh, well done, Justin Rose. Justin gets to 2 under. It's a great 2 at 16. And the app, the Open app, is also very good. If you go to the App Store, download it for free. It gives you all the information there too, and live scoring. Another look at this putt from Justin. It was a gorgeous tee shot, just hung on to the left side. The speed is perfect, and so is the line.
Tap in for JB Holmes there on 4 under par. There's no rain out there. It's not too cold. I wonder if they're just lazy not getting their waterproof buttons off. I was always a bit like that. Oh, it gets warm, but I can't be asked to take them off. It's only 1 hole to go.
Now Dustin Johnson. Oh, that was a horror. Did we hear last week, Doug, at one of the colleges in America, if they put your waterproof jacket on, you never took it off for the rest of the round?
Yes, it was a coach, wasn't it? Yeah, he advised his players that it would disrupt the rhythm of their swing if they either put one on when they hadn't started with it or took it off.
Bit of a shocker of a lie here for John, really sitting down. He'll do well to kind of land this short, I think, and run it up. Maybe down at the bottom of the hill, needs a bit of a bounce, but just never got any good contact on that.
Yeah, well, that's all right from where he was. That's about where you want to miss it.
I did well to get that out of it, really.
Great late hands there, just holding it on the way through to keep it on line. You can hold it on the way all the way through that grass with those arms, can't you, Sam?
He certainly can. Perfect tee shot, top of the hill for Westwood. Kept it on the top because he's not over the hill yet. Still a lot of golf in this man's life. Oh, that's a beauty as well.
144 for Tiger. Slight downhill shot to the green, wind coming off the left. Wallace has already played out of the right fairway bunker, had a terrible line, could just splash it out.
It's only 2 men in history have won the silver medal and gone on to win the championship medal, and that Tiger's one of them, Rory McIlroy the other.
And incredibly, there are only 5 players in the field worse off than Rory McIlroy at the moment. 79 for 8 over. One of them is Miguel Angel Jimenez, incidentally. 82, sadly, for Miguel, who's closing in on your record, Sam. 700th European Tour event this week for Miguel. You're on what, 706?
Something like that, but I have got someone watching him. He may be kidnapped in a little while. And golf club's taken away. Great drive from JB Holmes at 18. Oh, just stay out the divot. Yes, I admire him very much. And I hope he goes on and does it. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Whoa!
To the 11th, this is Yuki Inamori of Japan, going along very nicely, a couple under. Third last game of the day, playing with Patton Kizzire and Sang-Hyun Park. Oh, that was a handy bounce. Lovely.
And don't the press just love it when the second last man comes out and shoots 63 to lead the Open? All the stories are done, they're sent in.
Yeah, I remember that happening a couple of times, actually. All the stories are written, all the boys are all looking forward to going for a beer and something to eat, and then somebody comes in with a low score late in the day.
You certainly turned that one, Jason, but we've seen a lot of guys in that, although not too difficult from there.
One of the things Jon Rahm has in his favour is that it's just one consistent slope all the way from where he is right up to about 3 or 4 paces short of where the pin is today. So just a little bit more predictable. He's got that ridge on the right he can use as well. Doesn't have to bisect that. It's a comfortable putt.
Give that a rattle. God, it's only 3 feet past too. Well judged. Have a look at how hard he hits this. Well, you won't see it in this, but you'll see the contact, beautiful contact. Very rare for the ball to take off as low as that. Oh, it's changed its mind. It's
Look at those bobbling along there.
You know, if a player could see some of these things, they'd never haul another putt, would they?
That ball did a bit of hurdling there, didn't it? Finished not badly at all, though. Oh, gave it a chance. 46 now, Lee.
Well, we saw the wood ends were here. A little bit lucky off the edge, but that's links golf. That's what happens when it's going well. It's going really well. You get the bounces with you. This is a good round going.
Actually, talking about upsetting the press by a good score late on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at 2 under or better in the last 3 groups.
ball.
A little down the right, Tony. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. Half decent lie, no problem.
One of those players at 2 under or better is Yosuke Asaji in the last group. Oh, he's in for birdie. Oh, the headline stories might have to be rewritten.
And our dinner reservation.
Isn't that a glorious picture? John Ram leads the Open at 5 under par. But the man who has led for most of the day is Shane Lowry. 67 for 4 under. JB Holmes alongside Lowry at 4 under. Well, let's hear what the popular Irishman had to say after his opening 67.
Shane, well done today. 67 to start off your 2019 Open. But first of all, how much did you enjoy playing Portrush in an Open competition?
Yeah, it was amazing out there. You know, I got a great draw as well, playing with Phil and Brandon, and you know the crowds out there where the stands were full from the first hole. So it was very exciting. It was nerve-wracking at the start, but it was very exciting. You know, I really enjoyed my day. Obviously, it helps when you play some nice golf, and I did. And yeah, it was a day that like I'll remember. Obviously. I've got a lot of work to do for the rest of the week, but I'm going to enjoy this one because, you know, days like this are hard to come by, and I've had one today.
I think you came into this saying your expectations are high, but when you get on the golf course, you want to keep them low. So how good does it feel to come up with the 67?
Yeah, great. I mean, my plan like this week was just kind of come up and do my own thing and kind of slip in under the radar, and see I've got off to a nice start now, so I'm up near the top of the leaderboard. But, you know, we talk about, myself and my coach, we talk about all the time, no matter what score we shoot today, there's still tomorrow. Still got to shoot a score tomorrow. So today's 67. I just have to go out there and grind it out tomorrow and see what I can shoot.
Last thing, as you're standing here, the wind's picking up, the rain's picking up, the smile is broadening on your face. What does that mean?
Yeah, look, I can't believe it didn't rain for us at all out there today, to be honest, with the forecast. But we've obviously got lucky. Look, I wouldn't wish any bad on anyone else. But I'm looking forward to sitting at home this afternoon and watching some golf.
You've convinced me. Well done, Shane.
Thank you.
Shane Lowry talking much earlier today to Rishi Persad, and he's still up there, not leading, but only one behind. Here's the man who is leading.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a tricky way up this hole, but this is for par. Beautiful. Just solid, right in the middle. Well done, John.
Now Woods for birdie. A few shadows might help Tiger get a bit looser. Ah, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. That's a cracker. There you go. Great stuff, Tiger.
Oh, lovely moment there. It's been a tough old day for Tiger Woods, but at last. What a cracking putt to get his first birdie too.
Yeah, well, tough for him, but also tough for all his fans. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Come on, be right. Yeah.
Just a beautiful iron shot there from JB Holmes, setting him up for a birdie chance on a last great round of golf.
JB Holmes, who bogeyed the opening hole, but has picked up 5 birdies since. Alongside Shane Lowry in second place, John Ram still leads though with 4 holes to play. That's how it looks as we head into the evening in this 148th Open at Royal Portrush. Tony Finau still to finish. Yuki Inamori, as we saw, only 11 holes into his opening round. He's on 3 under. Justin Rose 2 under with 2 to play. Eddie Pepperell amusing as always. He was talking about the fact that Brooks Koepka had been talking about not practicing much or playing much between tournaments. Eddie says, yeah, I do that pretty much as well. Not much practice, not much playing. Trouble is he wins majors and I miss cuts, which is very Eddie, isn't it? Kevin Kisner with a 70 today. Louis Oosthuizen, the former champion, a 70. Darren Clark, who hit the opening tee shot, in with a 71 even par. Alongside him, the amateur champion, James Sugru from Ireland, 71. Matt Fitzpatrick, Justin Thomas. Ernie Els with just 1 to play, also on even par. Dustin Johnson. 3 to play for the world number 2. These golf fans here at Royal Portrush just do not want to go home. They want to relish every last moment of the Open's return to their great course.
Ernie Els just off the back left of the green. You can see there his level par. And 1 double bogey, 1 bogey, 2 birdies. Up and down for 71.
At least he's got a bit of green to work with, Sam. I suspect at the weekend we'll see that flag a lot closer to the left-hand side. Well, that huge runoff. This looks good. This looks very good. Oh, great shot from Ernie.
Oh, it's a part of the game though. Never leave him. It's just been sensational all his career. And there you go. Most consecutive appearances. 28, Ernie Els. He's part of this championship like nobody else.
Tee away up in the right-hand side.
Just a perfect tee shot from Rahm. This is down in Bobby Lock country. It'll kick back down and just the further up it goes, the easier his shot gets. That's lovely. You'll see a bit of class from there from Woods.
Justin, lengthy putt here for birdie. It's been good from distance today, Justin. We head forward to the 18th green. JB Holmes and his caddies having a good look at this. This to a share for the lead. Boom. There you go. Well done. Amazing round of golf. 5 under par, 66. Started with a bogey and then flawless from there. Well, he's playing some good golf, JB Holmes. And he certainly knows how to win golf tournaments, so don't be surprised.
Oh, Ernie, I said he had 2 birdies. I made an error. He had a double bogey, a bogey, and 3 birdies. So level par. This was 71. A nice day for the Big Easy. Hopefully. Very nice. Very nice, Ernie. 71. Only 5 behind his playing partner, who's leaving.
Still one of the most popular players anywhere the game is played. Great day's work for Ernie Els.
Well, there you can see exactly what he's got. Tough to get into the back of the ball, which he did. Oh, it's just steady. Very well played. Tough to get the ball up in the air when you couldn't really get a normal backswing. He's done very well.
Okay, quiet please, guys. Quiet, thank you.
Time to stop and smell the roses. It is absolutely stunning here. This section of the golf course at this time of night. Better pinch me pretty quickly, but 125 to the pin for Rahm. Cannot miss this right. It's a little bit of a red light flag, even with just a little wedge in hand.
Well, it could have been a lot worse. Zipping off the front of the green there, got it a little bit heavy. He knew immediately it wasn't enough, but he's finished on the first level of the slope short of the green.
Well, Lucas got off to a bit of a shaky start, but he's fighting his way back. He's level par. And there you go. Well done, Lucas. Red numbers. Great back 9.
Tiger from Locks Hollow.
It's like 3 12-year-olds having a little chip off there, isn't it? For who's paying for the sandwich?
Why did you think there were 12-year-olds? I still do that, do you not?
I'm not sure it's for a sandwich though, Sam.
Finau for par at 17. Well hauled. Been a good day for Tony Finau. Three birdies, 14 pars, no bogeys. Good start to the Open.
Wonderful view there of what was left for Lee Westwood. He's posing, that means he likes it, it's on line. Oh, it's better now. Fantastic shot from Lee Westwood. Certainly 2 under, he'll have that for 68.
Tight little lie, ball slightly above his feet here. Don't expect him to open up the club face much. We'll play it pretty straight-faced. Land it, say about 8 yards, just short of that mound. Let it take a couple of hops up there and stop.
That's magnificent touch from Rahm. It's so important not to give shots back. Turn 3 into 2 as often as you can. You can see all the contours around the green. Excellent shot from Rahm. Well, there's an interesting start. He's certainly learned from his first 9 majors.
I think he's cracked the secret, Sam, hasn't he?
I'll bet he doesn't tell MD either.
Awkward for Matt Kuchar. Really, if he'd just been even 2 or 3 feet to the left, this putt would have been much easier because he's almost bisecting the ridge, that little mound, and if he goes too far right, it'll break right. And similarly out to the left, has to split the middle. She'll break left at the end.
Was involved in a fair old tussle with Jordan Spieth at Royal Birkdale a couple of years back. To 14, this is Kevin Streelman of the US, not having a good day until the last couple of holes. Birdied 12, birdied 13, and in at 14, 3 in a row. And suddenly it's not such a bad day after all. Back to just 2 over par for Kevin Streelman.
Yeah, tidying up well there, Tiger. Well done.
So the chipping contest was halved. They all made the par.
Well, this is a quite inviting second shot when it's not too windy.
Left, man.
Oh, Jason.
From 137 yards, I mean, that's the very most that can be as a 9-iron. Very most. He'll be unhappy, to say the least.
That's how it looks on the opening day of the 148th Open here at Royal Portrush. A 66 from JB Holmes in the clubhouse, leading at 5 under par. Alongside him is John Rahm, who still has 4 to play. Two names conspicuous by their absence in that top 20, Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods. 79 for Rory McIlroy. Tiger Woods heading for something not that much better. 6 over at the moment with 2 to play. Ashton Turner's name just going through there. He was the very last man to tee it up at 16 minutes past 4 this afternoon. It's now 7:30 local time here in the north of Ireland. There's Matt Kuchar, 1 under with 3 to play.
John Rahm for his par at 15. Oh. Try to power it through the break. It still took enough to miss though.
Yeah, it's a poor wedge, Tony. That did the damage, really. Put himself under pressure. And now JB Holmes leads on his own.
This is just hideous for Jason Day. Slightly on the downslope. Being bothered by the back lip. Certainly being bothered by the front lip. It's massive. That's a very good shot from where he was.
Lee Westwood. This is a great, great opportunity after a beautiful second shot in here. Why not? Why not? Well done, Lee. I paid for dinner last night. He can pay tonight after that, Tony.
Absolutely. Get your money's worth. Even gets a kiss for that.
40 career wins. The runner-up 3 times in majors. There's still plenty of golf left in Lee Westwood. Brilliant. Tied 4th at 3 under par.
Final tee for Justin Rose. Nice low ball flight, keeps the wind off it.
Very good, that. Lovely swing.
Way back in the 12th, one of the later starters, Patton Kizzire, is for an eagle to get to 1 under.
Oh, Tony. Oh, he got away with that. Might just have got away with it.
Age, stage, technique and height are going to dictate whether you're pulling hybrid or the longest iron in your bag right now. 222, wind hurting off the right-hand side. John Rahm trying to sling it in from right to left, out to the left edge of the green.
The design of those little runoffs and hollows is just absolute sheer genius around this golf course. Putter for DJ. Up a little ridge. I think we've seen, Thomas, we've seen more chipping off these tight fringes than we would normally around a links course. So often we would just see out with the putter, wouldn't we, from all sorts of lies. But greens are soft enough to allow the chipping, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think when it's as green as this is, it just gives you a little bit. There's still give in the fairway, so it's actually quite nice to chip and pitch off. And there's a bit of grab in the greens, and then these guys, as good as they are, they feel more comfortable with that control.
What a view that is.
This is a pretty good view as well. This one looking into the green here.
Start again. Guys, quiet on the hill, please.
I think both Gareth Lord and Justin Rose realise how important this hole is. He's worked so hard. That's a good shot from Justin. He's worked so hard today. He hasn't had his best, and he's still 2 under par. Aware that this is make 4, get out of here, just regroup for tomorrow and try and still build on, get better as the week goes on. He's right in it, and it's a good start to the week.
He did get away with it, and he's got a decent lie. Yes, the ball's a little below his feet, but it could have been a heck of a lot worse. His biggest worry is being on that steep upslope. It'll get a lot of elevation. Will it take much off the distance? No, well judged. And the other ball there is the ball of Lucas Bjerregaard. He was 3 over after 10 holes. He's had 4 birdies in the last 6. And he's got it to 1 under. Everyone in the group subpar. Excellent work.
Well done, Jason Day. See Tony Finau and Jason Day getting up and down from that bunker, and when you walk the course in practice you think, oh, this is not where you want to be, but they've done well.
Just a bad stroke at the last. Easy putt to read. Really paid the price, Jon Rahm. You think he might be just trying to talk himself out of being a little hot under the collar. Reached straight for his putter. Could have kind of gone up or over. But this will sling left to right. Good 2-foot rise right in front of him.
That'll do. That'll do perfect.
The big slope at the 17th, 152 yards for Tiger Woods, but a 22-feet drop. Pin at 17, 14 on, 5 from the left. In the 13th, putting into the wind, Yuki Inamori. Three birdies, no drop shots. The Japanese playing very nicely. 6 to go.
Just slide ahead to 18. Justin Rose will be first away. That is not an ugly sight. Those little islands out there called the Skerries. Little nature reserves. I think they're actually called areas of special scientific interest, is their official title. But he won't be thinking about that. He's thinking about an area 4 inches below the ground.
I was about to say the only interest he has is holding this putt. It really has been a professional performance by Justin Rose today. Not quite. He'll mark that. A little bit of work to do.
Patrick Cantlay for a birdie at 16, fresh off a birdie at 15, back to back. Beautiful. Gets him to 2 under. Just manoeuvring along quietly.
Well, I put the question to Dominic Hollier earlier today. What's the name of this young gentleman? His name is Lucas Bjerregaard. And a lot of people will struggle with that name, but I'm not sure the beer tent or whatever everybody else is calling him is the right pronunciation of his name. But he's done wonderfully well here, Lucas. It's been a big occasion for him playing with Justin Rose. He's coming of age with his golf game, and 4 under the last 6 holes has been great. And this is a beautiful opening start to his Open Championship.
Yeah, he's had a couple of wins in the European Tour now. Very talented player. Yes, when he first came out into it, I did hear a couple of beer guards, which is not that close, as Thomas has just demonstrated.
Thomas, Bjargo is a waste of a heck of a lot of vowels in that name, isn't it?
Well, there's a lot of vowels in the name, so you've got to pronounce them, Tony.
Bjargo. Is that all right? Bjargo?
Yeah, eventually you'll get some nickname like you, Ovis, well, all of those things. It'll be a lot easier in a few years' time.
It will be. Tiger, what a tough day he's had out there. Man. Settle. It's always the way on 18. You desperately want to hole a putt, and then you just roll it 3 foot behind you. Oh, maybe I should have been a little more cautious. I always felt twitchiest on the 18th on those return putts, Thomas, because you knew if you missed, you were just going to be in a filthy mood for the next hour, didn't you? Not you, I mean, I know how calm you were out there.
Sorry, just run that past me again.
I always felt like sometimes when you walked up to the 18th green, it was easy to lose your concentration because you almost felt like, oh, the round is over, and you forgot to concentrate on the last few putts, and then you let one slip away, and that does annoy you going into the evening.
So true. Well done. None of those issues for Tony Finau. Very nice day's work. 3 birdies, no drop shots. Doesn't get more solid than that.
He's a top player and a very, very nice young man.
Yeah, well done, Justin Rose. That's a really classy 69. A day when he didn't quite have it. The putter was a little bit cold, and he still come in inside the top 20 with a 2 under par 69. Good 3-ball to watch. Finau 3 under, Rose 2 under, Bjargo 1 under.
Love this. The big dog in hand. Wind hurting off the right-hand side. Needs to really hug this right-hand side of the fairway. Ooh. We'll wait and see.
Oh, he's got the marshals scurrying.
Up ahead on the green. Patrick Reed. Birdie putt. It's a little left to right. Is it that much? It is. Yes, certainly is. Beautifully holed. Back to even par. It'll taste quite nice.
It's not never easy, this hole. 222. 3 little ducks. Never got the strike. Jason Day there. It's not going to be easy for him down there.
Which is quite unusual. I think this is the first major in about 3 years that Jason Day wasn't dying of something before the tournament.
Thank you, Mr. Sympathy. Poor old Jason. He's had all sorts of injuries and illnesses, but Tony Johnson's with him. Disappointing day for Matt Wallace. 3 double bogeys in the card. My goodness. And even at that, he's only 2 over. 5 birdies. He always makes birdies, Matt.
Okay, he's struggling, but you know one thing with Tiger Woods, there will not be a single shot that he will not give his absolute 100% best effort. Might not be working, but he'll keep trying.
That could be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it kind of depends. If it comes back of that slope, then it could be quite easy. But if it doesn't, if it gets stuck on the hill a bit, then it's really, really tough.
I'd kind of assumed it had, Thomas. I would have thought it would have run back down into the gully, but maybe it has. We just didn't see it. Well, not quite the performance we were expecting from certainly Matt Wallace, but you do fear for Tiger a little bit, Jay, don't you?
You certainly do, Doogie. The grimace and the poor shot off the first hole, and he fought bravely for a while, but these guys really hit the wind and rain at 7 into the wind, and really kind of took the wind out of the sails of both Reed and Tiger at that point. It's been a real struggle. Always a tough tee shot into the wind with an elevated tee here at 18. Big wide fairway. You can't miss left. Out of bounds pretty close to left, but I don't think you can reach it today. Wallace has fought bravely. A couple of shots got away from him. The tee shot at 4, and then he drove it in the fairway trap at 15, had to splash out, and then made a mistake and made a double. So he's made 2 doubles, but he's fought pretty bravely. He's had everything pretty much under control. You know, everyone's on Wallace watch, watching his behavior, and that he's been fine today. But you can just see the talent in his game. Unfortunately, it's not his best day today.
Looks good, and he is making a concerted effort. It might not look it, but he's making a concerted effort to contain his frustration. I think the only thing people don't like is that he looks like he takes it out on Dave McNeely. You know, if he took it out on himself, gave himself the odd right uppercut, I think we'd all enjoy it a lot more.
Now Tiger's looking down there in the fairway below him. It's a big wide fairway, but it plays more narrow when it's into the wind, and he's just trying to get in and not hurt himself at this point. Pretty cool, damp.
A little too far left. Yeah, another fairway missed by Tiger. He's missed a few today. The Masters champion. I'm not sure that many of us thought we'd ever be saying that again about Tiger Woods. Jason Day's ball just in front of Johnson.
It's been a pretty good day, hasn't it, for Jason, jokes aside. 2 birdies, no drop shots. That takes some doing on a fantastic but tough course in reasonably tough conditions. He's done well.
What about Ryan Fox, though? Back in 29.
It's unbelievable.
That's a tough back 9.
It really is. Nice when you have a little spell like that.
What a beautiful top.
121 left, and I have to say a very attackable position with the pin on the left. You can sling this in off the right hand side with just a little easy gap wedge. Nice low ball flight. He's hanging out there a little. Could be trouble.
Ooh, that's an unexpected mistake, that. As Ali said, a reasonably straightforward shot for John Ram.
I always found it's quite easy when you get a little bit of wind and you take 1 or 2 clubs more, and then you almost go too easy on it. And you forget to hold the ground. You just see he just comes out of this a little bit. He doesn't hold the ground properly. He doesn't get down into the shot and hold his spine angle, and then you just lean one out to the right. It's more lack of concentration than anything.
No, he's carried it too far.
This is Yuki Inamori, the Japan Open champion last year. That's what got him into the Open. 24-year-old, 3 under, hasn't dropped a shot.
Walked around on Tuesday, again. We didn't know who he was, but Warren Humphreys and I went for a little wander, and we took one look at this guy. His caddy told us he was the winner of the Japanese Open, and we both said to each other, you can just see, and he's a tiny little guy, that this boy knows what he's about out there, and he really does. Come on. Good try. That's all right, Jace. It's all right. That is a good day's work.
Just picking out 1 or 2 scores. Remember, we watched Kevin Streelman making it 3 birdies in a row at 14. Sadly, then followed it with a 7 at the 15th. Triple bogey. Back to 5 over for Kevin Streelman. Jason Day, though, despite a drop shot at the last, finishes under par for his opening round.
Bit of a rough lie as well. Needs to dig it out a little bit, but has green to work with.
Quality shot again from the Irish Open champion, and that's relevant, of course. 2 times Irish Open champion. Must be something in the Guinness.
Wonderful acceleration. What's the release? Clubhead almost overtakes the hands. Stays down until the ball's well on its way. Magnificent shot.
Got that awkward chip shot he had there, Dustin Johnson to here. This makes a big difference in your mind. Yeah, there was never on line. And there is a big difference in your mind when you go home and you shot over par, you shot level. For some reason, it's just, when you go home, you shot level. Oh, well, it's not too bad. If you shoot 1 over, you go home and go, oh, I've got a lot of work to do tomorrow. It's just the mindset, really. Never got the speed of the greens today, Dustin Johnson. Just a bit awkward from the beginning. Hit a great shot, didn't hold the putts. It's just turns out that way on links golf sometimes.
Tiger has a terrible lie here from 216 into the wind. He's going to play this little choppy 5-wood, but there's all kinds of fern bushes over here to the right. None of us can believe there's a gaggle of commentators over here that's not laying up. He got incredibly lucky to miss the ferns there. Wow, that's lucky. .195 from Matt Wallace here. Perfect tee shot. Nice position. Into a left to right breeze here. The hole's cut over in the right center of the green. You do have to be a little careful there. There's some feet off. You can lose it if you balloon it a little bit. He does have a high launch angle. The front right bunker could be in play. Anything 15 feet left is a good shot.
Well, not the day Matt Wallace was anticipating, certainly not the day that Tiger Woods was anticipating, and certainly not the day that Rory McIlroy was anticipating. The Open, as always, throws up wonderful golf, great drama, and any number of stories. It's not over yet. JB Holmes in the clubhouse, 66, 5 under for the man from Kentucky, 5-time winner on the PGA Tour. Shane Lowry, who led for a long time after his morning 67. John Ram has played beautifully this afternoon. He's on 4 under, still with 2 to play. But the return of the Open to Royal Portrush has been an absolute unqualified triumph. We've known that for the last couple of days. The atmosphere has been electric. The course is wonderful. And we've got 3 more days of it to look forward to. What a treat. So it's Holmes at 5 under, Lowry and Ram at 4 under. Day 1 at the Open. And look at the crowds who have stayed on. It's now exactly 8 o'clock in the evening here in Northern Ireland. And I don't think there's many gone home. They're relishing every moment.
Lovely, just towering it down under the wind.
Yuka Inamori in the 3rd last group. He'll stay at 3 under. View down into the great bowl, which is the 18th green.
Tiger's drawing a great lie over here. He's going to pitch it up in the air. There's a ridge about 12 yards short of the hole from this angle. He's flown it over. It needs to sit down. Hold on.
Johnny Miller, 1976. Last man to win the Open, having not played since the US Open that year. He took a long break. Tiger's taken a long break. I'm not sure how much of that was his own choice. It's a little bit quieter out by the 13th, isn't it? Ashton Turner, the very last man to tee it up today. This is his tee shot at 13.
Oh my goodness me. We've had 1 hole-in-one there. Almost identical to Emmanuel Grillo come in off that left bank with him. A fantastic shot there. 2 feet for birdie.
Patrick Reed hit a good solid shot in here. This is going to have a little right to left movement. It's going to come off of that
back from the top
slope that I said Tiger flew it over the top of. I thought Tiger would land it short of that and just let it run over the top and dribble down to the hole. This one for Patrick is also just a little bit uphill. It's such a flat green. The breaks are very subtle.
A great way for Reed to finish. Birdie at 17. Can he get a birdie at 18? Oh, almost, almost. He's done well there, Patrick. 3 bogeys, 3 birdies, 71. It's only 5 behind. Day 1 of the Open.
Now Tiger has this one for par. And certainly it's a disappointing day, but this would make it and better. This should go just a little bit left to right as it loses pace at the hole.
And sadly, that kind of sums up Tiger Woods' day. Another drop shot at the last. It's going to be a round of 78 of the former champion. The 15-time major winner, the current Masters champion. But it's hard for him to raise a smile. I think it's been a painful day, both physically and mentally for Tiger. Just that one birdie at the 15th. There were always fears, despite his protestations, that all was not well physically. And that would hardly be surprising given all that he's been through, all the surgeries he's been through. It's miraculous that he was able to come back and win another major. But he's not going to add to it with victory here at Royal Portrush, sadly.
This one's uphill, a little right to left for Wallace. This would be a great finish, and he's really gutted it out.
Pity, real pity. It would have been a nice way to finish the day. At 2 over, it's not the end of the world. At the moment, there are 76 guys between 57th and 76th on 1 over, so just outside, 1 shot outside the cut mark. But only 6 off the lead, 7 off the lead. That's what he'll be thinking about. Couple of tired specimens climbing those stairs.
Almost exactly 4.5 hours to get round. They teed off at 3:30. Back in the 18th tee, John Rahm.
That's perfect for Rahm. Right over in the left corner. Fabulous view of the flag from there. We'll get to see it. Oh, remember Jack Nicklaus taking his jumper off in the last tee, St Andrews.
Ashton Turner for a birdie at 13. Terrific tee shot, and he's in for birdie. Well done. 23-year-old from Boston, not Boston, Massachusetts, Boston, Lincolnshire. And it's the 2nd year in a row that he's come through final qualifying to make it to the Open. So a lovely birdie for Turner at the very last man out. Earlier today, the 13th saw real drama, great excitement. Listen to the roar of the crowd when this from Emiliano Grillo makes its way towards the hole. A hole-in-one for the Argentinian.
Just need confirmation from you guys in the box that they did actually hit the green with this pin. It doesn't look like it from back in the approach area, I have to say.
It doesn't from where you are, absolutely, Ali.
It's on the short stuff. 189 for John Rahm. Straight back into the teeth of it. The wind's been consistent today. This is a low ball flight, turning it over a little bit as well.
Oh, he hates that one.
Just got it heavy. He's trying to hit a hard cut in there. You can see where he's aiming. Once you get it heavy, you're never going to get the control on the ball.
All three players in this group under par. John Ram, Patrick Cantley and Matt Kuchar.
Matt Kuchar's hit it into the... Sorry, Cantley is in the bunker short right. This is obviously Matt Kuchar. Alison?
He'll be using the flags at the back of the green to try and work it out. Can't see any of the green from where he was. Launch this up high, little left of the pin.
Very consistent player. Kuchar never lets you down. He's always there or thereabouts. He's not been a prolific winner. He's certainly been a prolific earner.
Inamori. Back at 15.
Played in 22 tournaments on the Japanese tour last year, made 21 cuts. It's a tough tour, so he knows how to find his way around, and that is a terrific shot.
And they'll have that to get within one of Holmes. And this is the reception for John Ram. Well, for all three players, but it's Ram who's very much a favourite here in Ireland after his 2 Irish Open wins. And he's delivered today.
He would love to go up and down here. It's a pretty obvious statement, but it would finish his day just nicely. 1 over the last 5. We would hate to drop another one. Out in 31, remember, 5 under par. Leading the Open. One of the favourites. But the back 9 has not been as kind to him. Yeah, the last 11 champions, won earlier that season in the PGA or European Tour.
Well, he ticks that box. Ticks a lot of boxes.
Just a little discussion. Yeah, no one wants to go. I would have thought it would actually be Rahm, just on the angle. The way that this hole plays, if you're up the right-hand side, you're usually substantially shorter than down the left. But he's going to go ahead, can't we? Yeah, he's had a peek, John Rahm. He knows he's going to lay out. Plenty of slope to contend with from here. Needs to throw it past it if he can.
If his left foot was any deeper in the bunker there, he might not get out. That must have been a very tricky one for Cantley there. Downhill lie, had to get it up quickly. It's not too bad, but not great.
Well, if his last few holes are any indication, he'll probably land this shorter than I think and really roll it out. Pick that flat spot about 6 paces onto the green. Up over a slight rise.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's left himself a little more than he would have liked. There's an intensity about this man, isn't there?
There's a coach in America, Mike Abbott, used to come over a lot here. A lovely, lovely man, wonderful dresser, elegant clothes. But he used to have a great thing when we were on the range working with him. He said, yeah, not bad, pretty good, try it again. Every shot you hit, not bad, pretty good, try it again. If you're listening, Mike, we miss you. Come on back to the Open.
I think Matt Kuchar, he's walking on this green going, what do I have to do to not have to putt over a tier? By my calculations, he's done it 4 times in the last 5 holes. The only easy read he's had came on back on 16 green. Still pretty straightforward. We'll go from right to left when it goes up over the little rise. More about pace than line here.
Lovely putt.
So 70 for Kuchar. Good start. Nothing wrong with 70.
Back slightly uphill for Cantley. He's almost down in a little bit of a valley where 2 slopes just collide off his left and right. So he'll be putting up through those. He's done well to battle it out today, really. I keep checking the scoreboard and I'm always surprised to see him under par. He's punched well above his weight today.
It's for 69. No, it's gone left.
Inamori. Oh, pity. Oh, wow. Giving that a blast.
That's a shame. That would have got him to within 1.
Would have learnt a little bit from Cantley's just at the end, so maybe might have taken just a hair little less breakout.
Big putt for Ram. Day 1, is he within 1? No, he's not. That's a poor finish for Jon Rahm. You'll be so bitterly disappointed with that. 5 under at the turn. He dropped back in the pack. Only to tie 3rd, to be honest. He would have taken it before he started. And it's 68 for Jon Rahm.
The 18th claims another victim. Only 13 birdies today, 47 bogeys, 6 worse than that. 2nd hardest hole. And Jon Rahm with a disappointing finish. But hey, as Sam says, still 3 under par. Still right up there in the challenge for his first Open.
And the 70 for Patrick Cantley, young American. Huge star in the making. Already a multi-winner.
There are currently 15 players at 3 under par, tied for 3rd place. Still 5 groups of 3 players on the golf course. And 1 or 2 of them going pretty well. Notably Inamori and Turner. And here is the Japanese player, Yuki Inamori, Japan Open champion. He stays at 3 under, 3 to play.
This young Englishman, Ashton Turner, having a great day. Unfortunately, he's drove it in the rough. This is his third shot on the par 4. Oh, it looks a good one. Oh, it's not a good one. It's magnificent. Great shot from Ashton Turner, keeping it going. 4 birdies, 1 bogey so far.
He had a fall when he was 1 year old, fractured his skull, and that led to a form of cerebral palsy. His parents were told he might never walk, Ashton Turner. Fortunately, by the age of 6, he was fully recovered and now a professional golfer, and is on that leaderboard. JB Holmes looks like he may well be leading the Open, though, after day 1 at Royal Portrush. A 66 from the man from Kentucky. 5 under par. He leads Ireland's Shane Lowry by 1. All of those players will be delighted with their day, notably perhaps Bob McIntyre on his Open debut, and certainly Ryan Fox, who made history, the first ever round of 29 on the back 9 in the Open Championship. There's Ashton Turner in that big group of players, 2 off the lead. Henrik Stenson and Bernd Wiesberger, both very impressive in last week's Scottish Open at the Renaissance Club, both round in 1 under par 70. Louis Oosthuizen, former champion, also a 70. Jordan Spieth likewise. Yosuke Asagi on the 14th hole in the final group with Ashton Turner. And how about Darren Clark and James Sugra? They played together first off this morning, and both round in an even par 71. Ernie Els in his 28th consecutive Open, also a 71 for the man who'll be 50 in October. Those players know they've got a bit of work to do tomorrow if they want to be here for the weekend, and of course they do. Dustin Johnson, disappointing 72 for the world number 2. Emiliano Grillo, a hole-in-one on his way to 73. Young American amateur Brandon Wu, impressive again. Beef Johnson, 73. Graham McDowell really had it going today, but finished really disappointingly and had to settle for 73. Matt Wallace playing with Tiger Woods, also 73. Xander Schauffele, runner-up last year. Not quite so impressive today for the American. Hao Tong Lee, 3rd in 2016. Francesco Molinari, the defending Open champion, a 74, 3 over par. Danny Willett, another who had it going for a while. Padraig Harrington, 2007, 2008 Open champions, 75. Ian Poulter had a 75. Paul Lawrie, the 99 champion, still not fully fit after his foot problems, but 75 for 4 over. .76 for Phil Mickelson. Getting down towards the back of the field, 1 or 2 names we didn't expect to see there. Look at the 2 at the bottom there. Tiger Woods, a 78, and Rory McIlroy, a 79. And for Rory, it started with an 8, and it finished with a 7. And after that horribly disappointing round, he spoke to Rishi Persad.
Rory, I've got to be honest, I'm not entirely certain how to start this interview because it's sometimes a little bit awkward to ask about the tough things that you've been through today. So I'm going to leave you to describe it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I obviously didn't get off to the best of starts. You know, understandably nervous on the first tee. You know, I felt like I had I made an okay swing. The ball got going left in the wind pretty early, and you know, it didn't really have a chance after that. But after that, I felt like I played okay. You know, I was pretty resilient. I played the next whatever it was, 13 holes in 2 under par, you know, which was pretty good in the conditions. And then, you know, if anything, like, the start's the start, and that's fine. It was the end of the round that really, you know, played the last 3 and 5 over par, and sort of undid all that good work in the middle of the round. So, you know, I tried to stay with it. You know, I did for the most part. You know, I lost concentration after I missed a little putt for par on 16, and then I drew a pretty bad lie in the rough on 18, and you know, just one of those things. But yeah, tough day. You know, I put myself behind the 8 ball early, and you know, I was trying to claw my way back, and you know, was doing okay for a while, and then just let it go at the end.
And I guess a day of difficult emotions, because it's a big day for you and for golf in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big week. You know, I think the Open coming back here is wonderful for the country and wonderful for the game, regardless if I were playing or not. But you know, of course, I wanted to go out there and play better and shoot a good score and get myself into contention to try and win another Open Championship. But you know, all I'm thinking about now is trying to be around for the weekend.
So say, you've got to turn it around. Can you turn it around? Will you turn it around?
I hope so. I need to hit it better, especially off the tee tomorrow. I need to hit more fairways. And you can play this golf course from the fairway. You have plenty of chances, so you just need to keep it in the short stuff.
Really appreciate the time. A gent as always.
No worries, thanks.
Cheers. Cheers, thanks.
Yes, well done, Rory. That can't have been easy to go in and talk about such a disappointing day. I liked his choice of analogy, though, behind the 8 ball. That was unfortunate. He'll laugh when he hears that. Ashton Turner plays most of his golf in the Euro Pro Tour, the sort of 3rd division of European golf, so this is a terrific performance by the Englishman.
Par putt, keep turning. Oh, pity. In his biography, it says he's 5'7". Well, I walked past him the other day, and if he's 5'7", I'm going to join the basketball league.
He said he was just talking to Big Tony Johnson, actually. So who's at the top of the leaderboard on this opening day on the Open's return to Royal Portrush? The answer is Kentucky's J.B. Holmes, and afterwards he too spoke to Rishi.
Yeah. JB, very well played today. This is your lowest ever round in what is your 10th appearance at the Open. So how pleased are you walking off 18 today?
Oh, I mean, fantastic. Anytime you can get around like that and you know, get some putts to go in, but yeah, hit it really great all day and put the ball in the right position. So it was a lot of fun.
It's interesting hearing saying that, you know, getting around like that going is a good thing, but going out there today with the way the conditions were set up, the way that everyone's been talking about the course, did you have any expectations? Did you set yourself a target before you walked out there?
No, it's really tough to do that in you know, the Open, just because you never know what conditions you're going to get. You know, I've played before where, you know, I think I shot 72 at St. Andrews when it was real windy, and I was the second low round in my group, and you know, they were shooting 67, 66 in the morning. So you really don't know what you're going to get. So you just have to go out and you know, accept the conditions and do the best you can and add them up at the end.
It's an extraordinary day, lots of things happening. I mean, how aware were you of what else was sort of going on the course and where you were in relation to everybody else?
I tried not to look at the scoreboard too much. I mean, you get caught up. I mean, this is a long tournament. There's a lot of stuff that can happen, wind conditions and weather, and so this is just a small step so far. It's nice to get off to a good start, but you got a long ways to go.
Good start, it definitely was. Very well played today.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yes, well done, J.B. Holmes. A round of 66, and he'll lead the Open going into day 2. Shane Lowry, the Irishman, leads, or is in second place rather, in Northern Ireland. A terrific round of 67. And then a big, long list of players at 3 under par, including Sergio Garcia, Dylan Fratelli, Bob McIntyre. And the names that aren't up there will cause as much discussion as those which are. I'm sure there will be all sorts of inquests into the performance of, in particular, Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods. It's been a wonderful day here at Royal Portrush. Another one in store tomorrow. From us all, bye-bye for now.